Oh, goody.
Sorry. These ones are kind of sweet. I'd be down to watch especially with the ancient sliding in right now to be able to help
Yeah,
us round out the 8. I'm down to toss them on camera for round 1. We got some cool lists for both them and Rapacious, so be kind of a sweet matchup if you want to go that way.
they're actually facing Ricochet in round 1.
Oh, you're right. Oh, it's K Parzival. Nah, he won the other thing. Okay, hold on. What do we got for the Ricochet list? What do we got for the Ricochet list? We got some Cornelius news out on the Ricochet.
Yeah, I like that. So we'll start with we'll watch the ancient one versus Ricochet as our first spectator games here. Just got to get Hearthstone up really fast. Yeah, add your opponents, and you are good to start the round. Just wait for us, and obviously, if your game is being featured on stream, please turn off the stream. Kind of goes without saying, but needs to be said anyway. But we've never really had any problems with that in the past, so I should put the rules in the description, I guess. But generally, the rules for this tournament, it's relatively simple. Legendaries are banned. The only legendary allowed is Cthulhu, and then Trigore is totally banned. Lokholar and Voljins have their best equipments banned. Every other non-legendary merc is legal. You have to have 3 different teams. That you cannot have overlap between your teams, so you can't have a lease on 2 of your comps or anything like that. They have to be unique. And then after every game, you have to swap to one of your previously unplayed comps. However, if all 3 have been played due to like ties or something, then you can use one of the ones you've already used. Best of 3, double elimination is the short version here.
All right. It looks like Ricochet and Killer Queen might be ready to battle. If we are ready to send them the
Let's
send them the go button.
We'll swap the game screen here.
It's like 2,000 runestones or something like that.
And you can hold that until the new mercs launch. It's a-okay if that's what you want to do. Let me get the deck tracker up too. So looks like we have the summon comp on the ancient one side.
All right. I can expect Ricochet.
Oh, I think my tracker thing is bugged.
Ricochet and Killer Queen. And so so from Killer Queen here we've got the Spicy Dragon. It's kind of dragon summon deck with the show and everything else spicy in there. And then from Ricochet's side we got some new funky things coming out in a sec. We're just kind of loading stuff up again.
The tracker's bugging out. I think this. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, Cho Yulon.
Oh no.
Kazakis with a dragon bench here from Killer Queen. I'm liking it.
I'll fix the tracker after this series of games.
Okay, we got Ricochet in here.
So Varden. Alright, so the Varden, Cornelius. Oh, wow, the battle cry equipment on Cho. That's not something you see every day. It's actually been a while since we've seen that. The kind of anti-Trigore tech that we were seeing when Cho first came out.
Yeah,
so
no, that's cheeky.
No attack, but honestly, Ricochet's team doesn't really care.
Kinda countered, yeah, not gonna lie. The literally Varden, Cornelius, and Elise just Varden and Elise in particular, they are going to sit there and say, no, thank you, I'm not going to attack anyways. So at least slight points towards Ricochet here, you got to imagine.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going full Monkey Town? We're starting off with Root.
Oh, wow. So, that's why he is Cornelius.
Cool. So this is actually Ricochet going for, like...
The monkey could be kind of crazy, yeah. Because there aren't... Although, Yulon is kind of like the perfect answer to Elise.
Yeah, Yulon is actually nasty here.
Cornelius can protect only for 1 turn, right? So Yulon gonna do some pretty gross stuff, getting around that taunt.
Yeah, I mean, Varden pretty much almost instantly invalidated by having the summons out of there from Kazakis as well, from Killer Queen. So despite having the whiff on the Cho'Gath counter spell kind of to start with, still in a pretty dominant position, especially since the Elise is going down almost guaranteed, I believe. Because the heal from Cornelius isn't going to be enough, I don't think, yeah?
No, I don't think so either. Because they could heal for 10. Oh, actually, it might be. They can heal for 10, and then it's, what, 12, I think?
Oh, because it gets its own stats. Oh, no, it's
no,
own
14.
Heal, so 13.
So 10
Okay.
gets it to 30. No, yeah, so it'll go up to 50, so they need
just barely
another
lives,
way.
so, like, for
Just
what?
Oh, but they can get around the taunt, too, because of Yulon shutting down the taunt.
Slurp, slurp.
And
We got
that is,
47,
wow,
165.
that is a large Kazakus.
No, that was sweet. Obviously, yeah, so forgetting about Blessing Protection right away, but this Kazakus is gigantic, and the only green here is Elise, which really does not threaten that life total at all. I love that people are using the different
Yeah,
modes and
Kazakus
stuff.
transform is really, really cool.
Wow, so you can even really see how Killer Queen's comp here like could have a protect the Kazakus kind of angle just from this point alone. Like even, I mean, the bench from Killer Queen at this point is now, oh, what do we got? Nefarian, Sinestra, and Onyxia. Kind of just killers, but not great coming out like one at a time there. Sinestra obviously great at doing that, but the Nefarian and the Onyxia, we'll see if they'll have time to be effective, but the Kazakus might just run away with this game.
All right, we have the overlay up now for the deck tracker. Got that sorted out. I think it's very helpful just for visual stuff, but they're going for the buff here and more stats, but in comes the monkey, and that Varden is pretty insane.
That was so much!
Yeah. So the thing is, though, now Dementia here really needs a way to kill that monkey, and none of their current mercs are really it. And I mean, this is kind of awkward, right? Like all their stuff is at like mostly 6, and 6 is too slow. 6 is slower than 5. So this is scary.
How did Varden do 56?
Because
It's getting the every single character gets plus 50 spell damage? I'm not even sure if I've seen that.
Yeah. So the monkey
Holy
is
moly.
60 spell damage. It's pretty insane.
Wait, okay, we're comboing.
Yeah.
Okay, well then, holy moly. I mean, there's still no... I mean, talk about a great way to manage dealing with the huge life total from Kazakus there. If you're just doing 60 on every hit, you don't need the color domination.
Yeah.
And now we have the Nuzao to protect various things. The Cornelius is theoretically there to protect the monkey again.
Snap is also terrifying.
Wow, yeah. This almost makes you wish that there was some Cairn...
Yeah, something to speed it up.
With the snaps, yeah, either an endurance aura to go with the Varden, or a Skyrim or Rogers to go with that, something like that. Very exciting.
Yeah.
Okay, well, the back and forth begins right away.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Now deep in the tank. I mean, and even the, I mean, nothing's gonna kill the monkey realistically this turn.
Yeah,
But
no,
next turn,
there's no way to do it, right? And they get the stat buff too. The Varden random hits, I mean, it matters a lot where those end up
Yeah,
going.
that was pretty good for them. One shot and slurp the Nuzao. So now we have a build your own Nuzao, right, on that little guy.
Yeah, but it's not making too big of a difference, right? Because they're... Although it's nice, actually, because that gives a target for the Varden thing to hit rather than your like main mercs, which is kind of important. But still... just too slow. This is the second time where the only thing that is at 5 speed is the little summon, and the little summon just isn't enough to kill the monkey. Oh, and oh god, Tyranda's gonna be disgusting here. Tyranda might just seal it. Like, the 5s.
Wait, no shot that monkey gives it... Wow, okay. Huh.
Yeah, monkey's insane. If you can get the monkey off,
And I mean, that was way faster than I expected, too. That was what? That was a 3-turn.
It's 3 turns,
right?
yeah. It's 3 turns if you start with it. Now, Elise does have less stats because of that. She starts with minus 20 stats, but if you have ways of protecting her, you're fine. Like, you're totally okay with that.
Ooh, bleed not being affected by spell damage feels bad, man, but we're fine.
True. That was a heavily debated thing for a
got him.
while, and yeah, that's gonna be just the
Was that a
game
penta?
right there.
Is that a pentakill?
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, this is exactly the kind of comp that I wanted to be able to see come out of Mercenaries at a certain point. Like an actual, factual combo deck.
Yep.
I'm so glad that we're seeing this.
And it did exist on ladder for a while too, a little in a bit of a different version. But it could be kind of, it was kind of like a counter pick, right? Like it hard targeted some things, but auto lost to other things. So it wasn't ever like super dominant because it was easy to counter. But in an event like this, it seems to be a really decent choice. Best of 3, so they're going to run it back, though they both have to switch comps now.
Basically,
so
Pirate combo and Holy is their other 2 decks still.
I think the Pirates are going to do some work here. Interesting seeing no Elise with the Pirates.
Yeah, that is interesting. It's in the Holy deck instead. I guess they're doubling down on the Tyrion plus Elise potentially.
Yeah.
And so we've got Pirates from Killer Queen and a kind of a combo.
Oh, this is a combo
from Ricochet. Ricochet just bringing 3 combo decks. Is that what I'm seeing here? I'm loving it.
Yeah, this is neat. I really like the big snake. I think the big snake is a really good choice.
I could just straight up call this big snake. Yeah, that's exactly what this is, right? Yeah. So they're going to look to the snake's health scales, or the snake's attack scales off of its health, and right away we're going to boost it up to like a huge.
Yep.
And that is going to look way too difficult for a lot of the pirate stuff to interact with. Smite, not exactly great at doing a ton of damage. Like Eudora, it is on the outside. You could
scale
honestly.
up on turn 2 with the smite. Actually, like the smite can get kind of out of control, and this is actually a combo deck in a way from Killer Queen. This is a 5 mercenary starter.
Yes.
They're gonna get
the pirate combo.
Yeah, the patches and the maestra out, I believe, at the same time. So that could be problematic for the snake comp potentially, because that's a lot of triggers for smite.
That's a good point. Monkeys. Ooh, good value off of the.
So we can see right away huge damage, but the cannons actually are doing work. And having played the big snake comp before, the cannons are actually really annoying for the snake player because they don't have AoE to clean up these cannons. So these cannons are going to keep just kind of trucking them down.
Though we actually didn't see the Maestro or the patches come out. Does that mean that there's some different equipment on Killer Queen's?
Yeah. So it looks like they might not have been going for the equipment there, or
it could be when something dies
because they attacked. Yeah, so it's probably we can see bench after a friendly mark dies.
Okay.
Oh! They have all 3 of their mercs do this. Brightwing patches.
Brightwing too.
So they could get, although that's like anti-synergy. We're gonna have board space issues here, because of the cannons. They can't fit them all.
Huh. Okay, well then
it's still really cool though.
Yeah.
All right, so smite
value.
Look at the cannons are popping off. Snake continues to grow, but the snake is very slow. Oh, now we get the trigger. Oh, and that's
Elon. That's nice.
Very good.
Trigger number 2.
In comes Brightwing. And again, look at those cannons. We get the patches cannon animation, even though he didn't end up shooting out. That's kind of funny. Oh, this is sick. This is a really... So, yeah, look at that. So the mercs just auto-swapping in and doing something immediately was actually really good there, because you need that Yulon to die. Otherwise, it becomes like... It's just impossible to deal with the snake. Positioning matters a lot here as well. I'm kind of surprised to see the Maestro not moving towards the middle. Because you want Maestro on the far left is actually very not great, I would say, because you need it to be across from things, and given, but it's kind of awkward, right? Because they need the cannons too. But I think you want Maestro just flat in the middle, with the cannons around her.
Ricochet was deep in the tank of whether or not to bring in Brucon or Sinestra here. I like the idea of Sinestra just being able to set up the super gigantic like you want to have something that just hits the entire board here, right? Because you're facing a literal full board, but the fact that you could argue that the Brucon could just sit here and scale up, and while simultaneously clearing the Sneed, which is the best way for Killer Queen to be able to take out the Anaconda that's going to keep the snake big. Definitely a defensible line.
Oh, this is neat. They're using Maestra to use the snake's damage against them and kill their own stuff. So that will be a speed tie on 8 speed, so there is some risk to that, but I kind of like it. Because it would kill the Anaconda potentially, which then their snake is a lot more vulnerable.
Yeah, as soon as you got to imagine the Killer Queen's focus here is how can we get rid of this Anaconda and then deal with the snake if you even have time to get there.
Yeah, because
now
you just can't deal with it.
Brucon is the alternate win condition that's come in here. So
and the positioning very good with the cannons to kind of mess up the potential chain lightning from the Brucon. And that's going to be a Cho down.
Yeah. Cho really didn't do a ton, honestly, I would say here.
He was mainly just protecting the snake.
But then
losing the speed tie there, it really hurts.
That's bad.
And for some reason, the patches didn't come in. That might be a trigger bug.
If it triggered the first time and doesn't work, then it never re-triggers.
Yeah, that's probably a bug, I want to say, because I don't think... it's when a friendly pirate dies, not a pirate.
Oh, okay.
That's why. So Maestra, not a pirate.
I wouldn't doubt it that it has like a I only trigger once kind of thing.
It could. We'll see. Yeah. But it's looking like Ricochet definitely favored here, I would say.
Yeah, despite losing the Yu'lon and now thanks to winning the speed tie, Ricochet is
even if Killer Queen won the speed tie though, it only would have killed Anaconda, which would be good, but they wouldn't be any closer to dealing with the big snake.
Yeah, I mean, if you just look at the actual abilities that are left for Killer Queen here, like nothing goes into this like. I mean, just nothing interacts with the snake here, and if anything, a lot of attacking minions as well. Like Eudora can't ever really interact with the snake.
And it's hard to deal with this Sinestra too, right? Like they're down to their last red, and Snake is just chipping away at things. All right, so looks like Patches does still work, so that's cool. It's not over yet. Like the Patches is actually really large, and the cannons again are still doing quite a bit of work. But this Sinestra has to die. The Sinestra is like the big threat, and I don't see a great way for Killer Queen to deal with it. Bran comes in. Interesting.
You gotta imagine for like doubling things like.
Does that double the snake? Does that?
It's a cool brand skin.
Yeah, awesome brand skin. Yeah, so I think that makes neutrals crit, right? Given the way it works. Also, this makes Sinestra's AOE crit everything, which is sweet. It's not super relevant here. They already have mostly blues, but yeah.
Yeah, I think between just Sinestra being able to heal itself and just OTKing this entire board essentially this turn, I think it's looking Ricochet favored.
Yeah, I definitely agree there. This comp's just lined up really, really well into what Debentuan was playing. Oh, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool.
Cheeky to hide
Saves it from the AoE. Kind of low rolls a bit on the hits, but... Oh, that's... Look at that! Wow. That's really cool. Unfortunately, Brightwing's not going to be enough here, but
snipe. Let's go.
Really, really cool idea here from Killer Queen. And this might work, right? Like, this might work against some other comps. It just seems it just didn't line up into what Ricochet happened to bring here. But I really like the idea. Props to bringing something that I think a lot of people would not have expected. Yeah, they're
and it kind of got just trolled with the board space a little bit for sure, which is unfortunate. But certainly showcase the power right off the bat, yeah.
7 board slots, please. So we can do silly combos like that. and then boom, yeah, they double up on the Sinestra AoE, and Ricochet will take the first victory here, going up 2-0, advancing.
With a double combo deck lineup so far.
Taking part in the event. Wizard Beast was actually one of our, I believe he was in our finals of the Pauper Open 1. Oh, and looks like he's in a pretty commanding position, but again, the Sinestra kind of scary. But I think he can punch through. I think he has enough damage, even with the resistance, but I'm not sure actually.
Yeah, it's insane that this is close.
Yeah.
And it might be weirdly one of those things where it's not close when we actually look
So
at
they
the
have
map.
plus 20 health, so their max health is 95, and they're 5 damage resistance. So oh no, you can't deny. Did he already deny the healing? Yeah. So Sinestra actually can't heal here.
Ooh.
It's just, but still 89.
I mean, it doesn't. You probably just use it for the damage reduction, though, right? As if you have you just use the mana breach anyways, just for the reduced damage.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, because it's only that turn. Wow. Haggart might have this.
Boom, boom.
Oh, bring him back.
Scoop it up again. You like to see it?
This is very interesting. And now they can deny the healing, so this... Oh, okay, alright. I'm guessing they did the math there. Yeah, because they're faster, right? And Wizard Beast can deny the healing. I'm gonna ask what game that was.
Yeah, because they just end up doing nothing into nothing, and they take too much damage and fade there.
Let's see.
Let's see. Issis and Zampage are just beginning a new game here.
All right, I'll grab Issis. Where is Issis? There he is.
Yeah, there you go.
So it looks like Wizard Beast ended up taking it 2-0 in round 1. We caught the very end of his game there.
I'll slide over to Zampage.
Oh,
Alright.
this is sick. They're bringing the Bane totem comp. I love this comp. A little bit different because obviously Malf isn't allowed, but I very much like it. Whereas Izzy's is on dragons here. And if anyone wants to see the total lists as well as the bracket while we're going through this, you can see from the command there. First link is the deck list. Second link is the bracket. And that's a big Finley. That's a large Finley.
He's a big boy. Yeah, this is a sweet one. This is a
Finley's
like nature
yeah.
Murloc Explorer Bane combo.
I really like this actually.
It's dragons.
What's on Zampage's bench again?
Zampage has
It's full Murlocs, right?
Morgul, Murkai, Finley. Yeah, the full Murloc slide. Which is actually that's what I was talking about. Was this idea of having having Elise that can slide into a Murloc bench, and we're kind of seeing it here.
Yeah, a lot of 2-0 so far. It seems K-Pard's advancing 2-0 over Rapicious. Oh yeah, I should ask what I think this is game 1 or game 2. I'll ask.
I'd imagine it's game 2.
Yeah, I think it's game 2 because they started while we were in the other game.
Oh, bang, bang, bang. Holy moly, that ability's so strong. The Shadow Flame thing there.
Yeah,
But,
wow.
I mean, this is a color feels bad, man, for Issis here. You're just down.
The Finley does so
2-1.
much work.
Yeah. This is another
This is
natural
game
monkey.
2. Oh, are they already at Monkey?
No. I think they're on the route right now for at least, but
Root is quite good here against Nefarian. So they might opt to heal.
oh yeah, the Bane Wombo combo sounds juicy here too. Yeah, this is looking like a power turn for Zampage for sure.
Yeah, I like their board just lines up really well with it. Alright, so Zampage is up 1-0.
Okay. Okay, 1-0 and looking up. to follow suit with this potential 2-0 start for most.
I really like the heal here. Okay. Kind of surprised they went for the Yulon there.
Yeah, it almost made me think that they expected them to taunt and did the classic like, oh, I'll attack it because it's going to
But
taunt
you know
kind
what?
of thing, but...
It kind of makes sense because now Sinestra's locked out of her peel because of the Bane got the death blow. And that matters.
Oh, it doesn't show up as a debuff on them? That's kind of crazy.
Oh, does it not? Yeah, I guess it doesn't.
Huh, okay. So...
Oh, they got
they
got the stomp on Blink Fox. That's insane. But they have so much health. I don't think it's going to end up mattering a ton.
Just 125 damage on your random ability.
I mean, that's pretty close though, because because of the advantage of minions, Finley got Divine Shield, which means he lives where he would not have otherwise.
But is that good here? Now you just have a 1 health Finley against.
It might be okay, honestly, because you could
Yeah.
protect it potentially with the Divine Shield, but again, not really great. Oh, and what did Blink Fox? Blink Fox stealing Adventure at weights, so they can snipe something down at 1. And if you have more characters, you get the Divine Shield. Yeah, wow.
Whoa.
Blink Fox just high rolling here.
I am a Blink Fox lover. Like, even before that guy wasn't even that good. Blink Fox just did so much work for me.
He looks like he's thinking about holding it here and just going for the regular 5 speed. Maybe he wants to save it for later because they are kind of slow. To be fair, like I don't know what Elise is on with her ability, so I don't know if he has to play around root. Stomp obviously very scary here.
Yeah, this is gonna be a man. Then who's the last? Missy's side.
So yeah, they're going for the heal. I don't know if the heal's gonna be enough here.
Oh, is the wombo combo still the double shot?
Yep,
Yeah,
that's the wombo combo, and it's pretty disgusting
and
here.
The double kill. Oh,
Gets the double kill, locks their Bane out of being able to do
and
much.
The mana blink.
Yeah, that's
I love a mana blink.
All right, well, it looks like we might have our first 3-game series here potentially, because every other match so far has been 2-0.
Can Blink Fox scam their way out of this one?
Interesting. So they're obviously fast. Well, this is actually insane because now they can literally do the combo again at 2 speed. That's nuts.
With the 0.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, they off cooldown immediately. This is really, really cool.
Wowza.
Oh, is the bracket not showing the updates yet? Check. Oh yeah, it isn't. Hold on. I'll try and fix that.
Oh, they didn't. Oh no, I guess they could have. They could have gone for it anyways. They go for here. But
It's Raspicious and Ancient One in the losers bracket. For the record, boom. Yeah, wow, that's disgusting.
A lot of cute healing. Managed to get the kill, and then the healing wave kind of popping off. Not gonna lie. Actually, wait a minute.
It's not over. It's really
living at 1 with all those heals was huge.
And the heals aren't doing anything for Izzy's right now. Tyrande doesn't really do a whole lot outside of the combo because her arcane shot deals less.
Yeah, she only deals 28 to the Morgul here. The Morgul can just straight up out heal it. Like the healing for Morgul after your Murloc takes 20 more damage, restore 8 health. That single-handedly won that last fight. And now I think it's just Zampage. I think it's swung back over again. Yeah, this tickles.
Yeah. Oh wow! And the look at, we were talking about it. I think we counted Zampage out a little early, and boom! Look at that. The Murlocs take it home even after the crazy combos. Can't underestimate the old Murkai there. So here we can see the updated bracket. Yeah, the Murloc hard carry. So no game 3 there. Zampage is going to take it 2-0 over Izzy's.
All right.
So we can see our bracket here. Losers bracket, we have Rapicious and Killer Queen and Izzy's versus Haggart. And then in the winners bracket, we're going to be speccing both of these games. We'll just go top down. So we'll start with Pauper and Ricochet, and then Zampage and Wizard Beast. You guys can wait. We'll spectate you afterwards.
Who brings what? Let's see.
All right, so Pauper side, they're starting out with the Murlocs.
Ooh, okay, so it's not the mirror, and we have the Cornelius, Elise, Varden combo from Ricochet. So we'll see. Are Murlocs the anti-combo list in a lot of these lineups?
Interesting.
Will that start to steal right away?
I'm curious. So I don't think they have a great way of getting through this Cornelius.
Yeah, Cornelius.
So the monkey could be pretty problematic.
Yeah, what are Parzival's other options, really? So yes, they went with Murloc.
Oh, actually, no. We're totally fine because Murky can give the Elise taunt.
Ooh, but we don't have. Oh yeah, and Murky's out there already. Okay. So maybe this is the.
This is probably a read, actually.
Combo.
That's why I didn't lead with Murky like a lot of Murloc lists traditionally do. It's because he was like, all right, well, in case they bring the monkey, I can get around the monkey, and there's nothing Ricochet can really do to stop that.
No, I love that. Sweet.
So
it almost looks so are there lineups in that sense almost like 2 combo decks and then a counter combo deck? That seems like
it could be.
Zoom out look.
I really like the Murky lead here is really, really smart. Makes a lot of sense. And it's kind of cool. We're seeing an equipment we never see on Varden, Potion of Ice, so more damage on their skill 1.
Extra juice.
They do get rooted on 1 though, but there's nothing Pauper can do to really play around that. So they might still get the monkey off because they can protect with Cornelius' turn.
But I mean, they'll get the monkey, but then they have to be able to be fast enough.
They're too slow for turn 3, right? Because Finley will be 3 now. It's possible Finley could roll.
Depends where the Varden goes.
Could roll a 5-speed off the Murlocology, and then they would be fast enough. But it also depends where the Varden goes too.
Does the monkey have taunt on its own? No, right?
No, no taunt.
We can give it taunt, but
yeah, no taunt. It is not that golden monkey. A little different.
Yeah. Different Battlegrounds has its monkey right now. Standard had the monkey. Mercenaries has its monkey.
I still can't believe we got it in Mercs. It's so cool. Alright, so they're protecting, more healing, makes a lot of sense. I like the buffing here, honestly, and 3 hits.
Triple hit on that guy.
You got to be feeling pretty good about that as Pauper, I think. We don't know what he rolled off of the Murlocology, but it didn't look like he was going for it, so I'm guessing it wasn't a good roll. And again, I also really like the summon here from Murky because he's saying, well, if I can't kill the Elise right away, I can at least maybe have the Varden hit the Divine Shield or hit the Death Rattle, which could actually help kill the Golden Monkey.
Yeah, no, honestly, the Pufferfish is pretty nice for the anti-monkey tech. You're right. I love that Sir Finley literally meant the key. The text box says Amalgam Explorer. Like that's crazy that it's actually like still in there saying that there's going to be another one in some kind of way.
So it's a PvE thing actually. There is an Amalgam.
Oh, is it a treasure right now?
I think it's a treasure. Yeah.
Okay.
They're gonna try and hit the. Yeah. So where the Varden hits go can determine a lot this game. You really want them to dodge this Finley if you're Pauper.
Yeah. Damage. Here's the monkey. Okay. Ooh, it doesn't even get the kill though.
Oh, and
Snap for a bazillion, but we heal a good amount. Monkey down? No, it did hit.
no,
Okay,
but now they're
can it ever-
faster
can it ever go
because of
down?
the divine shield loss,
Oh,
so they can just snipe the
yeah.
monkey.
Holy
Wow,
moly, yeah.
really, really. And so this was actually insane because Pauper basically played around their summon getting killed, or any of their stuff getting killed by that Varden cold snap, right? By swinging in and getting their guy
shield
killed off in time, because if that summon was still around, if they tried to leave it around for the Varden flurry, they would have gotten snapped and just almost totally blown out. Oh yeah, it's faster because, yeah, after one of your characters loses Divine Shield or Frozen, its next ability is 3 speed faster.
Listen, no matter
So that's
what.
kind of cool.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, talk about more inside combo technology. And now we have
And now
the taunt at 2 from Newzow.
It's gotta feel pretty great here for Pauper. You can also, I really like buffing up your Murlocs here potentially, because your Finley's probably gonna die, but then you can just slam old Murkai, and you have some big attack Murlocs here, and like you can just start killing stuff, picking it off one by one with the monkey gone. I mean, they have the Newzow to kind of protect the Elise, but they're never getting another monkey off of Elise. The game probably isn't going to go another 5 turns with Elise living.
No, this is definitely looking good for Parzival right now.
I like the buff on the Murgle. I think that's a good play. It's gonna make Murkai hit like a truck.
The buffs are crazy.
Yeah, the Murlocs get really out of control, honestly.
Tickle me.
Yeah, look at that. And again, Finley dodging like Neo. He's just like, I will not get hit by the Varden.
I mean, that's definitely that. But that would have changed the matchup for sure. But
it's not even necessarily a good thing, right? Like, because they kind of want the swap in.
But now at this point, you're up. So Ricochet's bench now at this point is the Zargira and Tyrande.
Yeah, and those characters don't, like, there's not a lot of synergy on his team now, right? Like, it feels like his team is very all in on the monkey, which I think if you're running the monkey equipment, you kind of have to do that. You could pivot by changing up your items and stuff, but just due to the overall lack of synergy, I think you're better off just going for, you have a plan with the monkey, and you're kind of built around that, so you're going to try and execute it.
Sure. What's the Zargira really supposed to be for, do you think, in that spot? Like, I think we saw the Tyrande Wombo combo really work.
I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm surprised it showed up so much. I mean, this might be because, obviously haven't done any testing myself. Maybe they found something in testing that makes the Zargira kind of better or worth running, because obviously it's not a character we typically see. Oh, the immune. You can give a character immune.
Freeze it and make it immune.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And then it's like a board wipe. Very interesting. All right, so something finally does die here. But now the Elise is protected, and she got the bleed off. That bleed is scary, but it's not that scary because they have heals available both with Murgle and now Bane. I think Bane looks really good here, but Murkai also looks really good. They're both pretty solid picks. Now they can root, so Bane actually makes a lot of sense to play around the root.
Parzival's bench at this point now is what do we got? The
Cookie, Murkai, Bane. I was thinking about Bane. I like it. I like
and Murkai don't like to do any much here.
The totem protects the Finley as well.
I got your Bane.
And I think you need to heal this turn, or you could go for the AoE, but if you go for the AoE, you could get blown out by a snap. So I think you have to play around that. Although Finley could protect itself, actually, but no, it looks like he's going to go for the heal, the Finley buff up, and just pop that Divine Shield off Elise. Elise is the threat here. Once Elise is down, I think the whole thing just crumbles.
Yeah, it's how much damage can Ricochet do in the process of Parzival tunneling on this Elise, essentially.
Yeah.
Juicy chain heal.
Then again, gigantic Murlocs playing around the root here. Very good.
Yeah, root does nothing. Kind of sucks that you lose the totem to just one of the 1/3 of an ability there, but that's
yeah. But it's not that bad to get rid of it, so you don't have any potential accidental snaps. Yeah,
and that's true. Yeah, I guess you're just glad to not get snapped, but I'm not sure if you had enough damage to kill the snap.
I think you do because it counts the damage from. It takes both hits from the two things on the side. So even though it's only 8, it ends up dealing, and it's crit too. So
and that triggers the death blow.
I think so.
Huh.
Haven't seen a lot of it, so not entirely sure, but it's looking like a pretty commanding position for Pauper here.
Job's done.
They could Ice Lance. Ice Lance on the Bane makes a lot of sense. You really gotta try and stop the combo going off. No Ice Lance, though. Interesting. Elise still alive, and it's gonna be another monkey turn now, isn't it? Because they just gotta skip another one, or they still one off. They went root, and then they skipped.
No, I think it's monkey time.
It's monkey time, yeah. We're gonna see 2 monkeys.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, looks like the protection really mattered there. Now they have the damage reduction. Like this is looking kind of scary for Pauper now all of a sudden.
I mean, I guess you have to just God.
Yeah, this is looking scary. Maybe it was better to bring in the old Murkai, honestly. I think it might have pushed more damage.
Instead of the Bane.
Because you could have killed the Nuzao faster, and then they're out of ways to taunt, right?
Job's done.
Yeah, I mean, Bane so far really hasn't done a ton. Like that last AoE didn't get the death blow. You know, I think it hit like one Divine Shield, and then it did reduce damage because it was on the bullish turn. It's monkey time.
Shield going first there is really important. Oh, wait.
Yeah.
They're going for a snap. Okay. And living at 1 HP.
76 you.
Murkai will be at 5, so that is fast enough. There is a speed tie here. The Varden versus the Murkai, but at this point you just have to take that, right? I mean, potentially you can stack your 5s with Murgle for sure.
Yeah, the fact that because Bullish Fortitude is oh no, it has 2 cooldowns.
2 cooldowns.
You can bring in it's Cookie and Morgul, right?
Yep.
Can you just double snipe the monkey?
Oh,
you have a bunch of weird heals and stuff that go off before
well, they get more health.
Morgul.
Yeah, they get more health from the Elise. Although, is that still enough? I don't think that's enough. I think this may have actually been a mistake. Because Pauper is targeting with Fish Feast and Murloc Missile on the monkey, but it's 14 and 10, it's 24. It's not going to be enough after the Elise buff.
Yeah, it's not looking good.
I think he realizes that because he's changing his stuff around. Now, he could get, if he rolls right off of the Murloc ability Discover on Finley, he could get it, but unfortunately, it's not showing what that is. So it's going to be a mystery. He's picking it, though, so it might be good. We'll see. If it's 5 speed, that's really good. He could get the 5 speed ability from old Murkai, and then he could be okay. But that's pretty much what he needs. And he's stacking 5s with Finley, so and Cookie, so I'm guessing that's what he got. If so, it's very, very clutch. Oh, and Varden wins the unfavored flip and kills the Finley.
Oh no.
That's disastrous. And then the bleed hits, and then you
the
get divine
Divine
shields,
Shields too.
and
Holy moly.
that's probably just going to be the game.
Wow, is this deck just the cracked deck of the event already? This crazy Elise combo deck, huh? I mean, we were talking, yeah, Elise was a strong favorite in a lot of these lineups, one of the most powerful mercs on straight ladder right now, and we were saying that this was, in theory, maybe the opportunity Parzival had to beat the combo deck by playing the Murloc anti-combo deck. It kind of looked like, but maybe that Bane wasn't the move then. Maybe the Merc guy was a little bit better potentially. Because the Bane didn't do a ton. It healed.
Yeah.
It got some good healing off, but
It looked good in the moment, but I think in hindsight, the Merc guy was the correct play there. And I think Kpar did get unlucky because with how they sequenced their turn, we'll have to ask them after the game what they rolled on the Discover. But I'm pretty sure that they had a 5-speed to kill the monkey. The way they used the bleed on, because bleed on Cookie wouldn't make sense otherwise as much. So I'm pretty sure they just lost the 33 to 66%. And Ricochet will take game one. What a great game, though. And Wizard Beast points out, we almost went to fatigue there. That was like a 9-turn game. Pretty good. You love to see stuff like that.
And now Ricochet has the tech opportunity to, they could play that same matchup but from different sides, and now they've both seen how to play it basically. So, or like things to not do or to correctly do, or maybe one of them realizes like, nope, we're gonna hit us with the third deck, because their third list is the Dragon Summons deck. Like the big, it's kind of got a mix of like Big Snake along with dragons. But oh no, it's just straight Big Snake.
Yeah, no, it's
okay, no, it's just Big Snake.
It's really interesting seeing the I mean, they probably know each other's comps in and out more than anyone else because they've like played against each other and practiced and stuff. So that always makes these games really exciting because that adds so much mind games to it. Because like there's probably some stuff you're still figuring out on the fly, especially with like the Finley Discover being different each game. But it's really neat.
The Zampage also has Big Snake. Yeah, more Big Snake than I thought, honestly. But that totally makes sense. I mean, talk about one of the best kind of like straight up, clear cut kind of combo decks with the Yulon plus Anacondra. But now we're seeing Elise and Varden as another combo that people are busting out. We've got the Pirate combos as well with the Maestra and the Patches and the summoning from the bench with the Bright Wings. So honestly,
I hope we see more of that. The most
combo intensive tournament we've seen yet in Mercenaries, and it's without legendaries. Like, that's good news.
It's pretty neat. It's very neat seeing like all these combo decks that you don't typically see as much of. And it looks like Kpar is like, all right, I see your monkey and I will raise you my own.
Okay, and it's Big Snake from Ricochet.
And that might be, I think that might be favored for Ricochet because they can get around the taunt and the snake can pressure. But we saw this matchup before, right? Although a little bit different because we didn't see Bran in the open, but we saw this in round one, right? The monkey. We thought the monkey would have a hard time with it, but the monkey I think ended up winning in round one. Yeah, it did because it was Ricochet. Interesting to see the lead Bran here.
Job's done.
Yeah, it looks like the Bran got subbed out for the Cho, but why?
Maybe doubling up or just getting the crit damage? Root is really good against the snake.
Yeah, no, definitely Root's pretty lit. I mean, it doesn't really do a ton here, but...
Oh, anti-frost? Is that the idea with Bran? The anti-frost? No, they don't have it. Yeah, his default is anti-frost, yeah. So I think that's the... Oh, wow. Wait, how did Elise...
Oh, the Summit Campfire got to...
The crits!
The crit to the Anacondra,
and boom! And Ricochet just slaps him, and Kpar knows that you're all in on the monkey, and that monkey's dead turn one, and that's it.
Disassembled.
Wow. And so that's kind of the risk there, right? To bringing a combo deck like that that was really well done by Ricochet, just knowing, hey, Bran lead, instead of trying to protect my thing, if I just shut down their main combo piece, they can't win the game.
over.
And wow, I mean, I don't I don't think we're ever gonna see a faster game in the event than that. Just insta kill on turn one. Oh, you calculated the counter last night.
Oh, where was the counter calculation?
Oh yeah, that was. Oh, we had a question, Pauper, that was on the turn you did. The turn you were trying to kill the monkey. Did you have a 5-speed with Finley? Because we were thinking you lost an unfavored flip there, but we couldn't see the discover ability because I guess it doesn't show it in spectator. I assumed it was a 5-speed. That was kind of like you're out. Oh, but your speeds were slowed because of Varden. Oh, okay. So it wouldn't have mattered there either way. Yeah. Wizard Beast on dragons to start it out.
All right, and Zampage with the big snake. So the Yuan mirror.
Yeah, I want to say dragons should have an okay time with the big snake, but I'm not sure because there's no Sinestra on this dragon team, which is kind of a surprising development.
Yeah, Wizard Beast opting for the Blink Fox, Cairn, and Voon as their other 3 supporting casts to their 3 dragons of Yulan, Nefarian, and Onyxia. Yeah, no Sinestra. And no Sinestra in the lineup. Period. You would think if you were gonna omit the Sinestra,
it'd be somewhere else.
From the dragons, yeah, you would put it in another deck. But Wizard Beast says no, thank you.
Very interesting.
And we see Zampage with the anti-Wizard Beast Soul Read with Chi-Ji on Zampage's side to go alongside the Big Snake. So instead of the Cho set up in those kind of ways, we have Chi-Ji for some heal power to mix in with our later question mark.
Yeah. Interesting. So Chi-Ji is actually really crazy with the snake in a way, because their healing is going to keep
a little bit more health on the snake and double source of healing. Okay.
It's also going to keep Anaconda alive longer, and Chi-Ji is going to be hard to kill. I think this is actually pretty Zampage favored.
And you've got the huge crits already for the Yulan to set up, but you don't, right? I guess that's in a way Wizard Beast is calling out the.
No, they don't have enough. Do they have enough? I'm trying to think if they have enough.
One shot the dragon or the one shot the Viper on this turn.
Yeah, because 4 speed. So that's 20, but they're gonna gain 15, so it'll be at 30. So it's 3 off, right? But no, they have the passive. After a friendly dragon attacks, an enemy deal 10 damage, so they can actually kill the snake potentially.
Yeah.
But he's not actually targeting it. He's looking at the Yulan here.
Well, I guess the snake goes up to 40s, right? At this
I guess you have to respect the Yulan, because Yulan just insta kills your Nefarian essentially.
This is just max damage across the board at this point instead. Ooh, one-shotting the Chi-Ji instead. Overshotting the Chi-Ji. And still a low health snake, but not dead, right? So they definitely could have.
Yeah, this actually...
Looks like they could have killed the snake.
It feels like this... I think Wizard Beast might have picked the better line here, though. I kind of like this, because the snake took a lot of damage into the Nefarian, and Yulan couldn't just kill the Nefarian because they needed the health buff to keep the snake alive. Yeah,
I wonder if Zampage wished that there was another, like if they had attacked the Voon instead and just saved 11 or something life, and this could be a
it might be relevant.
25 snake.
Could be relevant.
Okay, Zampage snaps off their abilities here.
Yeah, I wouldn't have made that play, but I think it might have been the right move from Wizard Beast. Now that we're seeing like kind of how the rest of the turn went.
Onyxia getting targeted here a little bit by the Nefarian, but I mean Nefarian's it's not really doing that. I mean, I guess the crit for 40, I mean with the actual boosted attack, it's not bad. And then the dragon comes out, but Onyxia will survive here.
Yeah, Onyxia, I mean they could focus down Onyxia, but Onyxia is fast enough to where she's gonna get in some big damage on this Yulan. Yeah. Could even just again go to kill the snake, but I don't think Wizard Beast is that scared of the snake. He's able to keep it in a low enough range where between the chip damage he gets in and the residual damage of the snake hitting in is just keeping it small enough to where it's not scaling to a just insta-kill kind of threat.
Yeah, no, this is definitely a cute example of like having real stats on the other side to punch into and hurt the snake. Okay.
Because now it's bigger, but then the Voon, and then boom, the Alex, the Onyxia. And then again, and that kills Yu'lon. Oh my.
Oh, we're womboing! We're absolutely comboing.
Look at that. It's so hard to track all of those individual numbers too. Like you're accounting for your things dying, and I mean that was, again, I think Wizard Beast really put himself in a really good position from a line that wasn't necessarily clear, but the Sinestra could be a problem.
Yeah, I mean, so basically both teams managed to strike down the combo piece from from their enemies, finally taking out the big snake and the Yu'lon from Zampage, and then Wizard Beast losing. I mean, essentially their Nefarian, and the Onyxia is now gone, and the rest of Wizard Beast's bench here with this Dragon comp is really just
Blinkfox Yu'lon, which is, I don't know if that's... Yeah, they have enough like burst damage to get rid of the Sinestra. The Sinestra seems really problematic. I like they're going for the heal on their own Nefarian, but you gotta imagine Zampage is just gonna heal up Nefarian here, yeah.
Schloink. God, so much.
Oh, and Xaxes.
Oh, got it.
More damage on the Karen. Though, actually, so this is actually looking good for Wizard Beast now, because now he can speed up to try and deal with this Sinestra. And
you might not even need to. You might just be okay with the Karen physically attacking.
That's true too, but they can get healing off that way. But then I think Yu'lon can just get the kill. You gotta send a Yu'lon here. It's always Yu'lon.
Triple green. It's always Yu'lon.
He's thinking Blinkfox. I don't agree with this. It's got like why would you send Blinkfox into triple greens? Seems very, very risky.
They're just doing the maths. Getting some extra. Don't want to rope out now. Use this rope to think.
Yeah, true.
Then you bring it in, and then use the second rope to think again. The only.
Oh, he's sending in the Blinkfox. All right, I'm confused by this. Maybe
I guess you can make the argument that you just
maybe it's enough anyway, right? Because he has the 20 attack from the worm. He has the trigger off the Voon. The Voon will deal damage, and he stole Twilight Extinction from Sinestra.
Unfortunately, it probably won't matter too much.
Not this turn, but it could matter, assuming it lives, which I think it will.
A lot of
that could matter later on.
Yeah. All right, let's see. Did Wizard
I'm assuming he did the math, yeah, and figured out that, because he has 29 if it hasn't acted yet, which it won't have. So 29 and 20, yeah, it's enough. It's enough. He can kill it. So
everything's way too
seems
slow.
like it was it might have just been the right play after all. But it looks sus. It's just sending out Blinkfox into the triple green board here. But yeah, no, it'll be enough. As long as that Sinestra gets down, I think Wizard Beast has this one in the bag, so I think he made the right play.
Well played, well played.
Job's done.
Yeah, was there ever a world where like the Arcane Fling naturally does 29?
24 base, 29 if they haven't acted. That's with the equipment.
Ludicrous.
That's with the equipment. So that's 7 more damage from the equipment. But still, yeah, it's insane.
This ability used to like, I think it would just tickle people before.
Yep.
Does this get tripled in terms of the damage this has? Sheesh.
Almost, yeah, pretty much. Kind of crazy.
God, Blinkfox the GOAT.
And this could be a sign of things to come in the future, right? Like, I think there's a good chance we see a lot more Blinkfox when there are new Mercenaries, which should be coming soon. Like, if we get another good Arcane Merc or two, and we know, like, Medivh is, like, kind of lurking around since launch in the game files, like, could be pretty nuts. Wow, that was a lot of
Got-
damage.
Tyranda's kind of been updated by a lot since the last time.
Yeah, she was awful, and now she's great. Blinkfox stealing the Mind Beast, or Mend Beast, which is pretty good. Or because he can just heal himself.
God, Mind Beast sounds lit. What is that?
Yeah.
What is this on the Mind Beast?
But yeah, no, this looks pretty commanding from Wizard Beast. I think he is going to take the game here.
Turbo down the Onyxia. I mean, Voon. So Voon is a great example of mercenary where I would want, like, that's the kind of pillar merc. Not just everybody is 6 speed faster. Like,
yeah,
it's a dude that stands there and is your dragon lord, your dragon tribal lord. He does something to all your other dragons when they do stuff, and you have to decide: do we want to attack the lord or do we want to attack his minions?
Yeah.
And when you just have everybody being sped up, there's no choice. You just have to kill the guy that's making everybody speed up, and it's just a mandatory inclusion. Voon is by no stretch of the imagination mandatory. I mean, it's a Wizard Beast loves Voon, and it's awesome to see them doing work with it, but this is really the style of kind of leading a tribe that I want to see in the future, hopefully. But
definitely agree, yeah. And Voon had, their time in the sun a few metas ago, right? In the kind of dragon meta, Voon was seeing quite a lot of play, but then things changed rather rapidly after that, and we haven't really seen them since, so it's cool to see him put up a pretty good tournament performance so far. And I guess, we doubted the Sinestra.
We doubted.
But, the lack of Sinestra, rather, but maybe, I don't know, maybe it was the correct call after all, because Sinestra probably would have been a lot worse that game for Wizard Beast, because he really needed to snipe down the opposing Sinestra. And I think if they went for, like, you never really want to go for the Sinestra ties, and it's not even always a tie anymore now because of fatigue damage and
randomly flipping out there somewhere.
It can make it very convoluted.
They made a really good case in that comp in particular, especially when you have the Cairn in there and stuff too, where like Cairn is really trying to work together with people who can act right away, and Sinestra is very much so that kind of like control kind of merc from the bench. And that deck was by no means a control deck. They were just getting in there, and Wizard Beast was like using the calculated damage to burn things down. You need it. It's cool to see Sinestra get moved aside by some shifts in a potential metagame where like that type of belligerent damage and healing might not be it in a combo meta. So
yeah, it's neat. So we went from like the combo heavy matchup to now more like kind of the snake is combo-y, but it's not like full all in on combo, right? Like it's more of like a combo mid-rangey kind of thing. All right, so Wizard Beast with the pirates now.
Okay, so and we have Murloc, like stat Murlocs, I guess, from Zampe. I don't even know what to call this deck in this case. We got Brightwing and Elise. Oh no, but Elise with the Starseeker equipment. Yeah, we got Stat City coming out here from Zampage. This is a cool looking list.
Interesting. So it's like a nature focused thing going on here. What's their bench again?
So. Yeah, that's true. It is triple nature. Yeah, their bench is Morgul, Murkai, Finley. So the Murloc bench off the nature
with Murlocs. And honestly, the stats from the Brightwing and Elise are going to be really huge here, I think, for the bench. I want to say I like the I think the nature Murlocs are going to be favored here.
Okay. Why do you think that?
I think the pirates really benefit from like stat buff increases, and Wizard Beast just doesn't really have a way to do that this game. Whereas the nature can kind of really buff up their bench, and it's also a very resilient opener because they have a lot of healing between Bane and Elise and Brightwing. Like
that totem went crazy in terms of
totem goes hard.
That just blocked like 60 points of damage from a passive.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good for Zampage here, I think. I mean, Brightwing did take a lot of damage there. Maybe slight potential error in positioning. Obviously, he would have had to known to play around the Eudora, so he couldn't have guaranteed that, but you probably didn't want Brightwing on the sides if you were expecting Eudora.
Fair. No, that's probably a good point. But I mean, even just getting 2 triggers out of your Brightwing,
you're fine then. You're totally fine. Like, Brightwing's not the threat, right? Like, Brightwing becomes kind of a threat if you leave him alive for too long, because then they make the bench insane, but If you're focusing the Brightwing, or if that's like your main target and the Elise and the Bane are going unchecked, you've got to be pretty happy as Zampage. And the bleed is really huge here against the cannon. Gives him a way to just kind of say bye-bye cannon. Sneed putting in work, though. Sneed did quite a bit of work there.
Bang, bang.
Oh, and in comes Maestro into the Bane. Oh, so we're seeing the 4-merc combo here.
The pirate combo is activated.
There are 4 mercs on the battlefield. So this
Achievement
is
unlocked.
Yeah, something you don't see every day. This was a theory crafted thing that didn't end up really working out for the ladder meta, but it's cool to see it show up in the tournament. We saw, I think, the Bancient one try out something similar too. In comes Finley, who's a pretty large lad at this point. Like he's looking pretty scary. Now the fastest ability Wizard Beast has here is 3 speed, so but Bane healed last turn, didn't he? So Bane is just gone. Bane is just gonzo. But that might not even be that bad for Zampage, because you kind of just want your other big Murloc in. It is going to give Maestra the kind of favorable double hit, which is very good for Wizard Beast.
But I mean, you can see here that like Maestra is the weakest part of the pull it in off the bench combo, at least from the pure, like only like 9 attack is.
Yeah, she's gonna gain more, but she's gonna go up to 16, and then that's really gonna be 32 because of the crits.
But you're taking so much damage.
Oh yeah, you take a ton of residual. Maestra's a glass cannon, always has been. She can deal crazy damage, but she never survives that long.
Tiny heal.
Boom, boom.
Oh, good amount, 60s, yeah.
And
the double strike is clutch indeed.
And so, gotta say, it's looking pretty good for Wizard Beast here.
Job's done.
I mean, this is, when you look at it, technically, Wizard Beast's stats are very
his board is
right
weak,
here.
though. Yeah, his board is pretty weak, and now he's gonna kind of have a hard time dealing with these big statted Murlocs, especially now that Murgle is here for more healing. Finley can protect as well, and that Murkai is just gonna be picking you apart. It's basically gonna be killing something every turn. So I think we actually have Zampage here as the favored.
Swings every second. I mean, these huge stats have been quite strong, and the Murlocs have been doing a lot of work. I've been definitely very impressed with the healing out of these Murlocs.
Yeah, no, the buff to Murgle, I mean, when I read it, I wasn't completely sold, but honestly, like, the equipment is so insane. Whenever you take 20, you heal 8, and then the fact that he got just a little bit of buffs, and I think the damage department too, he's really a lot better. Like, I wasn't sure Murlocs were going to have enough with just Finley, but, like, between the buffs and Finley, it feels like they're a real thing. Like, even on ladder, like, there's a reasonable Murloc comp, and they don't get hit by the restrictions of this event, right? There are no legendary Murlocs, right? So they don't care at all about the fact that they can't run a legendary.
Definitely a good read for those prepping for the tournament, and we saw a lot of Murlocs, but it's not in every list by any means.
Definitely one of the most popular for sure. And look at the attack Finley provides there is so insane. Like, boom, the healing, and look, they dies. It does, yep. The negative healing back to life, like it right there, just like we were talking about. It's so good. Now Galvangar patches, but that's not going to be enough.
Oh, way too much health on the Murkai.
Yeah, Murky gonna get in there, and I really like Zampage's comp here because Murgle isn't even just like MVP with the other Murlocs. He can also be really good with the nature stuff, because if your Bane sticks around and you get a little healing power, Murgle does insane healing. Because it buffs his regular healing, but it also buffs his passive, right? So instead of healing 8, you start healing 10, you start healing 12, and like it's out of control.
No, I love this list from Zampage for sure. This is probably my favorite Murloc list so far.
Yeah, it seems really good. Oh, and look at that, he gets the stat buff too, and yeah, that's gonna be all she wrote for this game. So we're gonna be going to a game 3 then. First game 3 on stream.
Let's go. Very exciting. And so that means their finalists are
Yeah, we can take a look
Wizard
at the
Beast
list.
has their own Elise deck now. Oh, okay, so the sick, like super huge stat stacking deck from Wizard Beast with Elise, Tyrion, Brightwing, Rogers, Cariel, Varian.
Oh, so it's kind of like the big humans list, right? Like that's like
Yeah. With Elise basically as a second Tyrion.
it's just missing what would normally be Reno in place of Brightwing, but that makes a lot of sense. And Varian over Leroy, because obviously
Yeah.
both those aren't allowed. But yeah, those are some good games. I'm excited to see how. And then Zampage, their last comp is the Nagas. Okay, this will be
Yeah.
a really cool matchup.
This truly, I don't think people are prepared for what the Nagas can or can't do. So this could just be a complete blowout, but both decks are very different. So
Yeah, and
in the dark, I'd have to give it to the big humans there. But we were just talking about how Zargira has kind of an attack shrinking ability. So it is kind of maybe meant for this matchup.
yeah, it's possible. It's really hard to evaluate because both these. Oh, did we get like a DC or something?
Essentially, a misclick, a misregister potentially from Zampage.
Oh yeah, maybe they ran the same one back by accident. It's all right. Or maybe there was a bug or something that happens sometimes.
In Mercenaries?
Oh no, I think I think someone wanted to do an equipment swap. Oh yeah, wrong equipment on Elise. Yep.
Yeah, equipment are weird to. I do hope that eventually we get. I mean, even Battle 5 support, right? For Mercenaries would be really cool to be able to have like an actual submission page, like with the equipment in there, and or even just a deck code. How hard is it to actually generate a deck string in Mercenaries? Like, especially with this new chunk of Mercenaries that come out and updated PvE things. Like,
I wonder if you could do that. Like, I know Battlefly has like deck code submissions. I wonder if you could just put in a Merc's deck code and if it would work or not, or if it would bug out.
I mean, can you copy? You can't even copy a Mercenaries comp at all right now, right? Into
No,
like
you
a
can.
text form.
Yeah,
Oh,
you can.
Huh?
They added that when they added the friendly challenge. You can export codes now.
Good. Okay. Well then, yeah. Put toss that in Battle 5. What the heck?
Yeah, right. All right. I think they're gonna do it. Yep.
All right. So we've got the Athissa Zargira Vaj opener.
Interesting.
Really could not tell you what this is intending to do.
So we typically, in the normal Naga version on ladder, we see Athissa being kind of a bench thing, but that's because there's some really powerful greens on the bench, and you kind of want her third ability to come in off cooldown with your Nagas, deal a bunch of AoE damage. But I haven't really seen her as a lead before, so I'm curious to see how this works.
Yeah, and the Witch's Curse there from Zargira, the one that makes them permanently reduce their attack. It's a 4 speed, and it only shrinks if the enemy has already acted and attacked. So that's actually kind of hard to trigger here. So
yeah, because
I'm not sure how
Tyrion's
useful
slow.
it's going to be. Yeah.
Looks like they're just going to be using it for damage.
Yeah, which is why I'm surprised that they don't have the +5 damage on the Witch's Curse there for that equipment. They just have the +20 health.
Yeah, maybe they're
taking raw
valuing the survivability over the extra damage. So the interesting thing here is, so Elise is getting focused. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
I almost would have liked to see, well, I think Brightwing helps balance it out because he has a double red bench. But I really like Mukla as like the third unit in these buff openers sometimes, because it makes all your units kind of threatening, so they can't just like kind of ignore your buff guys like Tyrion. Though Tyrion does get pretty threatening on his own between the Elise buff, and then he can start blessing himself and shrinking other stuff. If he gets a Divine Shield off, it can be brutal.
Yeah, well, I really like the Tyrion, despite their misprinting. I think Tyrion's still been really good. And now again, yeah, unfortunately, you kind of do have targets other than Tyrion to focus, but look at that, they get the death
There we
rattle,
see, yeah, the Divine
Death Blow
Shield.
kill. Perfect.
So the summon actually working as kind of a negative there for Zampage, protecting his stuff, but you really don't like to see that Divine Shield. Now, there's a big Varian. I mean, all the units are pretty big here. It looks like Wizard Beast is considering the Varian. I kind of like it. I like the Varian, honestly. You kind of want to save Cariel, Rogers, so you can heal up your stuff when it's damaged in the late game.
Yeah, oof, 28,101.
Yeah, it's pretty big. Pretty big. I think the threat here is Vosh, because you still have one more turn before they can AoE with their Athissa. Vosh just does a really good job of protecting the other Nagas, but their Nagas are actually kind of faster than a lot of what Wizard Beast is doing generally, so they aren't even getting that much benefit out of the Vosh equipment.
Yeah, a lot of these, like, if they've already acted... I mean, this is supposed to be one of those angles of, like, punishing the fast decks, right? The Nagas were like...
Yeah.
There's a lot of lines of text that say, if your opponent went faster than you, but the problem was we just see in the dark if going faster is still better, and if the Nagas aren't very strong, it's just hard to ever bother being the Naga player, but... Okay,
So they're protecting. They really want to go for the... they really want to get that AoE off. Protects from the bleed, too, which is pretty interesting.
And now it just instantly dies to the Brightwing, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's too slow. They don't have another way to protect it. I mean, they do. It reduces 4 damage, so it goes down to 8, but then 8 doubles to 16, so it still dies.
Yeah.
Job's done.
I mean, even if we wanted to, the Tyrion could just snipe the Athissa with the Judgment of Humility.
We do have an update from the losers bracket. Looks like Izzy's taking it 2-1 over Haggart. Another three-game match there.
We're getting warmed up. The juices are flowing. Every deck is coming out now, throwing down.
Great game so far. These have been really, really interesting. And they've all been so different too.
Yeah.
So I like them using the 3-speed there. They just have to get value before it dies. Kill the Brightwing.
They got the first one off.
Oh, and now they get the big human. Oh god, and that's a huge variant. And I think Zampage is gonna have a pretty hard time overcoming this, especially with only one blue on the bench.
Oh, but that blue is Blink Fox, and that guy does.
Oh yeah, Blink Fox can do some silly things. And we have the Small Cow Lord Nuzao.
And it's technically double blue again. Like, this is a color-favored matchup for Zampage here with double blue into double red. But
the humans are faster, too, because of Varian, which is kind of neat.
Yeah, I love the Heroic Leap is actually sick now.
Yeah, that was a really cool buff we got a while ago. It's neat to see Varian. We haven't seen him in a long time.
No, this is the biggest attack I think we've seen in any of the matches so far.
Oh, no. I think wasn't Kazakus bigger? Maybe not. I think he was like 40s.
And we'll forget the snake too.
Yeah, the snake doesn't count. The snake's not a mercenary. So I think looks like he's just trying to get the kill here with Varian, and then potentially heal up with the aerial.
God, can you line up into the double taunt? Yeah, you have to be able enough to put it down to a death blow for either team, right?
There you go. Boom, death blow.
Value. Holy heal for 80, Batman.
Yeah, that's probably going to be too hard to overcome, and now you just have 46, 52, 74, and yeah, Wizard Beast is going to be taking this one home, it looks like. Like, there's nothing Blink Fox can even, like, steal here to do something silly.
No, and the Mukla with the radioactive, or the funky bananas, just when it's at this point, you're right, it's too late. That's a buff you want to start stacking right off the bat, and to come way off the bench, and not really get any value is definitely tough. But it's sick to see this many stats in play, really potentially being a glimpse into the future of a way to combat speed or combos, or like the mercenaries that are supposed to be thick and chunky and attack and aggressive heavy are finally seeing those stat lines now, and the spells are starting to kind of get outscaled in that kind of way. So I like that direction that we're seeing, at least from the overall Mercs kind of future sight potentially. Yeah,
it's really, really neat to see like a character like Varian pulling in. It's like taking an established comp of the big humans and saying, all right, well, these aren't allowed. What can I kind of sub in to do a similarly powerful thing? And it seems like that made sense. It seems like both the Brightwing and the Varian kind of pulled their weight in that game, especially the Varian.
Yeah, and it was looking close with that the Bane totem blocking so much and earlier in that match too, but
yeah, no, there was a lot of back and forth.
Ran through it.
So we will be having Ricochet versus Wizard Beast. So I think the plan here is going to be we're going to watch the semifinals. So it's going to be Ricochet and Wizard Beast. So y'all can get ready. Round 2 of losers bracket, we're going to ask you guys to hold off because we're going to watch those games. We have Zampage versus Rapacious and Kapar versus Izzy's. So we're gonna spectate both of those games. So we'll ask you guys to just chill, watch the semis here, and then we'll get into your games on stream as well, so we can see as many of these games as possible. Because they're just such interesting, matchups with these different comps. Like all the games have played out really, really differently, which I think is kind of there definitely feels like it's a bit more diversity between the new rules for the format, in between like the new ban with the Voljin equipment, and I really love the and credit to Grumpy for this. I love the format of the 3 unique decks you have to switch. I think it makes for such interesting games. I think it's like by far the coolest of the different mercenary tournament formats that we have experimented with.
Yeah, I really like how it's forcing. I mean, we're kind of seeing exactly that. The byproduct being it forces an interesting game every time. Like in Conquest, regularly you would just be like, all right, I smoked you, and then you smoked me back, and now it's a game that matters.
Yeah.
Essentially. And like that just doesn't happen anymore. We're getting a lot of 2-0s. We're getting a different matchup every time. So I like this a lot.
Looks like Wizard Beast grabbing some water. We're going to take a short intermission, a little like 3-minute break here, and then we will get into our semifinals of Ricochet versus Wizard Beast. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Not sure who's favored, honestly. I do think that that monkey build has been kind of one of the craziest things we've seen. It looks like here we go. I'll watch Wizard Beast again.
All right, Ricochet.
And let's see what they picked.
All right, Ricochet with no juking it. Ricochet is going to open with the Murlocs and hide the combos.
Interesting. And the Wizard Beast is on dragons, starting out with dragons again. I believe he did that last time as well.
This is one of the powerful moments of having that 2/2/2 hiding, paying off by a lot, where Ricochet kind of has no idea which of his Murlocs necessarily to open with. And if you start to open with some Merc Eyes and stuff, you just get Yulon'd into the dust right away. So, but there's only so many options to actually lead with Ricochet's Murloc comp here.
True.
There's Cookie and a Bane on the bench that are basically always going to be hanging out there, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, definitely. Wizard Beast going with the Yulon, Nefarian. Now he's kind of thinking between Boon or Onyxia.
You have to imagine the Voon looks pretty good to just be purely stacking that damage like that. Onyxia seems probably the worst of all the dragons so far, at least in our games that we've been watching.
They've pulled their weight pretty hard, though.
In the Onyxia, well,
all right, so
they'll be
Murlocs
slow
coming
rolling
out
it for later. Yep. Murlocs and just the 1, 2, 3. So electing to hide the Merc Eye from that Yulon still. So that makes sense.
Yeah.
You know the Yulon's always coming out if it is going to be dragons. Not that they know that it was going to be dragons necessarily, but
yeah. That's the thing with a lot of these comps. People brought 2/2/2, so you can't even get that much of a read off of just seeing their color combination, which can be relevant.
Yeah, I think actually every single person except for one brought the 2/2/2 all the way across. So just getting that
Makes
little
sense.
sneaky buff.
Definitely makes sense. Looks like so Wizard Beast is really kind of trying to target the Murgle, which I think is good. Not going for the health though, going just for a straight up blast on the Finley, and honestly I kind of like it. It's a lot of damage, but
Oof, but healing all
the
those hits
healing
for 20 just being so
adds up.
invalidated.
Healing
42
adds up.
minus it's not
Look at
bad.
that. It's healing off of the crits. Look at that. Yeah, and it
That
makes the
was so
math.
much damage.
The math gets really weird because of that.
Yeah, we really undervalued that passive.
Yeah, no, I definitely didn't think the buff was going to be nearly as consequential as it was, but it's really pulling its weight.
the interesting semi-punish maybe of taunting the Voon when you aren't. Now you're basically locked in on just going to continue to tackle down the Voon like this. But I mean, it's
Probably.
reasonable. Nothing else to really go for. We're just kind of vibing with this Murky too, just
I think
hanging out, and the bubbly bobble's about to go off.
true that can actually be very helpful here, right? They have an easy way to combo it. The Divine Shield really helps protect their stuff quite a lot, which is important. Given that.
Oh, I suppose Voon is pretty good at bunking Divine Shields off and stuff.
True, that's true.
Yu'lon.
But again, if the Voon deals too much damage, we're gonna see more of that Murgle healing. And it already did a ton. I mean, it basically saved Murgle the first time around, essentially, I think, because it procced, what, 3-4 times or something? Maybe just 3. But still, it's relevant, because now it can't just get easily picked off this turn.
Oh, for sure. Where's the healing power with Morgul? We gotta get that combo started.
Yeah,
I mean, there is a Bane. But...
yeah, you can. That's why I kind of like having them both on the bench, but. So big stats here. All it takes is that one Finley buff, and these Murlocs just get huge.
Ooh.
Look at that. The Bobble really, really doing work here. And again, boom, Boon's gonna hit, but boom, healing. And now the Murlocs are sped up. And just like that, they went from a pretty, unfavored position to looking pretty reasonable here into these dragons, I think.
Yeah, the Yu'lon has just kind of sat there and healed. And Yu'lon was really one of those things that we were saying was going to be one of the best ways to just tackle Ricochet's Murk-Eye eventually. But not even the Murky is even remotely close to dying at this point. So
yeah,
Ricochet is definitely feeling okay, but no actual sacrifices on either side yet. Even Wizard Beast's stats are still looking decent, still hitting over 180 health.
Yeah, it's
all summed up. But so is Ricochet, also at about 180 with a Divine Shield.
Yeah, both boards like kind of hanging in there pretty hard. And interesting, Wizard Beast opting for the taunt here and the extra nature damage. Kind of surprised by that, honestly. Rather than the healing or just going for pure damage.
Just protecting the...
They just want to protect the Voon, I guess. Or maybe the Nefarians so that they can kill the Murgle.
Pop the Divine Shield? No.
I think hitting Finley is better there. Because I think Finley's scarier than Murky.
Yeah, now there's a lot of healing that could... Actually, no, the healing is gone.
Yeah, no, the healing is gone. So now, I mean, they could bubble up with Finley, and I think they're going to, because they'll probably just send out Murk-Eye, but again, Murk-Eye is kind of scary into Yu'lon.
Now we've got to lock in Bane from Ricochet here.
Okay. I actually like that a lot. I like that a lot, yeah. Bane makes a lot of sense. Also protects the Finley, too.
Yeah, I love that Murlocs finally got enough of their kit to actually support, like, pivoting and defending with one little combo piece, and then go back to aggression, and then, okay, react to a thing, and hit him with Divine Shields and heals, and then pivot again to this other thing. Like, that's really what Murlocs needed. That's what Orcs need their own version of, I think, to be able to make, like, that type of aggressive tempo deck playable. And humans, they're a little spread thin at the moment, but I like that Murlocs are starting to, again, get some of these flavors of the future that are going to just give us ways to round out every archetype. And we're seeing combo getting really fleshed out, and arguably, yeah, these kind of like pivoty tempo decks just in this tournament alone. So
yeah, it's really interesting. I love how vastly different all three of the Pauper events have been so far. And it looks like Wizard Beast is opting to really focus down this Bane, which I suppose seems fine, although I think it might be a little risky to potentially leave the Finley up. I think he's just really scared of that Bane AoE, but there's not really any way you can stop it.
Yeah,
I don't think you can, so it's a lot of damage. But maybe with the Boon, it's enough. I don't know. The buff on the totem. Huge.
Oh, but it doesn't do anything.
No, it took an extra hit. It took the Boon hit. Oh, he actually just kills it. Wow.
Enough. Wow. Through Exacties? No, over exacties.
Yeah, it was a
Holy
little bit. It was a
moly.
bit over. It was that. So it's because he had all the dragons that Voon Fire Breath
Yeah,
was insane.
that machine gun down. The Wizard Beast Voon just absolutely dabbing on them today.
And again, Voon proving why he was probably actually the superior choice over Sinestro, even though we were kind of not really sure of it going in. I mean, he's more than pulled his weight in pretty much every game we've seen him play. Here comes
And
the
it's
cookie.
thankfully it's not over, right? There's some cheeky
No,
cookie snipes for a little bit,
not
and we've
over
got
yet.
a huge double green left for Ricochet with both blues on the bench from Wizard Beast here. But the fact that that AoE from Bane got fully canceled is just disastrous.
I don't
mean, it
think
was
I
over.
like Cookie here. I think you have to slam the Merc-Eye. I think Cookie's kind of
Start
bait.
trading.
It's like the bait for the snipe, but like
Mhm.
I think you'd rather just get Merc-Eye in and you're fast enough to just kill the Yulon, which just needs to go, and then you can kind of handle it from there. But Wizard Beast does have a pretty big mercenary advantage. 3 on the bench as opposed to Ricochet's 1.
Yeah. Oh, and good point from Pars here too. That the healing from Yulon.
Oh yeah,
just
there
invalidates
is no
Cookie right
snipe.
away.
Yeah, it's a bait snipe, right? Let's see if Ricochet falls for it or not. Maybe they have something else in mind, but I really think I don't think Cookie was the move here.
I mean, I guess you could defend it by saying like, okay, we just want to, as long as I can clear any amount of health, I will literally throw away my cookie just to keep health on my Merc-Eye coming later. But okay, yeah, they didn't.
right.
This is just going for bleed instead.
All right, that I don't mind as much, I guess, because it heals all your Murlocs,
Yeah.
which is pretty decent. And like you said, maybe they're just trying to get some value out of Cookie here. Like now, no, they still can't get a snipe because of Yulon.
The squad.
And
God,
now
I've played with so much Diablo that all I want to do is just fire stomp. And it wouldn't even be good. It literally wouldn't even do
Yeah.
anything on this board. Legendaries.
well, now this Anixia is kind of insane because they have that passive deal 7 to everything when a dragon dies. Well, he has 3 small dragons.
Yeah, it was.
That's pretty nuts. Oh, he's gonna buff. He's probably gonna buff up the pufferfish here, but that only deals damage to 3 random enemies, so that might not even hit Wizard
You're
Beast
already
Mercenaries.
Yeah, it's like the Samuro mirror image protection against things like Varden stuff, where you just like artificially kill your born little dudes, and now we see it with real minions instead that have a dies trigger essentially. Yeah,
And they're all protected too by this just passive resistance. Oh, and look at the huge heal here with using Nefarian getting insane attack. Another bubbling. I like the bubbling quite a bit.
Is that better than getting the 15 on everybody though? Do we live? I guess we might exactly.
This is actually working out really well for Ricochet, I think.
God, the damage. Okay, the bleed still finishes it off. Okay. Yeah, I feel like Wizard Beast wanted to just go for the heal there.
Yeah, I'd have to look back. Like, I mean, he does have the big scary Nefarian, but now that puffer fisher is like,
No,
it's a lot of
at this point.
damage.
Yeah, no, this is a problem now. And now and the cookie's alive 2 turns later and got
Yeah,
a whole
so
bleed, a
maybe-
whole heal. So not worst. Not
yeah,
worst,
maybe Cookie was better than I gave it credit for. Oh, and now they're fast too. They're fast. Look at those speeds. Because of the divine shields going away. Really cool with the murky ability here.
Yeah, how sick are Murlocs now? What the heck?
Yeah, they're just going really, really hard.
There was a Murky and a Finley away.
Imagine telling people back in the Pauper 1 or the Pauper 2, Murlocs would be putting in the heavy work. I don't think anyone would believe you.
No. I mean, so with so many of these tricks that we've seen too, I mean, these seem constructed playable, right? These seem ladder playable for sure, especially with any support coming off of the new wave of mercs that are coming. And we've seen versions with Elise, without Elise, with different combos left and right. So I've really liked the.
Oh, and they get the divine shield on the Finley attack now because they have minion advantage. Oh, apparently, Ricochet used this Murloc list to climb to 10k this season.
Let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
You'd love to hear it. Look
Oh
at
my
that, the
God,
bleed with the
another
Finley
bleed,
being
another
great.
heal.
Being absolutely great here. Like the big AoE heal. Look at the double Puffer Fisher.
And it's just over. Damn,
Wow,
okay.
they turned it around. I mean, we thought Wizard Beast was in like the driver's seat, and the Murlocs were just like, no, we're gonna just kind of flip it on its head.
And I was thinking that Ricochet had brought double combo deck plus some Murlocs to fill it in, but no, apparently it's Murlocs are the main with some. We'll pick
Yeah.
some broken combo decks to go with it. Why not?
I like
This is
it.
going crazy.
I like it a lot.
Yeah, Ricochet's list has. I've really liked.
The Blink Fox discovered the Finley Discover, and it's on cooldown. That's a low roll. I don't think there's anything they could have discovered to bail them out at here, though.
Yeah, this is a start thinking about next game while you die territory.
Definitely.
God,
Luckily,
the
they
value.
won't have to see these Murlocs again unless we do end up with a tie situation. And again, the bubbles and the healing, like, these Murlocs have healed so much.
Yeah, Divine Shield is such a sick mechanic, and the fact that it's in the Murloc like design pool is so cool.
Yeah, it's not something that like you would initially assume would be a thing with Murlocs, but it's been very, very good.
Oh.
Yep.
Well, we're seeing a
That'll
lot
be
more
game
summons
one.
than we thought, but not from the characters we expected to see them from.
Yeah, right.
Banger. All right. So game 2, Ricochet and Wizard Beast. So Ricochet is left with their 2 combo decks. That Elise, the full monkey Elise combo deck, and then Big Snake with Sinestra and Brucon and Bran.
And worth pointing out, yeah, there is still that bug with the Finley equipment, which gave some extra HP, and it basically negated like all of the Onyxia damage, unfortunately. So hopefully that will get fixed in the 0.4 patch, because that gives like a lot of additional HP with the summons and Finley.
Wait, so what was the actual bug from that game? I didn't even notice it.
So whenever like the Murloc goes, like Finley's thing, it like reapplies the 10 HP buff for Murlocs when they go below 10. And so that was pretty relevant there.
Unlucky. Okay, some shenanigans afoot, but could have played it.
Yeah, it definitely made an impact, but I think Ricochet could have still won that game, because they did still have the Merc guy on the bench, but it's hard to say for sure. We'd have to like go back and look at it.
Anytime Murloc goes below 10, they gain 10 like that. Huh, okay. Yeah, no, I mean, that game, certainly the run out with like a bug, it sucks that there was a bug involved for sure, but the way that game ended up going, I mean, there was literally a whole, like, an entire character difference at least, and then more, so I'm inclined to still call that a Ricochet dub, but feels bad for sure.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that's Mercenaries. We have just been battling through bug after bug after bug. So
This is true. Yeah, we're gonna hope that the next launch doesn't have quite as many as the last one, or if they do, maybe they just get fixed a little bit faster, because like we had to wait so long for Bran and Maev, right? Like and we wanted to play with those characters. Like the best time to play with those characters is like when they're new and you're testing stuff, and it sucks when you have to wait until they like work properly to actually like test it out. So
yeah,
hoping we won't have quite as much of that, but we'll see.
I'll see game 2.
All right, we're getting in here. Wizard Beast back on the Pirates.
All right, pirate combo versus the monkey combo. Will a board of 4 mercenaries be able to overcome the monkey?
I think this is gonna have a very hard time with the monkey.
Especially when there's so much like forced attacking that has to happen into things like Neo Zhao and Cornelius.
Yeah.
That's looking scary.
Wizard Beast just doesn't have a way around it.
Mhm.
I like the idea with the pirates, but Pauper saying things might be able to kill at least turn 1.
Yeah, so what I mean, I guess Ricochet is deep in the tank. I mean, Ricochet's opener basically has to be Elise, Cornelius, Varden every time.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wizard Beast gets to think about it, brings in double red for it. And the Sneed goes to the side, and that's valuable. Put the cannon on the right side.
Oh, the CD change equipment? Yeah, so Maestra is no longer the swap-in equipment. Now it's the, or it's the swap-in on attack, not death, which is relevant here because that could actually allow them to kill Elise, but it's a flip. It's a 4-speed flip, right? The Eudora versus the, you have to do it with the Eudora.
Yeah.
So it's actually very, very big here, depending on who wins this flip.
Yeah, wow, turn 1 root. That's nasty.
The root is so punishing versus some comps, like especially a comp like this, where I mean the Sneeds doesn't get hit by it. The Vanessa, they're. Oh, do we have an equipment issue or
wrong queue up potentially, but it's a little closer. It's a little flippy dippy. It doesn't just AoE with the Vanessa and the Sneed. Yeah, and especially when the root, like you already have a taunt to go up against, like you have Cornelius blocking for you. And so is the root just redundant in some cases? It might be. Ricochet is online.
I'm getting same thing.
Might have been an actual disconnect.
Yeah, maybe there's a DC or something.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what happened there. I don't see. I'll ask. I'm guessing, yeah, some DC or equipment thing or. Oh yeah, Wizard Beast had a skill bug, like his buttons wouldn't click. Another bug.
Well, make them replay the same.
Yeah, they're
Did we
gonna
see what the openers were.
Yeah,
Did
we
you
saw
see
the
positions
openers.
Should
They're gonna
they
do it the
should put them in
same. Yeah,
positions, but
they're gonna do it the same. They said.
I'll undercut it. Okay, good. Going for monkey produces a quest. Oh no, I mean yeah, you definitely have to just jam it the route to get to the monkey no matter what. That I just wonder if there was. You almost wish that you could have a Cornelius that could like taunt on turn 2, and like do something meaningful on turn 1. Maybe you just get the martial mastery attack a lot of times with that, and you just have the root. The root blocks all the attacks, and you don't need to go for the taunt. But I guess you're forced to taunt because you want the taunt for the second turn because you want some sacrifice for the second turn. So. I mean, it's combo deck. You take your first couple of turns to set up and not do something proactive. That's fine. That's how it is. So I like it. I like it.
No one crosses the
All right, here they go, running it back, same position, same openers.
Very good shit. Versus Wizard Beast. So we're thinking tentatively. We're saying that it might be tough for Wizard Beast to get around the taunt and stuff. But I mean, Sneed goes around, Cannon goes around, Vanessa gets.
Yeah, they might be able to kill it on turn 1. And if they do kill it on turn 1, then the combo deck just falls over, right?
Yeah.
Like literally just falls over.
Though Vanessa doesn't have an AoE on turn 1. I don't think they can kill it on turn 1.
Let's see. If they get the attack, and I think they do kill it because they swap into Maestra.
Oh, the Maestro doing okay. Yeah, no, the Maestro.
And then the cannon, yeah. So they definitely kill if they win the flip, I think. Although, all right, yeah, Wizard Beast needs to skill too, because otherwise Maestra swaps in for Vanessa, and then that's a disaster. So you just got to risk it on the flip. Worst case, you could still get through next turn, but then they have the protection. It's a little iffy. All right, so yeah, he gets it on. He wins the flip, and I think that just absolutely. Oh wait, why didn't he gain the?
Did it not
He
change
didn't
color
combo it. He didn't combo it.
Oh. And you can't combo it.
No, you can't.
Literally, you can't.
It's enough anyway, though. It's enough anyway. It was still the right play. And
Oh, you can just spend all stolen attack to do.
so
oh, is
it's
this just not
changed now.
updated?
Yeah, they
the
haven't
track not
updated the tracker for this.
Oh, okay.
But they made it, I think, like a flat 10 AoE, and it gets bigger off of stolen attack.
No, that's right. Okay. Yeah, okay. I knew I was confused for something. Gotcha. Okay, so
Flat
yeah,
12.
Despite the no combo for the bonus damage, it was still enough. So that's juicy.
Still the right play.
All right. Well, that disruptive aggro deck getting in under the combo deck. I mean, that's kind of how it should be again, in terms of the way the archetypes go.
Yeah, I mean, the flip mattered, right? Because without the master damage, they wouldn't have had it. Even though it was less damage, but we'll see if there's a way Ricochet can kind of fall back to a different plan with this combo deck. But I think they're the cannon would have got it at end of turn. Yeah, no, that's right. So Elise would have died either way there. Because even if they didn't get the master, the cannon would have killed it. So good line from Wizard Beast, saying, "Hey, you're kind of all in on this combo. I'm just gonna stop you doing your thing." But now, Tyranda's pretty scary, honestly, against this board.
Now we see, can the combo deck play like a real deck after?
Yeah, does it have a backup plan? You know. Wow, and they're greeting it a little bit, but I kind of like it.
Yeah. No, I do. Especially since the Cold Snap could take anything.
Yeah.
Though I guess it only took the Maestra's ability.
And yeah, this is looking fine. Although Wizard Beast still has the whole bench of Eudora, Galv, Patches, and they're all looking pretty healthy.
Job's done.
Let's see. So the arcane shot's gonna go off twice here, which I mean that could like potentially just actually not full clear, but clear enough so it's just down to Vanessa, and then Vanessa just dies to the blues.
Toronto might just get one shot here, kind of, no? There's a lot of
34
super fast red crits coming in.
Yeah, you're right, and
because
they're
we
at
went
3
for the Cold Snap
speed.
and not the flurry last turn.
Yeah, maybe Cold Snap wasn't the move. Yeah, 44. They're just no, lives on 1. Lives on 1.
Oh, but still.
Oh.
Okay, I mean, sure.
That, I mean, it living on 1 there is a huge difference, right? Like.
Oh, it's definitely a huge difference, that's for sure. Didn't even need the double cast, which makes me wonder if they cast last turn, but okay. So now it's Zarjira against the world, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's still anyone's game here, but it's looking Wizard Beast favored, I would say. Just because, well, their arcane shot is faster now, though, so that is kind of one benefit.
The tying is actually pretty legit, yeah. Oh no, but you can just snipe it with the you can use Galvangar's Fatal Strike and just go like boop.
It's still too slow. It's
not 3.
Yeah, their arcane shot's 2 now.
Is it 2? Holy.
Because it gets sped up.
Oh, that's right. Wow, her Allude's Grace is just cracked, huh?
Yeah, it's
double
very,
and
very
speeded
good.
up. God. Okay.
So they at least get some value, but I don't think it's going to be enough value.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. You get like the 30 damage or whatever off of it, so I think you just go. If you're Wizard Beast, you just have to pretend that doesn't matter, and you just go for full damage and try to clean house.
Yeah.
This is kind of close. I mean, I would still say that it's Wizard Beast.
Definitely Wizard Beast favored, yeah. Probably go to game 3 here.
Yeah, Zarjira can't clean up enough of this, and our red is new Zao. It's not like it's some killer. It's just a big old cow.
Yeah. True. Buff the cow. Oh, the protecting Varden. That's a neat play. You can. I think the summon can roll into the immune. I think because I've seen that happen with Jaina. I'm not sure though. I'm pretty sure it can. So kind of unlucky for Ricochet. Probably doesn't matter though. But keeping the Varden alive seemed pretty good here because Wizard Beast's board is now looking a lot less good. The patches
with
is the
no
big
real
scary
help.
thing, right? Like patches being able to kill the cow, and then I still think it's Wizard Beast favored, but it's closer.
Mercenaries games have that weird tendency to be like, I don't know who's. I think it's this. Maybe, but if
Yeah.
that goes over there, then
It
this
swings sometimes, like it really like it can change all in the course of a turn really, really fast.
Yeah, but here, I mean, even just the fact that, I mean, Nuzao almost has to go for just a giganto punch this turn just to try to trade up damage, I think. I think going for Bullish Fortitude is probably a little too spooky. I'm not sure if you really meaningfully protect against enough. You just kind of have to hope Nuzao can, like, 2v1. But you can do 32, it's, like, not even that much with the headbutt.
Yeah.
Oh, we taunt. We tickle. Yeah, not much.
Oh, but the protection.
Oh,
None of the stuff
kinda did nothing.
dies.
That feels pretty bad.
Wait a minute here. Oh, the cannon shot. The cannon shot.
Still had all these.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, it's funny that it completely bricked that entire ability, though.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It did. It still messes with their cooldown
Yeah, so
though.
cooldown by a lot. Juicy, but
Yeah, Wizard Beast gonna take it home here. It looks like, and we'll go to game 3.
sending it to a game 3.
And this will determine who is in the kind of the winner's position for the finals. So this is one of the more consequential games of the series, or of the event.
Yeah, the fact that Elise was dead on turn 1 and did nothing basically, and it was kind of close. That's pretty nuts.
That is pretty crazy.
That's good for the Elise deck.
Yeah, no, you gotta feel pretty good about putting up that much of a fight when your main combo piece dies on turn 1.
Yeah.
Sounds like they had a lot of discussion about the death rattle versus the flurry equipment. I can definitely see that.
I mean, especially when you get the spell power on the death rattle too. If you do get the monkey off,
yeah,
that's actually
that's true.
pretty nice.
That's true.
It's definitely a pretty nice one. All right, so game 3 is gonna be
Here we go.
Shay with the big snake, nature big snake, against Wizard Beast's own Elise variant, the humans big
Interesting.
stats aggro deck.
I want to say Snake is favored here, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it is, though.
You have to imagine that like the 60-60 is really good against comps that are trying to make big attacking units. But you have things like Tyrion that can shrink the attack. Actually, does like layers for some reason do something silly where like if Tyrion shrinks the attack of the snake, it
doesn't
resets back up to itself?
Yeah, it doesn't do anything.
Brutal.
It's because the layers
Snake
of the
OP.
snake, it's always equal to its attack.
Okay. Huh.
Job's done.
But yeah, the problem here for Wizard Beast is he isn't going to just have very much pressure against
it
this
does
comp,
nothing for so
and the
long,
snake's
yeah.
just gonna scale up and start smacking him.
Yep. Yeah, kind of basically 2 combo decks essentially, but one is building up one gigantic threat that's in the board already, and one Wizard Beast is building up a series of threats from the bench.
Yeah.
But those series of threats, even if you gave both of those kind of like directions and equivalent kind of power rating, the one that has a 70-70 in play does win the tiebreaker, I would argue, against those that are trying to be 30-100s and their entire mercenaries, right? So I think on paper it's looking Ricochet favored, but what has that told us before? That's going to be a banger. No monkey from Wizard Beast 2, it's just the Turbo Elise. Ooh, our first 25, our first Sorok.
Interesting.
The Sorok Raider with the health from Yu'lon's gonna be pretty sick too. Pretty sick too. God, yeah, like literally, how do you ever threaten this Nightmare Viper? You even clear the heals off of the Elise bleed, and Brightwing is not doing a ton.
Yeah, no, it's really I just don't see a way for this. It's just so rough.
It kind of seems like Wizard Beast deck here is it's in that range where, yeah, you're basically a combo deck you're far closer to a mid-range deck than an actual combo deck, and you want to play against like other aggro decks or something, not another bigger go over the top of you combo deck like we're seeing like this.
Yeah.
So this kind of just screams like a matchup angle. But the Divine Shields are cute. Block an entire 85, like that's massive.
Yeah, no, it's these. I mean, the Divine Shield is good, but it's not good enough. He's just not putting on the pressure, and there's really just not a good way to against all these minions. I mean, I think he made the right decision in going after the Cho, but it just feels like a really, really bad matchup, and we've kind of seen this on ladder too, like even the stock big humans on ladder versus big snake, they've had problems with it. So the fact that it's happening here with these kind of slightly different versions of the list isn't too surprising to me.
No, especially this is also harkening back to some of those early days of Mercenaries where it was like you could lead with too many supports and your opponent could just almost like literally choose to not kill anything, or very specifically choose what they want to kill. And in this spot, you could actually just, if you're Ricochet, you could probably almost like force a draw to a certain extent, where you just leave Wizard Beast with these 3 mercs in play and just completely outscale them to a point where they can never come back, because Wizard Beast wants to swap in. But if you, from Ricochet's perspective, get to manage what gets to come in and when, that tempo is just such a rolling train it's hard to get away from if you actually know the matchup. So it's certainly continuing to look good for Ricochet.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't know if there is an out here. Really, it doesn't feel like there is. And now the Sinestra's in, so they're just going to be keeping their Yu'lon healthy, and it's just gotten out of control. It's 115 snake. It's just going to be going full Godzilla on their mercenaries, and there's nothing they can really do about it. It's going to keep healing. It's going to keep gaining the health from the Yu'lon. It's just
5 units
too
in
much.
play now too. The Yu'lon is just getting absolutely ludicrous amounts of stats off of this heal. I would even go as far to say is that the Jade Flame buffet buff is a little too much.
It's very, very strong. I do think it was I think it was underestimated how big of a buff it was going to be.
Yeah.
I think it was more seen as a buff to kind of help counter Valera rather than it was never really used for the health stat before, because like you could only spam it every other turn. So
yeah.
I think that may have just may have not been as much of a factor. Like when they were considering it, I remember I think even Tess mentioned like it ended up seeming a lot stronger than when I guess they tried it in play testing.
It's very hard to play test a game like this for sure. It's hard to even practice 2 decks against each other, let alone like every single combination of mercenaries and abilities, and you only have so many devs, and we know that for a long time Mercenaries was short a couple of those, so can't really blame them for things sneaking through. But what is Wizard Beast out here at this point? I mean, Twilight Extension's going off here.
Right, yeah, I don't think there is an out.
You might be able to get another Divine Shield. No, the taunt is cute. Retaliation, just kill off your own variant.
Yeah, that's another good point. The buff to Anaconda came later, right? So like they probably weren't thinking about Anaconda and Yu'lon. But the big snake has been kept in check pretty well on ladder. It's just a lot better here because there's no N'Zoth to The big thing about the snake is
Just yoink it.
like if you yoink their big snake, the comp just rolls over sometimes because then they can't deal with the big snake and they lose their win con. But no N'Zoth's here, and only one Cthulhu in the whole event. But I know I don't remember the name of it. There's a Naga that hates on summons too, but I don't think we didn't see anyone bring that.
And I mean, technically here, the retaliation ended up doing a lot of work onto the snake. I mean, the snake has fallen all the way down to an 18/18, and cheekily, Wizard Beast actually has Judgment Humility and
I think he's just trying to get under the snake, right? Like he knows. Well,
and you do this turn because even your Yulon is too slow.
I think he has to. I think he has to Rogers and Tyrion it if he wants that snake to die. Yeah, Alex is another one that isn't legal in the tournament that also easily deals with the big snake. And
yep, true. That's cute.
Humility does indeed not work on the snake.
But it doesn't shrink the attack.
You might just use it for the speed. Yeah,
it does just exactly 18 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I mean, Wizard Beast found a way. It feels like there should have been There should have been a line, I feel like, from Ricochet to maintain that advantage, but we're still vibing. We're still here. Sinestra is still doing their thing.
Yeah. So
Yulon is still extremely huge.
So
do you make another snake here?
You might, honestly. I mean, now you're kind of relying on you just need to keep your stuff from dying. Although it's a flip actually, so this is a very important flip for Wizard Beast. If they get the 2 speed to make their Carriel kill the Sinestra, they might actually have a shot at winning this game.
True, that would be a huge heal. Holy moly! Too bad you can't stack the 2s from the humility from last turn. But yeah, no, this is legit. The super fast Carriel heal is everything here.
Oh yeah, they stack 2s.
Oh, okay, no, but yeah, Ricochet had 2 2s. Okay, good.
Yeah.
There is justice in this world, not for Wizard Beast, unfortunately. But for Ricochet's math.
And then that's just gonna close out the game pretty much.
Yeah. Wow, that's insane that was the 30. And actually, Ricochet had lost the 33%er from before, right? Or was that Zampage? Somebody had lost the.
We were thinking that was K-Par. We were thinking, but I don't think they didn't get the 5 speed. We were kind of theorizing.
Oh, okay, that was off the Murloc.
Yeah.
G1 there. Okay.
Job's done.
Yeah, there's no out here. Respect Wizard Beast for playing it out, but I don't see any line.
Sure. Yeah, the retaliation was getting mighty spooky. I mean, Ricochet even could have gone like that. That's one of those things where you can like identify your win condition potentially as the big snake player and realize like if I just never int away my snake, then I can't lose. And as soon as Varian comes out, like what are the odds that you just pass on the attack with your snake there? Because the only thing that blows you out is potential retaliation. You can just like chip it down. I don't know. That's something that is wicked hard to figure out on the spot. So many things going on, but a really interesting thing to note. But still, it looks like Ricochet is going to be pulling it out here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just, and that Sinestra has proved time and again to just be really problematic for Wizard Beast's comp. Like he was able to deal with a Sinestra, I think 1 or 2 other games, but this series it was just, I mean, it wasn't the main problem, right? The main problem was the snake, but
yeah,
the Sinestra,
I mean, this is good on Ricochet for kind of having like, okay, initial combo, and you have to spend so many resources that you just can't click enough buttons to attack my backup combo or kind of my backup win condition. And there's still a whole other win condition basically floating in the bench with this kind of Brucon that could have been okay. But I mean, just good deck building from Ricochet, and this was as they said, kind of result of their testing. And yeah, I wonder if there was a make a second snake angle. We just really never see it happen because so infrequently do you have Anacondra and Yulon still alive after the snake is dead, and they're not going to die, and you can set up for another one. But plenty
Yeah,
opportunity.
it just seems the comps just seem very, very well rounded here. So Ricochet will be advancing to our finals.
Not rigged. Not Wizard Beast straight through to the finals.
Yep.
I'm not fighting the tournament.
Ricochet
To go.
advances 2-1.
No, this is going to be a good opportunity for Cthulhu to do some work potentially. So that's kind of up to Kapar to figure out a way to play around. Again, one of the cool parts of like not being able to replay your deck, right? If Cthulhu could get replayed, you have a guaranteed win essentially with just take 2 different 50/50s at being able to snipe a minion for free. But now
It
you
looks
swing
like
and a
that's what
miss.
he's doing. Yeah, so
All right.
I'm watching Izzy's for this one.
All right, going on Kapar.
He's got Cthulhu on the bench with that destroy a random enemy minion, and
Kapar has brought what though?
big snake. So that's good. That's good.
Okay, wow.
That's good.
That is the best possible for Issy's then. In terms of
and I like him having it on the
matchup.
bench because it's better versus the monkey if Kapar went monkey, and you really don't want it as a lead because even against the big snake, it's a 50-50 whether it actually kills it or not, because it depends whose battle cry goes off first. Because if Cthulhu's goes off
matters?
first, it does matter. Yes, yeah,
That's gross. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we definitely had on the bench then. I think you're right. Huh. Okay. Well then, if Cthulhu can't make it work in this matchup, you've got to feel doomed
yeah.
going to the.
It's
got to
be very, very scary. So we're gonna see if Cthulhu can pull his weight here.
Can Kapar manage to not kill anything for long enough to hide the Cthulhu? Well, no, you can just Eudora flip it out right away whenever you want. So you even have the opportunity to
look
hide.
at that, look at that. So literally Eudora can say, you don't even need to kill my stuff, I can just bounce, and Cthulhu comes in and your snake's
You could
going
reset the battle
bye-bye.
cry. Could tuck Cthulhu away and then bring it back
Yeah,
out again.
oh,
for
that's
a
so
second fate.
sweet. Yep. And Izzy's loves those kinds of lines. We've seen him do that kind of stuff before. Like, he's good with seeing the kind of cheeky Eudora bounces.
Flip-flop gaming.
Alright, so they're growing the snake as usual. In comes Maestra. Damage on the Cho is quite nice here. That is going to deny them being able to swap with their Maestra, though, but maybe it's okay, because Patches just kills the big snake.
Yeah, no, snake down. Wow. Who needs Cthulhu? Cthulhu who?
Yeah.
Why did this work so well? So this was Elise
The
for
stats.
the massive stats.
Yeah, the stats are really big.
With the Maestro and everything. Cool. Were the other pirate decks playing the Elise? Pirate Wombo?
No, Wizard
No.
Beast did not have the Elise.
Pirates.
Oh, they
Rapacious
couldn't
does.
heal. So they couldn't heal the snake because they. Or no, they could have. What did they do?
Oh,
with-
they just went for the. Oh, yeah, they didn't heal it.
Yeah, they went for the damage on the patches. I think they needed to heal the
They
snake.
thought they were safe.
Yeah.
They thought they were safe. Or they're just taking the aggressive line to be like, my snake is toast. They have a Cthulhu anyways. Let's not go in on it. We're just going to make plays to trade down. So
Yeah, it's
Could be a line.
possible that not going in all in on the snake is fine.
could be a line.
Because it dealt a lot of damage to that patches anyway. Patches took quite a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, it was like a grounding totem that actually did big damage back. Like, that's okay. And especially if you can actually have the audible from Kapar in that way. Now you have Yu'lon looking good against double greens like this. Though I guess Maestro could flop.
Yeah. Good positioning with the Master, though. Not being in front of the summons is really nice. Because that show, you really want that show to go as long as that snake is down. Like, yeah, that's really good for Izzy's here.
Oof, God, that cashes in. If we had the monkey attack the patches, you could have saved so much damage here. But we're vibing.
Good cannon shot. Very good cannon shot.
This is the bloodiest game so far, I think, of the
Yeah.
of the tournament.
Thinking about the Cthulhu.
It would miss, right? But it's a Cthulhu into. I mean, this is just now greens and reds smanging against each other.
Yeah, what's the last blue for Kapar?
The young Brucon.
Oh, okay.
I mean, Brucon and Bran on the bench. Kapar's already locked in the Sinestra. To try to just save the Yu'lon, I think, here.
Yeah, that's definitely what they're going for, I think.
I mean, I guess there's no great threat to the Yulon this turn.
Yeah, nothing's
It
fast
will
enough.
live, but and no blues. But I wonder if you just, oh god, like the fact that you don't Twilight Extinction here is so scary, and this even lets Issis go for the. Oh no, yes, Sinestra's getting ripped apart by Sneed here too. This is not looking good
Yeah.
for K-Par. Not
No,
looking
no,
good.
it's looking kind of rough for Kapar. Izzy's, I mean, Izzy's knows the Pirates really, really well. He has played a lot with the Pirates. He's tested all kinds of versions, so I think he just knows this comp inside and out. And as long as that big snake is gone early on, it seems like it's been just working out for him.
Did all the other this Elise has the +4/+4 your explorers? Did the other Elises? Or is like
Most
the
of them have
that
that.
Elise goes for that one?
There was one that had the attack, but almost all the Elises, even without other explorers, run the +4 because it's just better most of the time.
Little tiny heal.
He's also getting closer to the monkey.
Yeah, monkey is swiftly approaching, but does spell damage really do anything?
With Sneeds, it sure does.
Oh, the buzz
Yeah,
actually works.
it
Okay.
does because you don't need a spell school to get spell damage.
Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know. I mean, at this point now, Kapar has been a little too shredded.
Yeah,
There it is.
there's
Munch.
Cthulhu. Our single Cthulhu gamer. You love to see someone bring it, though. You really do.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's cool. Like even with last time, there were a lot of N'Zoths, right? And we made N'Zoth legal, and everyone was like pretty high on it already. It had proven itself on ladder. We had talked about it a lot, and it was good in the meta, and we saw a good amount. And
It wasn't
but
it
it
only
wasn't, like,
two? No, I
crazy.
think it was only two. I'm pretty sure N'Zoth was underbrought last time. I'm pretty sure
Really,
because I
I
remember
knew it was more, but
I remember in the end we were talking about how the only two people who brought N'Zoth made it to the finals.
and so will that? I guess yeah, that's the big thing to me is like,
'Cause he
does
wasn't
when you
popular
allow
yet.
it, does it happen? Yeah, like does the narrative actually allow itself for the old gods to be the like? I mean, it's the only legendary. You have to imagine that it would be good, but
Well,
it's definitely not always the
Cthulhu,
case.
it's very dependent on the character, right? Like with Cthulhu, the reason Cthulhu's been so strong on ladder has been because of synergy with the
Attack,
other old
yeah.
gods, whereas we don't have that in this. But that being said, I mean, Cthulhu's looking pretty sweet here. 2493 makes some summons. You're getting closer to that big damage ult AoE thing. You're fine just using skill 1. Like he's not the most impressive mercenary without that support, but with the
No, it feels like an epic. It feels like a
yeah.
when it's on the old gods comp, it feels like it should be playable essentially, which is great. I mean, it did miss. Like I think it would have felt appropriately legendary if it had managed to one shot an 80/80 snake
Yeah.
and then do everything
Yeah,
good. But
definitely.
without that triggering,
It's just
it
fine.
looks
It's kind of
fine.
like N'Zoth was kind of like that too, where before we got the other old gods, he wasn't bad. He was totally fine, but he wasn't like seeing a ton of play on like ladder and stuff. So I think a lot of people kind of underestimated him. And yeah, there's the so no AoE for it because the equipment's gone, but that's a 208 damage crit, and then the little love tap with the Cthulhu. Oh, and he was actually going for the double monkey there, I believe, but he had too much board space. Not that it matters.
200.
Yeah, it's pretty silly. So Izzy's will take down game 1 here, pretty commandingly.
Banger. All right. Well, so they got their win, not in the way that they kind of maybe expected to with getting the high roll on the counter pick with the Destroy Summon, but still had all these and took it down. So now Kapar goes back into the bank. They have their other combo deck and the Murloc deck.
I think you probably run combo, right? Or maybe you try and finish. I guess it depends what Izzy's has. Let's take a look at the lists. And we can
They're
use-
Elise. It's monkey combo or Murlocs.
you can use the code here in chat. Pauper 3 decks if you want to take a look at the decks or the bracket yourself. But we have Izzy, so they already used their pirate comp. They have a kind of
Dragons,
Dragons.
arcane dragons, and then this crazy localar
Frost. It's like Frost Murlocs. It's
That
pretty
was the list
neat.
when I was going through. I was like, what?
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see those. Hopefully we see the Frost Murlocs.
Yeah. No,
Get
it's all right. Here we go. Game number 2.
Okay, so we've got combo from Parzival. We've got Elise combo.
All right. I like it. I like it. I think that's gonna be really good against what Izzy's is running though. Izzy's can get the Frost RNG potentially to just like own the Elise.
Yeah.
And
Okay, so-
he's like one of the only people, I think the only person left who brought a character with a banned equipment. So he has the Hailstorm here, or Icy Focus, because they can't run the extra frost damage equipment since it is banned.
Yeah, so this is, I mean, and not even having the freeze on Varden or anything, so the Lokalar is doing 9 times 3.
But he's not,
That's
he's
what it
actually
does.
not, he's considering doing skill 2 over the Hailstorm, because the
Give him the
Hailstorm is
frost
very,
weakness.
very risky RNG, because if
Oh,
it hits the Cornelius, it doesn't do anything.
And giving that frost weakness, you want to set up the multiple damage ticks
Yeah.
for the next turn.
Yep.
So, I like it, I like it. Well split. Do nothing. Shock you. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah, this looks fine for the Lokalar gaming at the moment. Blessing of Sacrifice blocks the Hailstorm though.
So
I wonder if you go for another frost weakness.
I think Frost Shock here is, well, it puts it on Cornelius, so it probably doesn't matter. I think, I don't know if I like, I'm pretty sure it does because of the protection.
I know it'll redirect the damage, but do debuffs also redirect? That's what I don't
I'm
know.
pretty sure they do.
Okay, Snowball.
Because it's where it gets hit, right? Or so it gets hit. No. All right, so I am incorrect on that because Flurry is hitting the Elise. Or the slow part of it hit the Elise.
Okay.
So he's going for the Frost Shock. I don't think I like that. I think you have to YOLO the 5-speed and pray. Because this monkey comes out, it's, although he's
Monkey's
going
on 7 speed here.
they are slower, but oh yeah, monkey's on 7. Monkey at 7, actually maybe it's okay. He's trying to find a snap on this no, but he
On the
won't
Cornelius?
find it. Yeah, I don't think he will find it, right? Because it's 8 minus 3, 5, doubled 10.
Oh, so Varden got
so-
hit with one of the flurries. Brutal. Okay.
So yeah, he changed from the snap line. He was considering it, but he just doesn't have the damage.
Feels like you gotta go for a little bit of the flip.
Yeah, I think you gotta just pray to RNGs this year.
Well, the frost weakness from Frost Shock doesn't even apply for a while. Never mind.
There's the monkey.
Monkey time. Take a million, take 10,000. Oops,
Yeah.
Daisy, and there they go. The combo assembled. Triple laser.
Though,
Zap, zap, zap.
now I'm pretty sure the monkey will die, so it might be okay for Izzy's, because he has the full Murloc synergy here. You could even high roll like a Cookie Snipe, though there is a bug with Cookie Snipe off of Finley where it doesn't give that extra HP. There seem to be a lot of weird things with the Murloc Discover there.
That's not surprising. That ability seems extremely hard to code.
I just want them to make it so you discover new choices if you don't use them for a turn, because I think that is more in line with how Discover as an ability works.
Yeah, especially like Murlocology, where you're like theoretically doing some science every turn or whatever, right? Like let it roll again. I don't think that'd be fair. But I mean, it's just a lot of stats from Parzival here. Like even if you lose the monkey,
Job's done.
I mean, I guess technically Kpar kind of has like a bunch of medium mercs left over, and Issy's has a bunch of good mercs left over, and that's going to be what it comes down to here.
So Izzy's needs to stack his fours, 100%. He needs to stack his fours, unless he high rolls the Murlocology and just gets away to kill the monkey below 4 speed. It looks like he might have because he's targeting it. with the
The Elise here is
Murlochology.
all five. Elise's 5 speed here. Almost everything from.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
you think K-Part's just going to go for the freeze the monkey?
yeah, he's 100% gonna freeze the monkey
Powerful. That is definitely answering our question of why is Argira in these lists, and it definitely makes sense as a protect the
because
monkey.
it freezes
target.
it and then it
Yeah.
AOE's at the end of turn.
Yeah,
So
no,
it's
it's
like
nasty.
it's perfect with the monkey.
That's cool. Took us a while to figure it out, but we got there.
Yeah.
I mean, I think we saw it earlier.
It's really
where they
neat. Yeah.
protected the monkey maybe in round 1.
Yeah, I think they protected something else because the monkey died, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Like it's just so not something we're used to seeing. But I think he got the good roll on the Finley.
Oh.
No. Oh no, he stacked 2 4s, but it wasn't enough. And that's just gonna be game.
They went for Finvasion on 5. Oh my god.
He could have
check that
stacked
out.
a third 4, but he figured he was already 66% favored, but oof.
Ouchie wouchies. Well, I mean, I think it's honestly, it's probably pretty legit to go for the like, are you actually winning? You can hit there, like maybe, like just take the like hedge in a match that's in a game that seems already kind of lost. Go for the like best opportunity to get lucky and then win. I think that's probably a fine angle to take, I suppose. But game 3, right?
Yeah, we got a game 3, so and
Alright.
I think so. Looking at the comps, we can see so Izzy's last comp is not the Cthulhu, it's the dragons. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Izzy's has
Arcane
dragons,
Dragon.
and then Kapar is on the Murlocs, right?
Their own big. No, they got their big snipe. Yeah, they're on their Murlocs now.
Okay,
With Cookie and Bane
interesting.
as their 5th and 6th, basically, and the 4 good Murlocs we've seen a lot of already, of the Finley, Murkai, Murky, Morgul.
Yeah, no, the Murlocs have been absolute all-stars in this event. Been really cool to see.
Yeah, absolutely. All in cool beans. Okay, so then yeah, it's Dragons versus we haven't really seen Dragons Throwdown versus Murlocs yet.
Yeah,
much,
not
have we?
really. Not too much. Blink Fox too showing up again. That'll be neat.
Yeah, Blinkbox went crazy in the couple of spots we've seen them. The Blinkbox, I guess, here is, I mean, still getting the. You've got some Banes and Yulons to potentially
Yeah.
essentially take down, but
It looks like Izzy's is in the deck builder, so he might be making a little equipment swap with this information.
how do you feel about changing equipments in tournament, like in general? Do you think it's something that's the whole point? Is like you should be incentivized to take mercs that have multiple different equipment options available to them? Do you think it's better to just lock it in?
For this format, I like it better. Since you're already like kind of
Swapping around.
yeah, you're swapping around, and we have the full information out there. I think it's more interesting because it leads to some like cool tech decisions, and it just adds more decision making. It's not quite as linear, and you're never really guaranteed what your opponent's going to get until this kind of game 3 where they're down to their last comp, and then you can kind of do what I'm assuming Izzy's is doing here and kind of like teching his deck to try and be better specifically against, because they both know what they're playing. Not like game 2 and game 1 where it could be any of the 3 or any of the 2, right? So I kind of like that aspect to it. It's really neat. I was worried it would be problematic if we did cross server stuff, but seems everyone we had sign up was on NA, so that ended up working out.
Yeah, I think from like a bookkeeping perspective, like a TO perspective, it's probably going to be something annoying going into the future where I think you're kind of incentivized to have people lock it in. But when an entire purpose of these characters is to have a range of equipment, and like that there will be certain characters who like their equipment defines their playability. And like you said, it's not always relevant for every game.
Yeah.
It's hard. It would almost be better without open deck lists, because then it's not just like you're hard targeting them, but it's not like you get to swap in a Cthulhu, right? It's not like you're bringing an entire different merc. to
Yeah.
target somebody's lineup. You have to pick something that's good against the dark, good against the field, and then make some slight adjustments. I think that's okay because I mean both teams can do it, and you're already swapping what you're opening with in many cases. Like that's actually probably been one of the big things in this tournament that we haven't seen, and we saw a lot of in other tournaments was alternate openers, right?
Yeah.
Like that was a thing that was a huge part of the
True.
conversation for especially like around last like winter in
Yeah.
particular, I would say.
Definitely.
But where like there was a huge incentive to build like this 6-piece, even the invitational, right? Like the hardcore Blizzard Mercenaries tournament had so much revolving around like
Different
the
openings,
ability to
yeah.
switch it up on people. But now we're seeing the combo decks, right? We talked about it then, where I was like, we're seeing all these mix-ups. That's cool, but like let me get some synergy. Let me get some actual like deck building that works for a purpose. We hadn't really seen that yet of like a linear build up my like crazy powerful combo to be able to do something. No mix up on your opener or anything like that. And we're seeing that now, right? We're seeing these Elises that are prioritizing that. We're seeing even some of the Murloc openers that want to start building things up. Big Snake, we want to start from the beginning. So I'd love to see the meta evolve like this. I think it's been great.
Yeah, and I really prefer like I like that there's some like decision making outside going into the individual game, and even though you can make a kind of guesstimate, you can't like hard tech an item against somebody until that game 3 because you could just guess wrong and then that could really screw you. So I like that element to that, and I also think it's infinitely better than in the beginning we tried like mercenary sideboards, and I did not like that. It slowed things down quite a bit, and it just didn't feel like the best way to do it. So I at least for this type of format, I like the flexibility of item stuff, and it allows items to be showcased that you might not typically see on characters, which adds to more dynamic gameplay.
No, that's definitely a good point. Yeah, like brand, we do have some brands, and yeah, swapping equipment on brand. That's
Because if you know they're bringing frost, or you know they're bringing a shadow or fire for some reason, pretty good.
All right, Issy's in here with the dragons against the Murlocs.
This is the old
David
school
versus
dragon
Goliath.
lead, and you've got to be pretty happy to see your Yulon against their Murkai. But he's not targeting it with the he's thinking about just health here, and I don't really like that. I think you gotta get rid of that. If you get rid of Murkai, their Murloc comp does not do as well.
No, I mean, could it ever be a hard read that Kapar assumes that he's getting super Yulon laser beamed, so we're just gonna pass since we're gonna play around the pass with the heal? I mean, you still give up 40 points of damage, like even without the. It's not like your next level really gets you everything. I think even if they choose to not attack, the 40 damage still sounds a little too good.
Yeah.
But Nefarian looks like he's.
All right, so he changed it up. He's not going for the. He's going for the blast.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think if it was something like you were shooting a not. Like if it was only 20 damage that you were flipping in terms of like the mind games, I think there's a legitimate case to go for like the mind game that allows you to get 45 health instead of 20 damage. But when it's 40 damage guaranteed and 80 if they don't mind game you, I think you just gotta take. Yeah. One shot? That's a good reason to not use the super laser, isn't it?
Oh, wow.
Whoops.
So, yeah, so Yulon's just gone.
And that was because of, I mean, that's just math. That was just countered up. That was the rope punishing Issy's there, potentially. They had the right line, then audibled off of it.
Yeah, that can, you sometimes it's easy to like overthink the stuff, and you're trying to consider all the possible lines.
Yeah, because that was Finley double bumping, right? Does he actually get to crit both times?
Does what get to crit both times?
Yeah, like when Murkai attacked in with, like when Murkai made the Finley attack, that crit, and then it crit on its own attack too, right? Yeah.
I think so.
Because there's no, it had to have been because Morgul only did 20 and then Murkai was 16. Huh. Brutal. All right, well then Issy's certainly a dog already at this point.
Yeah, it feels really bad losing Yulon that early on. Definitely does not feel good.
I mean, now at this point with Yulon gone and we're just down to double greens and like the Bane is out way earlier than you want it to be able to be. Who are the other two Issy's has got on the bench? Blink Fox and Tyrande waiting. But now, I mean, we're just going to start absolutely shredding things apart with the Murlocs. David versus Goliath. David just wins these not close.
Yeah, no, losing another Merc here while they still have a full grip of Murlocs is really, really bad. Oh, and thanks OTZ for the raid.
Hello, gamers.
We're doing a Mercs event today. We're in the losers bracket right now. This is game 3. So this one's for all the marbles. It's looking pretty rough for Izzy's. The Murlocs just, I mean, I really thought the dragons might have had a leg up, but now not so much.
I mean, even if they had gone for the health, they go back to back. They would have had 2 turns of just stack health, stack health. The Yulon would have essentially just, it would have just been a flat health bonus, and we would have been in a similar-ish position. But the fact that Bane wouldn't have had to come out early, and then Tyrande wouldn't have to come out early, like this tempo change is just so brutal for Issy's because you do not want to be stepping in
you're
like
just going to get rolled. He's going to get absolutely rolled here. I don't see...
There's nothing to protect the Bane at all. There's no taunt, there's no heal, there's no nothing, and just the Murkai gets to slam in for free.
Yeah, the Murgle buff is absolutely huge. You were talking about that earlier. Really, really, like, I don't think anyone thought it was going to be as big as it was. You're just like, you heal 8, but you're taking 20 or more. I don't know if that's any good. It's pretty good.
I wonder if we were kind of underestimating the crits being as frequent as they were almost on all these mercs.
That's a good point, yeah.
Oh my god, exactly.
Big Sinestra, but like, Izzy's knows he's out of here. The Murlocs just, that opener really is what did it. And then it kind of just snowballed from there. So, good game, good games. Kapar will advance 2-1. All right, so Murlocs from Kapar's side started off.
Yeah, we're in. And the Zampage is opening with also their Murlocs, but the stat-heavy Murlocs, essentially. So who do you think wins this in theory? We basically have like aggro Murlocs versus mid-range Murlocs, I suppose, in that kind of way.
I think the line, or like the opener might determine how this goes quite a bit.
For what Kapar is going to open with? Because they kind of have a choice. Zampage is pretty locked in for what their opener is going to be. It's
exactly.
The Brightwing and the Elise right off the bat.
So I mean, he's definitely going to Finley every time. It's just kind of what about he does with Finley.
You can start doing some math for sure, like knowing Zampage's opener, as we were just talking about having mix-up openers. You can probably start to do the math on like, okay, how can we ice this Elise right away? Is it possible? Can you lead with... Bane is your other red, so probably not really, huh?
Yeah, so I like this. I like this from Kapar. I think it makes a lot of sense. You just zap down the totem. You can swing in for a bunch of damage.
Yeah, I like that. I do like that. Oh no, but it won't get zapped down before the embark on the quest pumps it up.
True, actually. No, you're right. So that's actually, although, so the way they should play around that is by aiming at Bane, I think, because
will they crit and
I think it crits and then gets redirected.
Alright, let's see if they find the line.
I don't think they did that. I think that might be a mistake.
Ooh, no, they did not.
Yeah.
And it fades a lot, but not everything. Oh, that would have been lethal. It would have died exactly.
Yeah, so that's pretty important.
Okay, Zampage up to an early lead.
But it's still
I would give
fine.
I would give the slight hedge potentially to Zampage in the mirror where you get to stack the stats like this. But the thing is,
Maybe.
like, the Murlocs are stacking on their own as well. Like, they get all kinds of divine shields and speed ups
Wow.
and attack stats and everything. So
He must have a good Finley Discover because he's choosing it over the buff. Oh no, the redirect doesn't crit. Alright, I was wrong about that. It's been a while since I've played against the totem,
okay,
so it
it's
wouldn't have mattered.
Okay, never punished.
Job's done.
What is... I think he should use the buff. He changed his mind. I think that's much, much better. Because you're
Okay,
buffing
I was
all your
thinking about-
Murlocs, and he's buffing Finley, which I think makes sense, although I think there's actually a decent argument for buffing Murkai. But you are losing Divine Shield value that way, so I think this actually does make sense. Because he's going to have a Divine Shield on him when he swings in either way.
That's true.
So this is just better protection.
Bleed. It was so short.
Living
Just
it too,
barely,
I think maybe you should have gone for the damage on Bane, but it might not really matter that much.
Yeah, I mean, they still won't be able to actually get their anything meaningful off this turn from Bane. I mean, Bane got the. They basically got to do what? They had the grounding totem that helped the Elise live, and then they healed for 60, and then they died. That's
Yeah, it's not
fine,
doing a
but
lot. It really
not
isn't.
that great.
Bane kind of showing again, not the greatest of leads out there.
No. Yeah, certainly overperforms when it's actually getting to the point where it's comboing with Tyrande, using that grounding totem as like a good counterspell halfway through the game.
And in this comp, like the version I used to run, I really liked Bane because you get the totem out and then you could swing with him and swap him for Maestra, and so then you'd have him later. But oh wow, those are some big Murlocs.
That was sick, and on the root turn too.
So we were talking about Zampage having the big buff Murlocs, but
yeah.
who's buff now? Like,
this is a great way to invalidate the buff advantage that Zampage should have
Finley
theoretically
gets
had.
Divine Shield now too because he has more.
Oh yeah.
He has more minions. Yeah, double stat roll is pretty insane there. I think you need to. Yeah, you definitely need to heal with this Murgle. Get this bleed kind of going away. It looks like he's gonna buff protect the Murgle, which I actually really like.
Yeah, Zampage is a little.
I'd be scared if I were Zampage. Yeah, like this is kind of what I was thinking. Like their comp has a theoretical bigger Murloc bench, but by starting out with the Murlocs, he had so many chances to buff them, especially with that good roll on the Discover, that like his are just going to be bigger.
Especially when you see things like the attack stats are way higher on Kpar's side, and like having sure you might come out with theoretically higher health from Zampage's side coming out of the post Brightwing era, but you just have so much healing that bounces and makes up for the low health totals that you might just prefer having more damage.
Yeah.
And
again, we're seeing that extra health coming to the Murloc summons.
Sheesh.
From that Finley bug, and at least just one shot. Like this is this is pretty over.
Job's done.
This is still Kpar is starting open.
Yeah, the no deaths looking like an angle here.
Yeah,
I mean, the bleed I suppose will take out one or two, but
Murkai's
Brightwing useless now for the most part.
I think you protect the Murkai with your Finley so it can't die to Murgle and what's it called, Brightwing. Is that you imagine they're gonna snipe that off, and then you literally just kill something before it goes out, and you have a whole bench. You're pretty set.
Yeah, definitely looking at a game 2 angle. And what is Zampage starting to think about? Nagas and Dragon. No, Nagas and Big Snake. I called it wrong in the chart.
Yeah, both pretty good. You haven't seen too much from the Nagas. Curious to see if they can put up more of a fight.
Yeah, that was the one that had the. I think we did the one time we did see the Nagas is where they fell into the losers bracket in that matchup. Because
Yeah.
that's when we saw the really late Mukla kind of come out and not look that great. So little, maybe the weak point in Zampage's lineup. You can kind of their first two decks seem pretty juicy. Of just Big Snake and
Yeah.
good Murloc deck with the Elise when you know you want to figure out how to play an Elise deck.
Mhm.
But then will their third deck kind of clutch up because we've seen that Kapar basically has a very, along with Ricochet, the three pretty tight lists that just throw down pretty consistently for all of them with pretty consistent combos throughout all of them. So the game 3 might be a squeaker. You almost think that Zampage might want to just go straight into their good deck and then the Nagas afterwards to hopefully just try to squeak out game 3 against Kapar's worst deck. But too many things to think about already.
I know.
Like, unironically, a good use of your time potentially to start thinking about that now. Because this game is certainly doomed. There is 0% that you win this.
Yeah, I'm not seeing how they do it. Yeah, now with Murkai gone, it's just over. Murkai's your only kind of hope.
Maybe a misclick somewhere. Could have bailed him out. Peron, no. We haven't really seen anybody using the Brightwing swap from the. Well, I guess the cool equipment, right? Who is playing the cool equipment from the Murkai or from the for the Brightwing where he came off the bench? That was the Patches Maestra.
That was a Debancient one.
Oh yeah, that was cool. Too bad. I wish it had worked out.
Yeah, need more board space. One more board space, please.
You could totally stretch the edges of this screen.
You
just
literally
like,
can.
left and right, like
I've seen it work. I mean, it overlaps a little bit, but you could make it work. I think it's mobile that's holding them back.
Oh yeah, mobile is already a really yikes interface for Mercenaries, where you just like even Battlegrounds is like borderline unplayable. Looking at some of the buffs and everything that some of these characters have,
it's
like Mercenaries is still
okay
holding
on
the level,
tablet, but on like a phone, like
yeah, I play, I would say 95% of my Hearthstone on my phone, and it's yet another little barrier to entry that this game.
For sure, yeah, for sure. But yeah, I mean, that's a lot of damage, but Murgo just doesn't have the damage here, even with like taking those hits.
If Morgul was a 200-200 here, would it be winnable?
Maybe.
I don't think so.
I don't think so because it can't use that attack.
Yeah. But it gets a retaliation damage though, so like you can't really
True.
attack back in. It will die right away. That would be close. I think if it was a 200.
Well, none of his characters cared about attacking aside from Bane, and Bane isn't even the. Yeah. So it probably wouldn't have mattered. Murgle just can't solos there.
No, but that was plenty of thinking time for Zampage to go into the tank and decide what their next deck is going to be, because they have to decide what Kapar is going to bring. And Kapar, if you're Kapar, you still have your combo deck and Big Snake.
Yeah.
And you know you're up against. You probably put them on Big Snake. Do you want to play the Big Snake mirror? I don't think so. So I think you play not Big Snake if you're Zampage.
Yeah, the Big Snake mirror is a bit of a fiesta.
Sorry, if you're Kapar. It is Big Snake from Zampage.
That's Big Snake from Kapar. All right, well we're snaking. We're snaking. Can we get some snakes in the chat?
there is a slight difference because Zampage has the Chiji.
True.
So it's not a true mirror, and you have a way to start zapping Yulon a little bit, but it is going to be a snake off.
One snake to rule them all.
I actually started watching the Rings of Power show. It was very disappointing, honestly.
Oh yeah.
We can talk about that afterwards. The emotional register of the characters on screen just does not match how you're supposed to be feeling as the audience. But anyways, the Cho diff. Cho versus Chiji. Who will reign supreme.
Hmm.
Cho certainly gives you an aggressive angle, and Zampage
And
gets the kind
defensive
of
too,
defensive-
on top of that,
definitely.
yeah.
Just to protect the snake, like the little zaps from the
Because
from
that
the snake
little
not really being
damage
able to snipe
prevention
out.
does kind of add up.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, but that's one thing I think that we've been very surprised to see is like damage reduction in this game is so good.
Yeah.
Going
Very,
back from
very strong.
Cornelius to the dragon reduction to Nuzao, we've seen here a little bit to Cho.
Yeah, I like
mean, it
Cho
just keeps
more too,
popping
I
up.
think, honestly. You can get more minions, and the minions help you apply pressure to their big snake. You don't
Yeah.
care if your minions take a bunch and die.
Mhm. No, I definitely think I'm slightly team Cho here as well. Just
This could be fatigue, though. This could be a
definitely.
fatigue game. Because these
is
are both
one
slower.
favored at all in the fatigue. We're looking at the benches of Nefarian, Onyxia, Sinestra. Okay, so there's a Sinestra from Zampage.
Sinestra, Brucon, Bran from Capar. The Bran Sinestra combo can be gross. Yeah, I
But
think
if you're in fatigue already, Brand's a little invalidated. Everyone's already critting.
true, but it
You get the double cast, maybe.
yeah, you get the double cast, or you can get quad, right? Like if it's not
Yeah.
critting, then it'll crit, and then Bran would make it a quad.
True. Okay, there was a snake and now it's gone. What's
All right, well, well, you're really not happy to see that if you're Zampage. I'll be honest, I'm not really
the
sure.
Yulon laser.
Yeah, I like that a lot.
Smart.
I like that a lot. I'm not really sure if there's a way to swing this back without your snake when they have a snake in this matchup. The snake
Yeah, no,
is
this seems doomed now.
this seems really, really
Oh yeah, good play from
Capar,
Capar.
yeah.
Everyone's thinking about the autopilot. Just all right, we'll just go to fatigue. We'll just start growing our snake right away. Capar says, no.
I like
Orbital,
this,
laser
yeah.
beam, Death Star, your snake.
Because their healing gets scarier than our healing does because of Chi-Ji. And we don't really have a good way to kill Chi-Ji unless we can kill it with the giant snake. And then they'll probably have a giant snake. So I think this was a very heads-up play.
Yeah. We actually see Zampage thinking about doing their own laser on the snake now.
Yeah, little revenge.
30,
Too little too late, though.
60, 70.
Look at that. It's a big boy snake.
Good night.
Doesn't even die. Still at
40,
38,
not even
38.
close. Holy moly.
It's just and now they have other big bulky summons. I really am not sure how Zampage can find a way out of this one.
No, this is definitely the
You got snaked.
you were both a combo deck, and one team lost their combo engine on turn one. That is almost always just a GG
Yeah.
team right off the bat. But
I like that they're playing it out, you know.
Practice it out, yeah.
You give it a shot.
I mean, Capar certainly figured out that line from testing the mirror, probably.
Probably, yeah.
And almost guaranteed Zampage has not played much of the, especially again when you're testing for an unusual format like this. You were
Yeah.
saying before, you can't test it on ladder. You can't really test it against other people. Especially, you kind of have to find someone that's also in the tournament, ideally, so
Yeah.
that they have any kind of investment with you.
Jesus.
But, no,
Snake gaming, dude. Just
Uh-huh.
smacking him down like it's nothing. This snake doesn't even need a plane. It's just fucking going straight at him.
I think it's too big for the plane.
Yeah.
Job's done.
It is a very, very large snake.
And we said we were going to fatigue. What is this, turn two?
Turn three, yeah. The snake's just soloing. This is what happens in the mirror when you lose your snake and the opponent doesn't. They just don't have a way to kill it. And
Yeah.
normally, like, sometimes you'd see, like, they have the N'Zoth on the bench so they could steal it, but N'Zoth is not legal in this format. So there's no, I mean, maybe Zampage should have been packing a Cthulhu in the back there, but even Cthulhu wouldn't be great because it's a 1 in 3, right? Because it's a random
show
minion.
playing around the Cthulhu and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it would have been cool to have Zampage, especially when they were already committed to some of the Nagas on their third deck.
Yeah.
That would have been sweet to be able to have the hard read to go, like, there might be a good amount of big snake. I can bring. If you're already playing Nagas and you start to do a little bit of meta research, you might be able to land on the Naga that kills summons. But again, we talked about that not being the best plan. If you miss, you don't queue it up against Big Snake, etc., etc. You start to just build a worse and a worse deck, and that is the trap. And that's why deck building games are really cool. That's why deck building tournaments are even cooler.
100%.
Job's done.
But I don't even know how would Zampage have realistically dealt with these little banana monkeys.
They
were already threat light.
Now they're just they're bigger than.
There's whole mercenaries.
Yeah.
2856s or whatever. It's like 33s. Yeah. I think the Cho dip over the GG.
Yeah, it made a huge difference.
Certainly would have still, I think, been the tiebreaker even if there wasn't the.
I think so as well.
Just did nothing. It just shot a little spitball.
That's all she wrote. Pauper taking the quick 2-0.
Okay.
This is Zampage.
Zampage was theoretically the last line of defense for Wizard Beast here because Wizard Beast just lost to the same lineup, but Wizard Beast now has practice against that lineup. So if they've been in the lab and they've been able to see a couple more games and flow charts start to play themselves out, this is Wizard Beast holding the fighting pit gauntlet against the so far inimitable combo of Ricochet and Pauper.
Yeah. And again, we're seeing the just how much that testing ends up like putting in. Like it pays to. I mean, it's not, like we said, it's not always easy to test before these events. But those who can, they seem to be pretty heavily rewarded for it.
Absolutely. So
which is
yeah,
good.
The solo against the duo here, but
no. So losers bracket final is still just one best of 3. It's only winners final that is more than one best of 3 if the losers bracket.
Well, it's grand finals basically.
Grand finals, yeah. That's
it has the reset. Winners finals is the who's going in. So now this is losers finals.
Yeah, so we got Wizard Beast and Pauper, and their winner of that will be going to our grand finals here. So he's actually going with the humans this time around.
Okay, and we've got Monkey Combo from Pauper, which I think they have been opening up with a good amount of time. I think they've decidedly swapped to Murlocs in some matchups as their opener, but they've definitely liked going with this Elise combo, especially when you expect. I mean, in theory, you should be opening with like your best deck. If you could just get 2-0'd and dead, you never get a chance to play your third deck. Like you should just take the free win while you're there. You see an Elise mirror, but yeah, this is the stat mirror versus the super monkey combo. Have to imagine this is a little Pauper favored.
Yeah, definitely. I would think so.
I mean, this happened, I think, Wizard Beast against Ricochet, didn't it? I think it was the same game 1.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. And there's just not a way to break through before they get their combo out. So I'm honestly kind of surprised he didn't. Maybe he was thinking that maybe he went a little too deep in the tank and was thinking, well, maybe he predicts I bring my dragons and can just snipe it, so he brings something else, so I'll bring something else.
Yep, always possible.
That happens sometimes. Because there's no way through this. Like,
you're just stuck. I mean, it's the triple support against triple support, but one deck's combo is basically on its bench, and one deck's combo kills you the turn that it comes out.
Yeah.
So you just don't have opportunities really to get there, unless for some reason Wizard Beast can kind of finagle into a spot where they can like get semi-wiped and then board in, one-shot the monkey and play from there. Now all of a sudden the board-based combo is offline. The stats start coming out and you start throwing down, and even if you're down 2 or 3 mercs in that case, you could totally grind it back because you've gained plus 30 on all your bench. So
yeah,
I just don't know if Wizard Beast actually has the tool to get that monkey offline as soon as he slides back in.
So Ricochet's saying he thinks the Wizard Beast's pirates can beat it, and I think that makes a lot of sense. But unfortunately, he didn't pick pirates for this one, so he lined up kind of poorly into it. But he will have a chance still, right? You know, this is only our first game, so he could still run it back. But I really am having a hard time seeing how he can kind of stop what's about to happen here with the monkey.
It's monkey time. Yeah, is this God, he could even start going for some No, you don't need this cold snap or anything. But
No, not
yeah, man,
yet.
give
You
me
set
a,
up the snap for next
give me a
turn,
Karen
probably.
in these.
Yeah,
Give
Karen
me a Karen.
could
What do we got?
would
Muse out.
would do a lot. Yeah, on the bench here we have Varian, Carriel, Rogers. So you could, so you do have kind of an out here. You could like speed up with the Rogers potentially to kill the
I guess
monkey. So it's not necessarily over. You know, it's because the Cornelius dies, right?
Yeah,
so,
the news out would probably come in, and then you're flipping against the 2 from the news out
True.
potentially.
You would
But no,
have
yeah,
to take a flip.
between the variant or the Tyrion punch, well, the Tyrion being an 18 is like the most awkward. But yeah, the speed up from Rogers, I think, is our best shot.
Yeah. Pretty much like the only line that gives you a chance here.
And then it's the classic, like, okay, even if you get it off, then you still get various value from Kpar's side if you get to bring in something meaningful. That, okay, the snipe, big punch, monkey time.
All right.
Ooh, okay. Really good flips for Wizard Beast in terms of where they went.
This is
The
this is
overkill
actually
is so
looking
important.
fine. This is actually
Yeah.
looking fine.
That was worst possible from Kpar, I would say.
Yeah, it might have been.
And the double kill, yeah. Okay, we're scrapping, we're scrapping.
So they only have the 1-2 speed available, right?
Yeah, the fact that you can only bring in. Yeah,
Oh.
it has to be Rogers, right? Oh, but you can't even speed up an attack that does anything. You had to be able to actually. Oh no, you can.
You can speed
Star
up the
Seeker.
Elise.
Okay,
yeah. Gonna be a flip. It looks like it might be.
Yeah. I think it has to be, yeah. Because Kpar's deck truly just doesn't do anything if the monkey is dead. Like, if you can kill the monkey, the game is, I think, over.
Hmm.
It is the Rogers. Alright. Yep, we got the 2 speed.
Gonna be a flip.
Freeze the monkey. Do you even bother to freeze the monkey at this point? Like, if you just win the flip, I think you just win for free, but I guess it's just does infinity damage because of the.
There's
the
no reason
70
not
that
to,
happens
yeah.
afterwards.
There's no reason not to, because she's not doing much otherwise, right?
Zarjira to immune the monkey is a really cool combo. I'm glad that got sussed out.
Yeah. It's crazy
Alright,
how well the
50-50
monkey's
time.
been doing.
Yeah. Yeah, I know the monkey. I mean, I'd love to see. I mean, we kind of saw the arcane, some of the arcane combos from Once Upon a Time, and some of the other Pauper Opens and stuff. Like, combo decks kind of find their way into the format a little bit better. And I wonder if that's a tournament thing. I wonder if that's a Pauper thing. But
I think it's
part
a
of me
bit of
almost thinks that
both.
it's just a tournament thing. Yeah.
I think it's a bit of both, because there isn't as like convenient things that threaten the monkey fast. A lot of the things have been slower this tournament, right? And
If you just have a charge or whatever, it's just like.
yeah, we don't have the shadow speed, because sometimes. Oh, all right, there we go. Monkey gone.
Okay, Wizard Beast.
Wizard Beast
plot
is in
armor.
it. He's in it.
Okay, now
It's not over though. It's certainly not over.
And we've seen double monkeys.
Yes,
But
we
again,
have.
Wizard Beast got the lucky roll into the 50-50 here as well, so they are rolling their dice as best as possible here.
Yeah. You just gotta take this. So
Yeah, now
healing, damage, attacking. Yeah, it looks pretty good for Wizard Beast.
Yeah, I mean, Newzow is just going to get absolutely mutilated by
bodied,
Rogers,
yeah.
like, 1 or 2 turns, if not dead, like literally this turn. What are you hitting for? Like 70-ish and 20 something ish. So I guess it might live it a little tiny bit, and then it gets sniped next turn potentially.
Yeah. Even if it hangs on, it's not really doing very much.
Yeah, and Tyrande on the bench from Kpar here just to.
Like they need to. Kpar needs to kill this Elise too. Like you can't let their Elise live.
True.
And it looks like he is letting it live though. I think it's gonna be a problem.
Yeah, heal for 15 doesn't really do much. Ooh, blocked all the damage. Take those.
I just noticed. I don't think Wizard Beast has a maxed out elite. No, he doesn't. His healing was only for 9. It's level 3 instead of 5.
Who needs him?
Yeah. Wouldn't that be funny if he was able to get there with the stat disadvantage? So, what's the play now? What does this summon even do? Rush is plus attack for and attack for each frozen character. Yeah, that doesn't do very much. What a weird set of numbers. Plus 1728.
Just needs to be bigger than all the other ones, I guess.
It's just so those are such random numbers. Alright, in comes the root. Honestly, this Elise can start pumping out damage too. You don't even need to go for the monkey. You can just trigger your nature combo. It plays around root.
This is actually nasty.
No, he didn't go for it.
Oh, dead. Rip.
I would think I would have gone for the extra damage there. I think monkey's a little greedy. How much did the Elise... I was just trying to see if the heal mattered. I don't think it did. Like, not having the max heal. Actually, not having the max heal and not having the extra 5 HP might have mattered for the Elise dying. I have to go back and double check.
Gotta choose where to put your stat points. Varian, just a character, I guess. I guess you can flip another 2. Or do you just go for a big ol' AoE from...
You need to kill that Elise. Like the fact
Is it monkey time?
No, I don't think it's monkey time now, but like you just haven't been killing it and it's back up to 56 and like that Elise has gotta go.
Yeah, I mean it's getting one shot if it gets hit by anything, I guess, is the hope. Like you could go for Rogers to try to speed up the variant to kill it this
it'll
turn.
probably be fine because Rogers will just kill the cow and then Varian gets to get in, so it should be fine for Wizard Beast.
Pretty sure you just attack. Oh, but we're going for the freeze to stop the... Oh, I like this. Oh, Kapar is running it up.
Oh yeah, that's a great play.
Yeah.
Very
Use
good
the
play.
Rogers, and then you blank the entire variant punch.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play. They get ever closer to the monkey.
Winnable. I mean, even if they get the monkey, like, what do you do?
You just need to...
Characters...
It's still kind of rough.
Surviving,
Also, Cariel's gigantic.
Oh, Cariel's so good here.
She's huge.
Only 34, 124. I mean, even just the Brightwing being able to just heal would literally outdamage anything that Kapar was really trying to do at this point. Like, yes, you can get the monkey again here, but you just took off the freeze that would have done 70 to everything.
Yeah.
The headbutt doesn't do anything. I don't think. Does that actually? I guess technically the headbutt probably does benefit.
It does, if it's not doing the actual attack, which it shouldn't. But that's not very much.
Yeah, and there's nothing to crit, so it doesn't actually do like
Yeah.
one shot or anything.
Very, very favored for Wizard Beast here. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any outs for Kapar. I'm just not
Kapar
really
is
sure.
shuffling around all their abilities, thinking. But I think they're thinking about the next.
Yeah, probably.
Props to Wizard Beast, I suppose, for running it back in the matchup that he had like lost, and maybe had finagled a path to victory here, and willing to take this matchup again.
Well, it's hard if they've already acted at permas there.
And like, would it even be that bad if it just did it no matter what? Like, permanently have their ability or permanently have their attack. You know,
It'd probably be fine, honestly.
Yeah. It's not like she's like super good. I mean, the freeze is nice, but
yeah, she's like unplayable and like regular constructed.
If you kill everything but the monkey, what happens?
They die.
Do they just sit there? Do they actually lose?
Yeah, like the monkey can't do anything on its own.
Oh no, I know, but like, can you like hold them hostage, or does the game end?
Wait, I'm confused. What do you mean?
Like, if you have only monkey, no actions. Oh, you can attack with the monkey, right?
Yeah. Well, then your opponent just they just kill it. They just swing into it.
No. You definitely lose, but I wasn't sure if they could like, has there ever been a board state where it's just the monkeys surviving?
I've seen it happen. Yes.
Really? Like Elise's dying breath is summon the monkey and then dies.
Yeah. Pauper played it
Huge game.
well, but
Yeah.
Job's done.
it was the flip. I mean, the flip was
Yep.
that game. If Wizard Beast didn't get the flip, then it would have been a very different story. And he needed it. He definitely needed it because I think Pauper's lineup is favored.
Yep. So now it's basically a slightly Wizard Beast favored, but still such an uphill battle to climb. Because that matchup didn't even necessarily feel like it was one that you just solved it. Like, oh, we broke it. Okay, now I'm never going to lose to this again. Like, you play that again, and it's just as hard, if not harder, probably. So you can sometimes feel good, but I don't think Wizard Beast is necessarily feeling good about the future prospects of being able to eke out that matchup. It feels great right now, and it gives him a chance to win the set, but he's going to have to come up against it even in the finals anyways, and
Yeah,
we
you
can
don't want
start
to put yourself on a flip in the finals when you have to win twice, right, from the loser's bracket. The odds are not in your favor.
Nope, and now we see what we've got Wizard Beast with their Voon Dragons and their Pirate Wombo combo up against
I think I like the dragons.
Murlocs and Big Snake.
Actually, dragons might be. No, dragons did fine.
I
No,
think Dragons did pretty well against the
Yeah.
Elise.
I think I like what dragons from Wizard Beast. See if he did it. He's going pirates.
Okay, and from Parzival, it's Murlocs. So I feel like Murlocs is probably better into
It
Like-
might be.
Pirate combo. I think Dragons would have also been good into Murlocs, probably as well. No, Murlocs were kind of
No one crosses
slinging against the Dragons in that other matchup, but I'm not sure with Voon if that makes a big difference. It might, because I think it was a different Dragons lineup. But okay, so two different ones. So now much more like throwdown punch off that we're going to get here of actual like stat clashing and all kinds of different little summons from both sides and
Yeah.
some quirkiness for sure. So this really could go anyway.
So Wizard Beast going with the Sneed, Vanessa, Eudora, and it is cool to see Vanessa having some success here in his pirate comp. She was actually very important to dealing with the Elise in one of the prior games.
Yeah, and even just being able to like unironically steal attack in this matchup is fine.
Not bad. Yeah, it's really not bad.
Like you're okay with her punching Murky here.
For sure. I like Pauper's decision to hold the Murkai quite a lot for later.
Yeah, it's been pretty nice to be able to just like it seems like there's so many awkward like disruptive abilities that end up happening in these like first couple of turns in a lot of matchups where building your deck to be able to have the Murkai coming off the bench and suddenly lighting everything up, and especially when you have these summons that are coming out from Murky that might hang around incidentally. We've seen Finley get a lot of Murkology high rolls for summons and stuff. Even the
True.
Pufferfisher, right? So being able to have a sudden Murkai send everything at someone is definitely strong. And again, it's those types of decision makings and deck building, like kind of creativities that we want to be able to see in things like Murlocs and things like Orcs. Like just give
Definitely.
us some options to kind of mix it up and get spicy with it. These decks were lacking the spice, and now we got it.
Yeah, it's night and day what one buff and one new character really did to a whole archetype. So definitely gives a lot of hope for the near future with the next drop. Master is
Right.
pretty brutal here, but again, no combo here worth noting, so she does not get the color advantage.
That feels like a weird like you wish that you built your deck to be able to trigger it every time. But maybe it has. I mean, it's still been quite strong without it, but
Yeah. Just weird because you're not used to seeing that after playing against it on ladder a bunch.
yeah, that's a really good definition of like Pauper versus not Pauper. Like if you had all your fancy cards and all your fancy mythics and all your crazy foils and stuff, you're just always triggering combo. But when you have to actually play with your commons, then you just can't get that casting cost under there.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, both sides are beat up. We got to swap out once already, but You got to imagine Eudora's gonna fall without doing too much. We saw Morgul saving the day again on Murky with this crazy. Whenever they take damage, the 20 or more, heal it for 8.
Yeah.
How many of these Murlocs have gone below 0 and then lived?
No, it's pretty crazy how relevant that can be sometimes.
Here
I
we
like,
do have
yeah,
this.
the cannon movement's kind of cool.
Oh, that is smart. Oh, Divine Shield it though.
Oh, and then they didn't get a combo it though, and the Divine Shield absolutely clowns Maestra.
Holy moly. Oh, and the kill too.
Jesus.
Oh, and then we lost. Or he wouldn't have killed the
No one
Murky
killed
anyways.
it anyway, but damn, that
Not working out well for Wizard Beast.
no, you can't be happy to see this outcome.
God, how cracked is Finley? What the heck?
I'm telling you, man.
No, that was a crazy Divine Shield bouncing more than
The
anything.
Divine Shield is so nuts.
Yeah.
It's a very, very strong ability.
That's the Murky diff, yeah. And now we're stupid fast too on the.
Yeah. Can just snipe down Eudora.
Yeah, the free kill on Eudora is so nice. Mercology we're thinking about here on Finley.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder what it rolled. I wish it would show what it rolled for spectator.
And Morgul's deep in the tank on whether or not we're missiling or not, or just trying to go for the heal to save. But no, it looks like we're just shipping in some damage.
Yeah, I like the damage over healing for Kapar.
K-Par's starting to beat up a whole, almost up 2 whole mercs basically in terms of the numbers advantage.
Yeah, no, he has a pretty commanding lead right now.
Okay, I think we audibled off of the Mercology. Slime time, yoink.
Again, that healing.
Juicy. I mean, it literally might as well just read your Murlocs have 8 damage reduction. Like,
Yeah,
that's
kind of.
insane.
Except
Like, the
it's
fact that
almost
that
better
actually
because you
works.
can scale it with heal powers. So it's like,
Like, when you reread it like that, I mean, it just makes all of the other damage reductions look so medium.
yeah.
And those are already so good. But yeah, Kapar looking like a strong. I mean, what's left for Wizard Beast's bench here? Like the patches.
Yeah, he has
and
patches and Galvangar.
Galvangar has definitely been pretty underwhelming. It was.
I like it
it
as
came
an
out-
idea, but it hasn't seemed to work as well in practice. It really feels like he was trying to get some extra attack, right? Because he didn't have the Elise buff, because Elise is in another comp. So I like the idea, but
It seems like it's supposed to kind of combo with the patches, like fill your board with pirates.
yeah, that
And, like,
too. That
yeah,
too.
that way, like, seems okay. But yeah, I think Galvangar just when I still want Galvangar to be good. I think that Galvangar is like a buff away from being.
Yeah, he's a fine. I don't even think he's bad. He just orcs need more support. Orcs don't have it, and also he's a green and like leading. He used to be a good lead green.
Yeah, he's
It's
best
hard to
led, I think.
lead as a green right now, unless you're like one of the best greens in the game.
on ladder at least.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Here we get a lot of diversity though with the different leads. And it's going to be even crazier, I'm sure, the next time around in Pauper, because we'll have even more. We get so many more rares and epics every drop compared to like the legendaries. So the pool keeps just getting bigger.
Pauper only gets fancier. Hey, well, here's the Galvangar combo for an additional.
And look at that, boom. And again, look at that. The Murloc ate 2 of the hits.
Ooh, got the death blow. Cheeky.
Yeah, that death blow just seals it. Your other characters now can't do that great stuff. It probably didn't matter, but just the damage alone, that's going to wrap it up for game number 2. So we will have a game 3. We've actually been getting a decent amount of game 3s now.
Yeah, it's funny that round one was just all 2-0s, and then people started going like, "Oh, okay." I mean, and that kind of makes sense, right? Like you don't
Yeah.
really know what you're playing against. You don't know how the games go yet, and it just becomes like really these crazy blowouts in the beginning, and then everyone kind of starts to pull together, and you got a lot of sideboard games in that sense.
Yeah.
Well, what is game 3 now for them? Wizard Beast has
Dragons.
dragons. They're the Wizard Beast staple. They instead kept it as an anchor instead of the opener, so I can
Yeah.
get behind that. I mean, probably arguably his best deck.
And then Kapar is the big snake.
Yeah. Okay.
Dragons
Okay.
versus big snake. Yeah.
I mean, we saw the Yulon go crazy against the big snake last time, so
That
maybe
we
that will play
did.
it.
That we did.
Okay.
So, I mean, Wizard Beast has a real shot here. It's like a winnable matchup from both sides, depending on how things go.
Combo deck versus Techie. I mean, if anything, the Dragons deck is basically it's the closest deck to the ones that were all over the place in the Pauper 2 tournament, where so many people brought Dragons, and they were kind of like much closer to the standard version of Dragons you saw on Ladder, where it was like the Nefarians and the Yulons and the Sinestras just opening, and that was it.
Yeah.
But now these Dragons that we've seen today, a lot more. I mean, the Wizard Beast Voon, but Dragons kind of alongside Big Snake has tended to kind of be the split. And when Wizard Beast doesn't go for Big Snake, your Yulon now goes straight into a Dragons deck instead.
Yeah. So coming out swinging with the Dragons. Nefarian, Voon, and now he's thinking about the next one. I think it's an easy Yulon here.
Oh, it's got to be Yulon into the Snake, right? That's like the best. That's like been the
It just makes
mirror
sense.
breaker so far, yeah, in the Yulon mirror breaker.
But he's looking at the Synixia though.
Could be a bait.
It definitely could be.
What's the Anixia gonna do? Try to kill the Yulon?
I think maybe that's what he's thinking about, but I don't really like that.
I have not been sold on the power of Anixia personally. I think it's one of the least impressive dragons we've had of the bunch, partially just because most of the dragons are just bananas.
Yeah,
but
I think that's kind of true. I mean, I think she's a fine character. I just wish they gave her a bit more health. I know she got +5. I think she needed at least +10. All right, he made the right decision. He decided to go Yulon.
Okay.
Yeah, Nixia's just a bit too frail. Sometimes she does awesome things, but she can die rather quickly.
If anything, she should have been like unnecessarily tanky because you have an entire ability that just says like do nothing and then explode. But
Agree.
Make it the build it up instead, like Cornelius plus Anixia shenanigans. Who knows? All right, so
Big Snake versus
Big Snake and Dragoons. The Yulon mirror, but defensive Yuloning from Kapar and offensive Yuloning from Wizard Beast. I wonder if Kapar can ever afford to not attack with the snake. I mean, literally just that mind game alone of like, is Yulon just going to nuke my snake right away? That's tough.
Yeah,
we haven't seen it yet. Until last time.
There are some mind games here.
I mean, you can even just go for the one shot on the. I mean, but that's the problem. Is like when you actually commit to playing Big Snake, your deck is just so much worse if you change plans, because Kapar can kind of be thinking about like, do I just one shot the Nefarian here, right? Like, do I just blast it and play it out and assume that they have the good answer to Snake anyways, or do you kind of just stay on path, stay on route, and try to grind it out because your opponent's not necessarily familiar with it? But what do they go with?
Interesting.
Okay.
Oh, swinging with the snake, but the snake's still alive, and now the snake is gone.
Okay, and it would have died anyways, right? I think the way that with the full send from Wizard Beast, even if the snake didn't attack, I think the Yulon still ends up killing it. So, okay, mission accomplished. You trade. I mean, obviously, so right, if Kapar could have gone, don't shoot with Yulon, don't attack with Snake, heal, and then it might have lived. But again, is that just hemorrhaging too much value? Potentially. But
I think
now
so.
you're out of a snake.
I think you're happy to get rid of their Nefarian because now you have kind of like a backup plan with the other summons, and You can still grow the board really big, and maybe you
2%
can
snake.
sneak in another snake. Yeah.
Yeah. I think the second snake is the line that we haven't seen it all yet so far, and I think there have been spots where it would be pretty nice to at least certainly think about,
Yeah.
because no one's going to be bothering with Anaconda now at this point, essentially.
Probably
You're just going to
not.
start
Yeah.
hitting the Yulon, and it's going to stay completely unprotected, and then you just wake up and pump it for 45 again or whatever. Like, that's a very powerful, like, the upside of having Snake being summoned so late as an 8-drop like this, so we'll see.
He gets triggers now off of Dragon dying, but
Job's done.
yeah, I think Kapar is probably in a pretty good position here. Wizard Beast opting to taunt with the Yulon. I'm not really sure why. Seems odd to me.
Yeah, Kapar is just sending it. We're going full beatdowns. I mean, this would have been a lot of damage, I guess. Like, it saves
Yeah.
36, but you could have healed for 15. Huge machine gun.
Job's done.
Well, you're happy to have the Cho'Gath before picking these Onyxia triggers, but your board's kind of weak. Even with the Yulon buff, it's really not exceptional. And now Sinestra's really scary.
Astra's definitely an issue here.
Like, if your Yulon dies, that Sinestra's never dying. Because, like, you just
And
don't
they
have
keep
the damage.
themselves alive. Like, they keep each other alive. I mean, that is certainly the potential issue for Wizard Beast comp here, is that they went full dragons because they managed to hold their Yulon, not put it in Big Snake, put it in dragons instead. But like we said, they opted for Voon instead of Sinestra, and it clutched it earlier. But now this is Sinestra diff. You're both in a Yulon mirror again, and you managed, sure, you took off the cool angle of the Big Snake that you kind of opted to not go for. But now you lose the second tiebreaker mirror potentially, because now this is Sinestra and all kinds of little monkeys, and you don't have a great way to deal with even like a wide board like this from Wizard Beast.
Yep.
Done.
No, well said. This is incredibly awkward. So I think Kapar took a really good line here, not over prioritizing his snake, saying, "Hey, I get the free kill on one of your mercenaries and a powerful one at that in Nefarian," and it just seemed right. You got to know when to hold them and fold them with the snake.
And that's literally a strategy that you won't be able to figure out until you put in reps, until you've
Yep,
played,
it's true.
practiced, and figured out what your backup lines are. Because Mercenaries is great for that. But if you don't have time, if you can't practice, you don't have a practice partner, if you don't have matchups against that you
Yeah,
even know you're
it's a
playing
lot
against,
harder.
tough. It's tough out here. Bang, bang. Nope, and things are running away.
Oh, that's actually
bump, actually.
huge.
Wait, did it still overdie anyways?
Let's look.
Wait a minute, hold on. That was what Wizard Beast needed.
29, so it was 58. What was it at?
Dragon did 30.
Dragon did 20.
Then the
Oh no, 30. Then yeah,
plus 10.
30 with that, and then how much did Voon do? 10, 20, 30. So 60, and then just under 60, so 120. So I think it would have died. It was really close.
It got shot for like 10,000 by Yulon, anyways, and it had the good nature damage, honestly, from the
Yeah, it did.
from the setup taunt earlier. So Wizard Beast getting paid off a little bit there. But yeah, the 1 out of 5 bump to make it close, but maybe it overkilled, because in that sense, then it was the 1 out of 5 worst possible, because you wasted 20-30 damage. So it's literally hard to tell who's even high rolling better.
Yeah, it's one of those things. You have to go back and look at it and check the numbers. It's hard to keep up with all of them as it's happening.
God, give me Brucon back into standard rotation, man. Let me get a Malfurion buff. I know they just changed Guff. Like, that was something, but I think Ysera might be able to put us over the edge. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, We have we have good greens now in nature, and we have, I mean, nature's just pretty stacked. I think maybe it could use another better blue, because Brucon got kind of crept out. Cookie's good, but he's not like the damage dealer.
And now I think you probably also have to replace Cookie too, which is a little awkward. Like he kind of got zoomed out. Oh my God, take him.
That was a lot of damage.
Extra damage stack. From
Chain
the
lightning is gross here, though. That chain lightning, I think, just seals it. Yeah, there's no way. And they finally did the line you were talking about, well, who getting a second snake.
Yeah. It's snake time, just when it matters. This
is pretty over.
Was lost, but a valiant beatdown from both sides, and I wonder if it had been a slightly different going in maybe if we led with dragons, right? If we had made, because I do kind of think to a certain extent that dragons, especially with the take that Wizard Beast has, and no one else really brought it. I liked their dragons list a lot, and they seemed like they knew it really well. I wonder if we had led with it and started throwing down to try to get that win right away. Maybe that would have been better, especially if you could have stolen the win from the monkey deck. But we didn't even play the pirates into the monkeys, which is what Ricochet was saying might have been even better. But we managed to win that game, so I'm not sure. Obviously, so many points of back and forth in every single tournament. So, but well played still. Yeah,
no, very, very good game from both players, and it is kind of cool, sad as we are to see our fellow co-hosts get taken down here. It is cool to see, again, a repeat of the two practice partners making it into the grand finals, and one of them being our previous finalist and champion. So will he be able to defend the title?
Yeah. Keep our going for the defense, right?
And he's got the uphill climb though, because he's gonna
they have the bracket reset.
Yeah, the bracket reset. So it's not easy.
This will probably come down to queue order almost more than anything, which is, if anything, arguably good that there's a bracket reset, because then if you're like, I got cheesed in the queue order, like you get a second life, but that means that it's kind of Ricochet favored for being able to cheese it in that first matchup. Can they find a sneaky, cheeky order that can prevent the bracket reset?
Yeah,
we'll find out.
No, this is very exciting. It is. It's been some really great games. Again, big props to everyone for participating in the tournament. Yeah, here we go again, right? You got a shot at defending your title in the same way as last time, right? Like. Because last time Kapar had to fight his way up through, and it's taxing. Like when you're playing these games, like Ricochet's just been chilling. He's been sitting back, like he's been watching these games. He's been enjoying it, while Kapar's just like fighting his way through. So this is really cool.
One player, it's like some players wake up when they consistently play. Some players fall asleep when they're not playing. So
true.
That's going to come down to a player diff. Like, what type of player are you? I remember I used to go to like Magic tournaments with people where their tournament stamina was one of their biggest downfalls. Like when it was round 8, round 9, they just weren't playing correctly anymore, and that becomes a real big barrier. So I don't know how ready they are to throw down, or which side of the line favors them, but I think we're gonna be made some dinner, pet the cat, check the mail. Ricochet, they're ready to go. The chores are done.
I love it.
Feeling good.
We are gonna take one final little intermission here before we get into our grand finals, though. Big appreciation to everyone hanging out, and we'll be back very shortly. And good luck to both of our finalists.
See you soon.
And we're back. Finals time. Ricochet versus Kapar. Battle of the practice partners. A little bit of deja vu for Kapar going up against the person he practiced with again after fighting it out in the loser's bracket. Much like what happened in Pauper 2. So if you've enjoyed this tournament, you haven't gotten a look at that, that is up over on YouTube. So definitely highly recommend checking that out. The Pauper events are a lot of fun, and I like to think they get a little bit better each time. So here's to that, and the eventual Pauper 4 in the maybe not too distant future. We'll see.
Yeah, no, I mean this is the last little stamp before we get new mercs in 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Timing ended up being great, right?
Yeah, no, I mean couldn't have nailed it better basically, and with exactly enough time, yeah, to basically get the new wave, everyone can grind up, figure out what's going on, and then we'll probably run a series of tournaments with all kinds of the new stuff. But we have no
Yeah.
idea what is happening in any of those yet. Again, we've seen some Ysera conversations. I mean, I predicted / wanted some Dragonflight stuff, but I know we're going to Dragonflight and WoW. That's like what the
Yeah,
expansion is
so it would
there.
make sense for them to do something like that, right? Like,
I just want nature playable again. That's all I care about.
yeah,
A
bring
reason to
back the
play
nature
Valkyrian
boys.
again, yeah.
And yeah, Malf is still really good. It's just like I think he hasn't lined up into stuff quite as well, but like he can still work, and especially if nature gets a bit more support, and hopefully some of these underrepresented tribes will get some support as well. So the demons really need it, the orcs really need it. I mean, I'm like fairly confident we're going to get Murloc Holmes because we're going to get some characters from Nathria. So if he and the big ones to me that are like easy includes you got him, you got Sire, and you have the Prince. Like those are just like 3 easy mercenaries that fit the theme.
No, that would be definitely exciting. I mean, what would they even be though? Like, would those just be like neutral? Like the prince that like Desire Denathrius go into like a demons? Like
I have
they
no
could
idea where
playable
like
card.
they wouldn't be they wouldn't. I don't know what tribe they would work in. They'd have to be like kind of I mean, Murloc Holmes could synergize with the Murlocs, but
Second red Murloc there. Denathrius. You got Theotar could be somebody potentially
yeah,
too. You get some thought seizing there. Start looking at their lineup and stuff, but
yeah, we are ready. We are ready when you guys are, Kpar. Grand finals time. Again, Ricochet
finals.
made it in the winners, so he only has to clear this first best of 3, and he will grab the trophy. Kpar has to win the best of 3 and, again, the bracket reset. He wants to defend his title. Sire Denathrius undead? I don't think so. Not believe he is an undead.
some updated. I think they already took Undead away from the Lich King and stuff like that too, right? So,
No, it's still around. It's on
Really?
Tamsin and it's on Sylvanas.
oh, okay.
Lich
okay,
King's a
that's-
human.
Yeah.
It's weird, but
They
yeah.
never have Undead?
No, they never had undead.
Weird. Never mind.
Yeah, no, it's just I think it's just Tamsin and Sylvanas with the undead tag. All right, so I'll grab Ricochet for this. Excited to see, and I think like we talked about before, deciding what you do game 1 and how that matchup lines up can really dictate the kind of flow of the series as a whole. So game 1 is usually very, very impactful and important.
Yeah, you kind of have to imagine that neither one of them necessarily want to play a true mirror in game 1, so they might both go a little like flip a coin on the side, use a little random dice generator, figure out how to
Yeah.
play it. But
Imagine a monkey mirror. Oh god, it sounds awful. I think it's
five speed
yeah,
flips
it's
back
just
and
a lot of weird flips. All right, well, maybe we get it. Ricochet's on monkey.
forth. And Kpar is on monkey.
Oh boy, we called it. We called it.
Monkey tag.
You need to chill.
So now
gonna-
this is probably going to be heavily dictated by some Varden flips. Ooh, but we have a different
Oh,
Varden.
different equipment.
That's
Interesting.
actually probably big in the mirror, honestly.
It could be. It very
Because
well
if you
could
actually
be.
get your monkey one shot, like if you get your monkey off and then it kills the Varden,
And then
they have a monkey,
yeah, that could be really
explodes, it
cool.
just kills everything.
Oh, we're gonna do some monkeying around. See how it goes.
Job's done.
It will certainly be an interesting matchup though. That's for sure.
Snapped it off. I mean, most of the early turns are literally just gonna be like button, button, button. So this should be a fast
Yeah.
back and forth.
We're gonna race to the monkey turn. I don't think there's two. Although one thing that could be relevant is wherever these before we even account for flips, just this Bard and RNG, like where the hits go, like that could matter. Not this turn so much, but more so next turn, because it could mess up their monkey on 5, and that would be really really bad if it doesn't happen to the other side, right?
Yeah, if it actually delays the no, actually, yeah, you're totally right. That's a super disaster if for some reason Elise is slower than the Varden, so you have to monkey post Varden.
So there's some extra RNG here that you can't really account for it. You just have to kind of react to it, right?
And technically, Kpar's equipment choice got a good amount of value there. With they managed to roll 2 of their flurry procs into Cornelius, and it
Yeah.
went for basically ended up doing double damage compared to what Ricochet's did because it got the crit plus the extra 4. So, can you ever kill the Cornelius? Like, if you have a Cornelius standing and they don't, you get one more blessing of sacrifice for like 1 or 2 turns from now. That's also a huge decider. So,
Yeah, it could be potentially.
I like that we're seeing some equipment differences that are technically already making a little bit of a difference.
Yeah, no, definitely very interesting to see them Ricochet changing it up, Kpar sticking with what they've been doing throughout the event. And that's a Cornelius
Oh, there we
down.
go. That's potentially huge. Boulder. Okay.
Did Elise get hit by one? Oh man. So Ricochet's Elise is slower than Kpar's Elise. However,
Ricochet.
Dawngrass Varden is slower than it's messed up for both of them.
Yeah.
Like,
well, because doesn't Boulder? I feel like Boulder isn't part of the. Is that part of the Monkey Quest?
yeah, the boulder's part of it. It's the second to last. He can freeze
Why were
with
they both on
monkey.
different stages?
He can't
of-
protect the monkey though, because he can't target it before it's summoned. So it's gonna be a roll on. He could high roll it. Oh, he could freeze Varden. That. Oh yeah. That's the line. That's the line. Wizard Beast spotting the line. So you summon monkey, you freeze their Varden. Yeah.
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 The early sub in is actually maybe a disaster. You're right.
You need to freeze with you can just freeze their Elise. You can just lock them out.
So is Ricochet on Monkey this turn?
Yes.
So why was Guiding Path and the Boulder on the same turn? Like, why do they have different parts of the quest there last turn?
Guiding Path skips, advances it by 1 stage, so it skips the boulder. Whereas
And they just didn't
Ricochet
do it
went for
that
the
other turn.
boulder.
Okay. So
They
that's
still
awesome.
both get to the monkey.
Right, but they just changed the things.
yeah.
Gotcha, okay. Not Elise gaming. Okay. Yeah, now Cornelius being out to open up the freeze is actually.
Although he's going, I don't understand this. He's going for the. I guess he wants to save the freeze for the monkey next turn. I don't know if I really like that, but it's not bad. It's like fine. He wants to kill the opposing monkey. This seems, yeah, he could have just done it this turn though.
And it would have done a bazillion damage too. Why not go for the freeze explosion here?
I think this is just. I think he is thinking this is more guaranteed, and it also deals with their monkey. But it would have. The other play I think was better, but I don't think he ever gets punished for it. I think this line was also fine. It's just the other one was probably better. It was definitely better because he doesn't need to protect his monkey this turn, so he would have been 1 cooldown closer to protecting the monkey, but again, it probably isn't going to matter. They can get the Elise buff now, so that could be relevant, but I don't think it is. Varden shoots, yeah, no, actually it is relevant. This does matter, although I still think it's very, very Ricochet favored, but this was a bit of a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like the Cornelius sniping was a good thing, but now it apparently is quite the opposite.
Yeah, well, no, it was good. He just needed to play last turn differently. He needed to freeze, right?
Like Ricochet is still favored in that sense. Or yeah, I'm saying bad for Kpar.
Oh yeah.
You actually killed the Cornelius seemed like it might have been a good thing for Kpar, but then you opened
I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Archero,
definitely agree.
Disaster. Kpar is still deep in the tank.
All right, let's see. Yeah, this was definitely a mistake. not doing the thing last turn. All right, well they kill monkey, so never punished.
And next.
And yeah, that's game one. Ricochet, he's got one hand on the trophy here.
One hand and 1 foot. Well, he had one hand from winner's side. Now he's got 1 foot on the trophy. Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Side.
he's almost. He just needs one more to bring it home.
2 feet, 2 hands. Doesn't matter which one.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, it's been. I mean, we kind of called it though that the monkey match was going to be a little bit of a fiesta because like that game can go so many different ways depending on where those initial Varden hits go.
Yeah, definitely.
Like it would have been a totally different game if that Cornelius didn't die. Actually, probably.
And I mean, to that extent, that's kind of what I meant in a way by like, do these players want to opt into the monkey mirror? Like when it is a variance intensive matchup, then almost certainly one of those players wants to lean in to the mirror and one doesn't. But the fact that both did means that probably somebody messed up in that kind of sense of a queue order. You would have to imagine that Ricochet would be the one favored because you have the extra lives and you're like, oh, well, if I have 2 chances of doing this, maybe then I'll just take both. And that K-Par should be the one that's audibling, but
it also depends on like they know the matchups probably way better than we do. Like Wizard Beast is guessing that they're gonna both go Snake because Murlocs are unfavored into Snake, and that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
So maybe they were thinking a similar thing with the monkey, where worst case it's kind of a 50-50 with if the opponent chooses monkey, whereas maybe the monkey is favored versus their other 2 comps, so they don't want that bad matchup if they have to run into the monkey later with Snake, or if they have to run into the monkey later with Murlocs.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's just one of those things where it's like you never learn what that flow chart should look like until you test, and they happen to test, but they might have even gotten kind of inbred with their testing as it is. Yeah, now double monkey.
Yeah,
sorry,
double snake. Yeah, Wizard Beast called it. We have the snakes.
But now this is a Yulon thing where the Yulons can laser the snakes.
Yeah, so we've seen it before. You need to... You can't have your snake die. If your snake dies in the mirror, you have a really, really bad time. Unless their snake dies too, and then you're kind of on even footing. But if one side loses a snake and the other doesn't early on in the game, it's just a blowout.
Yeah. Ricochet's on game point, match point, tournament point. So if Ricochet wins, it is just over. If K-Par wins, there's upwards of 4 more games still to be played. Is there ever a world where they both end up killing the snakes and have to just like wet noodle spaghetti fight it out after that?
It could happen. It could happen. And Ricochet's only had 1 loss this whole tournament so far. He dropped 1 game to Wizard Beast so far. He's been 2-0 and everything else. So he's kind of that fresh and rested. Well, K-Par's been battling his way through the losers bracket. There's a lot of game 3s down there too.
Yeah, Ricochet on the speed run, especially if you can edit out the weight.
Yeah, cruising.
All right, so it looks like K-Par is going for health. Ricochet,
and he goes
also
for health too.
Okay.
We have a mirror.
Oh, but is it still a mirror? We get 13-13s? Yep, okay, full. 1 bump. Wow, the stone cold.
Yeah, they probably practiced this mirror, I imagine. Especially because I guarantee they were both expecting a decent amount of snake to show up in this event.
Yep.
Probably more than actually did show up.
Yeah, when they were the majority of the snake players, right? How many other snakes were there actually? 1.
I think there were some, but not many.
Haggart had 1. Sam Page had 1. That's it.
Wow, that's much less than I thought.
Yeah, wow.
Alright, so buffs going with taunt on the Yulon. That's interesting.
They're playing for the long game. We got these
Looks like
Anaconda.
kind of makes sense. Like maybe
Got
you
it.
need the extra nature damage to start blasting stuff down. Oh, but you can't taunt though, so maybe he's literally just doing it for the nature damage.
And it only gets 3 or something? Nah, that seems kind of whack if you go for the
Yeah,
nature damage.
maybe he's forgetting about it, or maybe he's thinking that. Oh no, it's still turned off because it's 2 turns. Yeah, so maybe that's a bit of a mistake, or maybe they're seeing something we aren't.
Okay, well, this is how the matchup slides, one way or the other. That play almost certainly just won or lost the match.
So Kapar is the bigger snake.
Yep.
I think he wanted to protect his snake. Alright, I mean, it still seems like anyone's game. Kapar has a bit more health than a bigger snake, though, so I imagine he has the advantage, but maybe there's something to be said about getting a good swap in here.
Yeah, is there any world where they kind of have a different line? I mean, Bran lets you get some cheeky crits. I mean, I just look at these monkeys with their damage reduction and just like the numbers that are on board right now, and I just start to have a stroke. So I don't even,
Yeah.
there's way too many things to have to think about adding up.
It's really hard to calculate the like you have to add the Yulon health, you have to subtract the damage, the snake is going to change retroactively throughout the turn. Like it's really complicated to keep up with all of this. It really is not easy. Have to Bran? Yeah, maybe he might have to go with the Bran.
I mean, whatever you bring in basically auto dies to the snake a lot of the time, but I guess not. I guess you have all the little the monkeys can kind of chip away at it. But are you okay with throwing away monkeys into the snake when they have great stat lines to tackle everything else? I don't know.
I think you might be. They both go Brucon. Yeah. No, it's looking like the. I think maybe Ricochet made a mistake there and forgot the Jade Flame was active and was thinking Kapar might go for the same thing, but forgot that the Jade Flame blocks taunt for 2 turns. Or maybe he was thinking, well, mine isn't blocked by my own thing, but he forgot it's blocked by Kapar's thing.
Yeah, I think definitely feels like a punt unless you really, because like if it was like 6 or 12 nature damage, I think you can start to make a relevant case for it.
Yeah.
Especially, the Brucon's coming. Maybe you get to set up for like the Brucon Bran Wombo combo, but I think the health advantage might just be too much, especially again when these monkeys are just a real problem on Kapar's side, where they're just an entire hit above everything else. They tank the chain lightnings. This could be a fatigue match as well.
Oh yeah, it very well could. Because neither player has a ton of damage. It's interesting to not see snakes go into snakes. Like they're both like really against doing that.
We have the wisdom versus patience here, another difference in the line.
Oh yeah. Oh, double hit on Yulon's pretty big, it feels like.
But we're a snake down.
Oh, yeah.
Snake down.
Snake down. That's got to be pretty terrifying for Ricochet.
And you still don't really have a...
You're staring down some big monkeys, too. 2362s. The snake's going to go back up to a 45. Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a way out of this now. But I think you play it out every time. You give yourself a chance, and then...
Oh, yeah, especially with this. Like, the snake isn't that big. Like, there are... Because, again, what's on the bench for both Sinestras and Brands?
Yeah, it's Sinestra and Bran left. Sinestra's going to get clowned by this snake. If it's still alive. Though, having Yulon versus the Sinestra from Ricochet's side could be better. The snake just has to go. Like, if the snake goes, I think Ricochet can win this. Because he has the Yulon advantage.
Right? Like,
yeah, it looks like
100%
it.
of the time Yulon dies from Kapar here, and 100% of the time it doesn't die from Ricochet.
Yeah,
not 100.
It might be okay for... the slow is really heads up there, I think. Cho dead.
Panda boy, okay.
think you kill whatever you can kill there, right? And wow, okay, that's huge.
Ooh, the 38.
I think Ricochet can win this now.
No, that was definitely a pretty. I'm really surprised that we went for the.
Well, I think I get
Yeah, I guess
why
it was
they
just
went
like
for
that,
it, because
yeah.
you
Yeah,
weren't
yeah.
killing anything else, or
No,
like
yeah.
you couldn't, and you weren't even threatening to kill over 2 turns. Now you can taunt with your own Yulon too. Like this feels like, oh, it's crazy. Like it really felt like the snake was doing all this stuff for Kapar, but maybe it was Yulon that was really the secret that needed to go. Not sure what turn it is if we're getting close to fatigue, but I imagine we're getting up there.
Yeah, I mean, can you deal with these 3090s though? Like,
I don't think you. Well, you taunt, so Yulon is taking the brunt of the force. Then you're setting up for the AoE next turn. Once the Cho is gone, the big minions are a bit less scary because they're taking more damage, but they are a pain to deal with. Like that is a lot of damage.
The show's not dying for at least.
But you can just focus. I think you can almost just focus the summons because Cho, Bran, Brukan are not really pressuring you. Brukan's the scariest thing.
It's really coming at all from Kapar is pretty unfortunate. More taunt.
Snake down. Oh wow.
Juicy. Okay.
Is there, all right, so I guess
Was the chain lightning return from? Yeah, I mean the double chain lightning is pretty sick.
they can
But now we double chain lightning back, right?
no, I think he's gonna go for the crit chain lightning. But the scary thing here is if Bran goes for the crit, and so you basically, I think you need to almost make the read of passing with Sinestra or swinging at the Cho, because if they go for Bran crit and they crit with those 28s, your Sinestra's gone. Yeah, Sinestra needs to pass or swing. Because she can't go, if she acts before those 28s, Bran is going to kill her. Whereas otherwise, I don't think they can. Really crazy, weird line here.
Or whatever. Like, I'm not sure the monkeys care.
So it's what? It's, can they kill anyway before then? So it's one. So it's 56 and then 66. They would have to attack with Bran instead of go for the crit line, and then they could kill it. So there's some real mind games here, and Ricochet sees the line. He's not acting with Sinestra. He sees the scariness. Oh my god, I think that just won in the game. Potentially.
I think these monkeys are too big.
We'll see. They might be, but now he can heal with the Sinestra, and
Yeah.
I think he might have found a line to clutch it out. He can kill one of the monkeys too. Or can he? How much reductions Cho? Cho is 8 less, so no, he actually can't. We know he has 13 minus 8. Yeah, so he can kill the 33. Heal up, snipe down the Brukan. I think Ricochet can win this now.
I mean, it's crazy that it is winnable. I think I'm still Team Kapar here, but it's
It's very close. It's very close.
Brukan is also just dead. I mean, yeah, Cho'Gath.
I love that he saw that line though. That was a really heads up play. If he swung there, I think would he have died if he swung there into the Cho? Lived at 9. Didn't gain any health, right? No. So he could have afforded to swing into the Cho, which might have been better. But I think passing is not bad either. The important thing is he did not heal.
Yeah, but I mean, Cho being alive now is pretty bad.
It's not that bad. Joe's not really doing very much. Although he's not going for the kill. Is he going for a kill on the... Lost
one
the
that
flip
said-
there.
Okay, part one.
Rukon down.
Ooh, that's nothing. That's bad.
Oh, I think that was a mistake from Ricochet.
Done.
You needed to kill that monkey. You should have left Rukon alive. Or you should have... I don't understand why he doubled with Bran. Oh, I think he was trying to... No, I think he was trying to double on his Brucon.
No, but the Brucon went for the muddy footing, I think. didn't it?
Yeah, I don't understand that line. That confuses me. Like, he should have shot the monkey with Brucon, and then he could have used Bran to kill their Brucon. Or their... What, it's 12, right? Yeah, or their Cho. He could have killed either of them. And then I think he would have been set. But now, I think Kapar has this off the back of the two monkeys here. Because we are not really doing anything.
That's just like 800 speed. I'm pretty sure you attack with... Kapar should have attacked with their Sinestro. Okay, still got there anyways, I guess. Same thing.
Yeah, and that should be game. Wow.
Okay, wow,
Incredibly
that got-
close one, and it went very different than we thought. But yeah, I'm shocked you didn't go for killing the
Job's done.
38 monkey and viewed the Brucon as more of a threat. I don't agree with that line.
I mean, realistically, we back up all the way to turn 2, where there was a taunt
Yeah.
instead of heal, and the game completely came off the hinges at that point. Props to Ricochet for bringing it back to a
Yeah.
arguably winnable, or arguably maybe even like at least check, if not checkmate. But we battle on. Kapar holding on by a thread.
Yeah,
Winning
that was a
here.
really, really close one. Oh, he wanted to heal after it, I guess, potentially. He was doing it more for the heal than for the doubling, maybe. We'll have to ask after the game's end. But the fact that he got in that position was very impressive after what I think the taunt was not the right play in that mirror early on, like you said. So the fact that he almost completely turned it around was pretty impressive.
And now it's a Murloc.
Murloc mirror, another mirror.
And this is gonna just stats and divine shields and attacking and summons left and right. This is truly, in my opinion, gonna come down to which player has more reps with Murlocs. Like, which player actually knows this deck inside and out, because this is just a scrappy fight. This is just gonna be who gets the good divine shields in the right times, who gets the right calls, who gets the right Murloc.
Finley
calls.
random skills, yeah. Like there's a lot that can go in this game. Also, how they decide to lead, you can change up your Murloc lead, like
Yeah, definitely.
and maybe there's some real mind games there. And you got to imagine they've practiced. It seems like they've practiced the mirrors, so they have to have practiced the Murloc mirror. And I'm curious what kind of insights that gains you.
If you got to imagine if there was a matchup of your lineup to be like, it's already 12:30, dude. Like I gotta go to bed. We'll do the Murloc one later. It's gotta be Murloc skip.
Yeah.
So if they skip class, let's see which one of them maybe grinded it more on ladder. But
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Murlocs are a viable ladder comp.
yeah, this is probably the one comp that you could test the best on ladder and just figure out how to play it. Or if one of these players was a Murloc one trick from back in the day, and they just kind of understand some of the play patterns.
Ricochet has loved the Murlocs, I think, for a while. He's been
Okay.
he's a Murloc gamer. So he snaps Murgle thinking about the other two, and I like this. I mean, you're always playing Murgle here. The real question is, do you just slam out? Oh, okay. So he's going double green with
I like that. I
Murgle.
was just thinking, I think I prefer double green. If you really think that Morgul's getting like snapped off here, this is so much threat from the Merc guys just sending into Morgul.
Finley's really, really scary into double greens, though.
That is true.
Because you can buff up your Finley on turn 2 and then have old Merc-Eye just slam both your dudes into basically your Merc-Eye. However, at the same time, your Murkai could get protected, but your protection comes down too early with the bubble off of Murky, because it's 4 speed, and then they'd still get multiple hits in to break through the bubble.
Yeah, the multi-hitting post invasion like that is actually kind of sweet. I wonder if we'll see a fishy barrage for the first time. If we can actually
Yeah,
get
maybe. That would be kind of funny.
But I mean, right now, Kapar's Morgul is presumably under duress, and for Ricochet, you have to imagine your Murkai is under.
Murkai's just really not being threatened by what Ricochet has as much, and Ricochet can't even like pressure their Finley that much. So I want to say, based off of these openers, I think Kapar is a better shot for now.
I mean, yeah. So this makes sense. How much does this do essentially? Like,
look how much healing that did.
That's actually really brutal. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, and then we get the full clear.
The crits were kind of a negative.
Yeah. No. Yeah. That was actually like the fact that, I mean, Ricochet clearly took the like.
The crits were like non-crits because of that healing.
Yeah. But like that was their line. Their line was, I'm gonna take double green into the Morgul and burn it down. But as we can see here, that flowchart.
It could still pay off. It could still pay off. We'll see.
It has to pull together.
Because now they get now they're faster with Murkai.
Yeah. So now they get the kill on Morgul, and now.
But the downside of being faster is your Finley buff is kind of awkward because you're buffing after you swing. Although on the other flip side of that, it's defending your Murkai, so you're using it a bit more defensively, and I think that might be better, because Murkai's how you win this mirror, right? Like Murkai and Finley are how you win this mirror, I think. They're the most important.
The fact that Murky, like those, I really expected the divine shields from Murky to play a huge role, and Ricochet is throwing that away. They're essentially saying, no, I don't need that. Yeah,
I don't think it would have been as good last turn because the multi hits basically get around the divine shield.
Just like in terms of the tenor of the matchup, I would imagine like there are these big chunky like just 40U and 60U and stuff. I would have thought the divine shield would have been good, but here, I mean, it's a Morgul diff at this point. Ricochet is saying, I'm going to trade Morgul for Murky. And Kapar is saying, I'm going to trade the other way.
Yeah, I'm not sure which is really better. Like, I think there are merits to both, and it depends how they play it out. The speed here is really nice, though. Yeah. Protecting your Murgul's big here.
Off the shield, that's nice. And tank that entire hit, but it doesn't block the
big
crit.
This seems pretty good for Ricochet, honestly.
Yeah.
Because his Finley is very healthy. Yeah, your Murkai is a bit less healthy. There's a very dangerous flip here if they both go for the 5s. I think you need to, if that's your line, you need to stack as many as possible.
We don't know what the Morocology spins are for either.
Nope, that'll be a surprise to all of us.
Yeah, I think if you're Ricochet, you're glad with how much work your Murkai has put in already, and you're okay with sacking it, basically. Like, you were trading it for the Morgul. And you did that, and now it's still alive, and it punches back so hard. Like, there's no... Like, even the red base damage that has to come in to kill it,
but
it basically just kills it exactly back. Like, Ricochet just is getting so much value out of their Murkai.
43 and 44. They could, if they win this, flip, Murkai dies. However, Kapar could get a nature spell off Murloc-ology and then bubble up with Murky, and that would be pretty bad for Ricochet. You never play around that. Like, you can't play around that.
Murloc-ology though from Kapar.
Ooh. And it looks like Ricochet's going for the line like I was kind of I was thinking about here. Oh, and he got that's what he needed. That's what he needed. Lost the flip too.
Disaster.
Yeah, that's really bad for Ricochet.
Yeah.
Not over, but not looking good. You can do some silly things with Bane and Murgle, but like you're staring down some 30 attack Murlocs, so I think the odds of that are rather low. But you can protect with like your Finley, and we'll see. But again, this is this is the grand finals. However, Ricochet still has the K-Par has to get through the bracket reset. So if K-Par wins this, they're running it back in another best of 3. If Ricochet wins this, he is the champion.
On the line. Okay, and now the Bane totem comes out. I mean, that's also been an interesting thing of like how the minions have been dying, or how the mercs have been dying so far has like stagger stepped in interesting, weird ways. But so far, I mean, it is that Murlocology flip to give the crazy divine shields.
That was huge.
That's kind of what I was expecting. Like I thought the murky, I didn't think it was going to be as dependent on a Murlocology flip. But I mean, how many of the Murlocology spells are nature? It has to be a lot.
There are quite a few. The important thing was that he got one that was 4 speed or less, and there aren't a ton of those. There are a few. You got like the Cookie Snipe, you got the Murgle main ability, but there really aren't a ton that are 4 speed or less, and that's what you need to get the combo. He could have still used it without the combo, but it would have been less impactful.
We kind of wish the Bane was in the middle of or like next to the Morgul, right? Could we have organized?
No, I like protecting the Finley. I think he's protecting the totem. I don't know if I agree with that.
Pick a million.
Yeah, it literally just dies.
Oh, the easy cheeky snipe for free.
Doesn't even get, although he does have a snipe, but the snipe isn't it's not very good, and Finley can literally protect against it. So I think this one's gonna be a K-Par win, which is going to be a bracket reset.
It's certainly looking like it. It's oh god, yeah, the fact that we have the 1 speed. K-Par has the pump, the +5/+5 armor lock at 1 speed to beat
so he can get around it either way.
Brutal. Yeah, so I mean, if you look at that was, so this game was, Ricochet said, I'm going to kill your Morgul at the expense of my own Murkai. And it worked. And Ricochet then like didn't really get that much off of their own Morgul, and K-Par got a crazy murky, just ace essentially, because
your call about it seemed to be correct. The murky ended up being really, really high value here because he was able to pull a lot more value out of the Murkai and the Finley because of it. Yeah, it's just
everything.
Boom. Oh, they kill the summon. Doesn't even kill that. And oof.
Yeah, down 2 mercs now. It's.
I mean, you can stall with the Finley, but they're just too big. Like they're literally whatever you protect gets wrecked. The other thing gets wrecked.
Yeah, being able to completely invalidate the Bane totem as well, just like with the little cheeky bop with Morgul, or with Murky, I think it was.
Yeah.
All right, well, so now, honestly, thinking of going into the bracket reset, now who audibles of the lineup, because they elected to go mirror, 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 and it swung in K-Par's favor, but they were very distinctly differently played, mistakenly or otherwise, from turns 2 onward, turns 1 onward. So they weren't true mirrors. Maybe they are okay with running it back and saying, I'll just take a different line, but I'll play the mirror again? Or will one player really deviate and say, you know what, no, I think I'm going to run Murlocs into Snake or something. But apparently chat was saying that Murlocs doesn't have a great matchup into Snake, and also maybe doesn't have a great matchup into
Monkey.
Alias combo. So this will come down to what did they learn from testing and how do they feel about those games. Because I think Ricochet might just feel good about it if they say,
Yeah.
I'll just click the right button on Yulon this time. And
Yeah,
we'll
I think they're going to go for the mirror again. I think Kapar is going to feel confident in going for the mirror again because he just won the mirrors. And I think Ricochet is going to feel confident going in the mirror again because I think he's going to have learned from, hey, I did this last time, it didn't work out, I need to do a different line. Because he got close. He did get close, but I think he's just going to kind of take the information that he got from those games and from trying these different lines to be like, all right, I need to deviate a little, or I need to maybe just not try and do something different.
Yeah. And we said technically Ricochet had the extra life, right? So maybe
Yep.
you take the really high variance angle, whatever they decide is the high variance angle in match one, and then say, okay, just kidding, haha, that wasn't real. I have an extra life. Now it's the real finals, and now we'll run it, and we'll
Yeah,
see. So
yeah.
I love how many different forms of play expression Mercenaries really allots to its players, and I think we've seen a lot of that upside down, left, right, and center throughout most of this tournament, whether it's
Yeah.
cool builds, cool lineup just ordering, cool combos that we've never seen before, cool ways of deciding how to navigate a matchup within and without a mirror match. So this tournament has just been a banger from start to finish.
Definitely. It's been a lot of fun. People have been enjoying playing. We've had a great time casting, watching. It's just these events are always a lot of fun. So big shout out to everyone for playing in them. Couldn't do it without you. Big shout out for everyone watching. Big thanks to the people who've been subbing in the chat. Really appreciate all of that. And yeah, it's if you missed any of the tournament, do not worry. It'll be going up on YouTube within the next week, probably like next Saturday, next Sunday or so. So if you missed any of it, an edited down version will be there if you want to catch some of the other games.
And Pauper Tournament 1 and 2 are up on YouTube somewhere lurking around there too. So
Yes.
if you want to go back and check out some more funky history, I know what was the nature of the first Pauper tournament? The second one was lots of dragons, lots of shadow.
First one was really weird because our pool of rares and epics was a lot smaller because it was closer to launch. We didn't have that many new mercs out at that time.
Oh, that was Varden went crazy. I think.
Yeah. Varden was pretty nuts in that tournament, and that was original Varden.
Yeah.
So like before they did the rework, and so that's some real fine Mercenaries history there. That'll be
2021.
Yeah, fun to revisit sometime. Like that's another reason I love doing these events because the metas are all so different. That it's kind of just like a good historical thing for the mode, like seeing like how we have altered the format a little bit from each event, but I think with each alteration it's been improving and making for a more interesting casting experience, a more interesting playing experience. Like I really like this current format. Yeah, you guys are running it back because that was the bracket reset. So now whoever wins this best of 3 will be our champion.
Kapar trying to reclaim the throne. They have it from last tournament. They were our Pauper Open 2 winner. So with the bracket reset, they're ever closer. But the testing buddies getting the finals appearance, grand finals appearance. I mean, you can't write it up any better than that. So props to them for sure. And like we said, testing has been the name of the game. I think every single person that has really kind of come out and said like, oh yeah, no, I tested a lot for this tournament, were explicitly rewarded with equity in their lineups, in their gameplay, in their just general prep to be able to understand what the meta was going to be like. Because I think, like you said, the read on how much Big Snake there was going to be was a big question that should have been looming potentially in the thoughts and minds of the players. And half of the field brought it. So statistically, that was worthwhile.
Yeah.
But the dragon stuff was also like very different. I mean, even that, like, I didn't even realize it until the tournament was going that the dragon heavy meta of the second tournament really got changed in an unusual way because the Yulon has to go into Big Snake.
Yep.
So, like you said, Wizard Beast basically opted out of Big Snake to keep with the Dragons theme and double down on that. But a lot of players ended up having to slide their Yulon away, which means that dragons were gone, which means now the meta is all of a sudden very different again. And Cho is all over the place as we expected, and summons are certainly playing a role, but it's more like these combo summons. It's comboing the monkey summon, it's comboing the snake summon, not the super go wide plan, but we saw the Cho backup plan work really well. So I like this meta is probably my favorite of all the Pauper Open metas so far.
Same.
The tournament has been probably the best, the most exciting kind of games too, and all with 8 people. How can you run an amazingly sick tournament with cool matchups and like cool prep, and no one was just like spaghetti flopping all over the place? 8 people, 6-hour tournament. That's just value.
Yeah, no, it's been really, really great. And Mike, the great comment of it really does show how impressive like the high level games can be. Like there's such a difference in just like not only just like high level play, but in a format where like we said, you have to go out of your way to test this, and we're seeing that both these players did test this with each other, funnily enough, because obviously your testing resources are kind of limited. So it's really, I think it's really cool. We saw this in the last Pauper Open, where the same thing kind of happened, where the practice partners made it to the end, and it just really kind of cements that the practice pays off. It really does.
Definitely, yeah. Forget it. Imagine if you were only playing Mercenaries and like only just grinding your bounties, right? And then all of a sudden you like just tune into any one of these rounds of these tournaments, and you just be like, "What video game am I?"
Yeah, it's totally different, right? Like, and I think it's really something the mode should lean more into over time is find a way to create something like this in the client without having to have an external group run it. Like I love doing this, and I'm going to continue doing this, but like it would be great if more people could access this without having to jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, God, imagine how tilted the standard players would be if Mercenaries got a tournament function before standard.
Oh man,
I'll trade draft, right? Standard can get tournament mode, and Mercenaries
draft
can get
would be so free. It would be so good. All right, looks like we're going in. I'll watch Ricochet again. We'll keep it consistent.
Yeah, grand finals, the bracket reset.
This is for all the marbles.
Every single marble, and Kapar is leading with.
We got Monkey.
Just kidding. Yeah, it's Monkey on Kapar side. It's Monkey on Ricochet side.
Monkey.
Okay.
Kapar has made a change here, though. Now rocking the Death Rattle equipment, copying Ricochet's homework a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, they had the
copying each other's homework. Yeah.
And so now they're like, okay, no, none of that. I'm not even gonna low roll my Cornelius damage away. I'm just gonna take the Death Rattle. I mean, I think the Death Rattle probably makes the most sense in the mirror, because even if your opponent combos off and kills you, you just wipe their board back, like a lot of the time. Also consider that Kapar, I think, high rolled like crazy on their, or maybe that's against Wizard Beast, where they managed to get like the really lucky Varden flips after the Monkey had resolved. But let's see. Is there a distinct skin difference? I think I prefer Ricochet's Varden, but I like Kapar's Cornelius more. Okay. All right. The RNG goes wide. I guess it doesn't really particularly matter on this turn.
Yeah, not so much this turn. It's really the next turn that it matters a lot.
There might even be a cute argument to saying that you want your Varden to be low health because of the Death Rattle, so that like the fact that Kapar's Varden here is at 80, like imagine we go 2 turns away, Ricochet combos, goes off with the Monkey, kills everything, even shoots Varden once and it doesn't die, and it doesn't get the Death Rattle, and then the Monkey disappears and you lose all that spell damage. Like that could be a disaster. So we'll see if the lower health on Ricochet's Varden ends up making a difference.
Yeah, true. I mean, it could, but I don't think it will, because they're gonna just heal so much here anyway.
Not sure. We just go straight back up, but okay.
Double hit on the Elise. 1 hit.
Ooh, 2 in the
All right, this is actually interesting. This is kind of a similar situation as last time, right? Because their Elise is 1 slower, but their Varden's all the way at 9. Whereas Kapar can just go Monkey on 7.
As good as Monkey.
Oh no, they're double slowed. They're double slowed
on the Varden, right?
On the Elise on Ricochet's side. So Oh wow, this really.
So it's a really bad way for Ricochet. It's the really
Yeah,
good
yeah. Ice Lance their Varden. Yeah, I think that's the play. I think you have to Ice Lance their Varden and stop
so
it.
Ricochet needs to Ice Lance K-Par's Varden to
Yep.
stop the flurry, but both sides then get Monkey, and then both
And then
sides
it'll
are
be a flip
stopped.
anyway.
Yeah, now it's a flip next turn.
Well, you got to go for it as Ricochet because you're
Yeah,
unfavored. If he doesn't go for it, Kapar is just like celebrating in the streets, like like you're so happy if they don't go for that line. Monkey for sure.
We still hold on to the blessing. Wait, no, who blessing you last turn? Okay, Kapar blessing.
Kapar
sacrifice
blessinged. Ricochet did not. Ricochet sees the line. He's going for the freeze on their Varden.
Job's done.
Yep, monkey time.
Yep,
monkey
yep.
time.
And now, so here's something kind of funny. So I think the play here. Oh, this is neat. So he's going to protect the monkey with Cornelius, and then you can, by attacking with the monkey, you can stack fives. So you can go Varden Flurry, and then you can stack a 5 with attacking with the monkey, and it'll be protected.
That's actually genius.
Oh wait, can you not protect it because it's not a mercenary? Yeah, to another friendly merc. No, you can't protect it. Well, it doesn't matter. Protecting it isn't really that big because you can afford to swing at the monkey to give yourself a better chance. Question is if they do the same, then it's just a 50-50. Actually, no, Kapar actually has more. No, Kapar doesn't have more 5s. So yeah, you gotta swing with the monkey. Otherwise, whoever swings with the monkey is gonna have an advantage in the flip for this mirror.
The other 5, right? Basically. Okay, here we go.
Also, how the death rattle goes can completely change this too.
They both seem to sack different things. Oh, there we go.
Oh,
And the explosion.
yeah, and that's probably just a win for Kapar, but they're incentivized to play it out for sure. It's really,
I'm not
really
even
rough.
sure. I don't even think the monkey. I don't even think Kapar queued up the monkey attack either.
No, I don't think either of them did.
They
They just.
Okay.
I mean,
That's a hard
yeah.
line to find in a weird way. Like that's just so unintuitive because you're like, I'm protecting my monkey at all costs. Like you're truly not even thinking about that.
That could have gone so differently, right? Because even if Varden won the flip, if those Varden shots went into Ricochet's Varden, the death rattle would have blown him out.
Which is why I was surprised that Kapar protected their Varden. You really
Yeah,
want
yeah.
Varden to die.
I think that's kind of an odd one. Didn't end up mattering, but yeah, that's that. Oof. Yeah, these mirrors are really, really weird.
I mean, at least it's honestly it's cool.
It's neat
when
to see.
It's a mirror that like it's not like it's a mirror in standard again in that
No.
sense where it's literally like did you draw your cards at the right time? In this case, it's like
Yeah.
okay, both of us have full information. Like now what? Like now it's a mirror. Now you change the way that you play. It's not like okay, I'm gonna hope that I draw the right cards essentially in the right sense. You hope that you get the right Varden flips, but the fact that you can like manipulate that so much even in mirrors has always been something that I've liked a lot.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see neither player went for that line of kind of manipulating the flip in their favor because maybe they were scared of some way of targeting the monkey, but I don't think there was a way. So monkey down, which means Ricochet has a chance.
Yeah,
but that Elise has to go. That Elise has to go like yesterday. And his Elise is totally healthy. So like we still have a game here.
I mean, you're down what? 2 mercs, but Cornelius is.
Is one of them ahead, or are they still on the same like monkey trajectory? Like I think they've.
Monkey trajectory.
Elise is on route, or Ricochet's on route rather.
I mean, the fact that you have real mercs in play for Ricochet is actually pretty legit.
Yeah, I think they're on the same pace for Monkey. So this game very well could be swung back. Oh, wow. Oh, my. This is insane.
Oh, the combo! Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The fact that you get in real mercenaries that can click real buttons is so big. Oh my god.
And
the
Elise
actual
is down, and Ricochet might have just completely turned this around after losing his first monkey. This is nuts.
And yeah, now it's just a simple monkey dip.
And yeah, now
for-
it's like, what did they do? Like, their mercs don't combo with each other. They have like no inherent synergies, and Ricochet, and they don't have the damage to kill this Elise. So Ricochet can just like heal up here. You can, and you're gonna be fast. Well, you actually being fast is kind of bad, but next turn you can just go monkey and then try and freeze. I don't know. It's actually a little awkward not having your Tyrande at 5 because it goes off before the monkey.
Yeah, the freeze from Pauper is actually pretty juicy.
But the freeze won't matter if Ricochet goes for a heal because it's 3 speed.
No, yeah, not for freezing this turn. Just like,
Oh, yeah.
Do you even try to freeze? Like, I mean, both players will have their freeze up for next turn. But does Ricochet's Tyrande here go for the double into the like?
Yeah, he's thinking about it.
Shot everything. Man, this makes me want to play with Tyrande. I haven't really played with her since the update.
Yeah, she's good. She's very good.
Whoa, summon dude from Pauper.
Oh wow, he didn't go for the heal on Elise. I'm kind of surprised by that, honestly. You just went for Boulder.
Dang. Ooh, and a good bump.
Jeez.
Huh.
This is so weird. So he can protect Elise. Monkey protect Elise. And they don't have a way to target the monkey.
How do you protect Elise though?
You protect Elise by freezing it.
With Ricochet freezes their.
Oh wait,
own
no,
Elise?
you can't. If you freeze your own guy, you don't get a monkey.
Yeah.
But he's doing it. He's going for it anyway.
Pauper is going for the freeze on Elise. Like, I don't know why Ricochet would want to freeze his own Elise.
I'm confused.
I guess because you get oh, they bounce a million things back and forth. That's right.
Oh. Wait.
And now it's
Now Nuzau's here, and Nuzau can protect, and then they get the monkey, and then they might be able to close it out somehow. This is so weird.
does our no? 'Cause she doesn't have the big.
No, but yeah, I think this
I don't have any ways to
is.
use the monkey anymore.
They would need the freeze, but they need 2 turns for that.
Job's done.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think you had to freeze their Zajara. But then there's a risk there because she has the equipment, and whenever the first character's frozen, it freezes a random enemy. And they actually had to change that equipment because it would go infinite.
Yeah.
It would bounce itself. And there's the monkey.
You headbutt that?
Why
Why not headbutt the Elise?
Good question.
Maybe you thought it wouldn't kill it because I think the Elise took like.
Oh,
2
damage
or
reduction. The damage reduction. 10 less
Oh, from
damage.
that.
Yeah. Would have made a difference. I think now Ricochet wins.
Yeah, now I don't know how. I guess
Oh,
want
you can't
another-
headbutt through taunt. Attack an enemy. Oh yeah, because it's
That's silly. Okay.
that's what
I mean,
that's
nice.
kind of unintuitive, but yeah, I guess.
I mean, you definitely still have to headbutt it, so I suppose that makes sense. Or does it just shoot like?
At least heals. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they just can't kill because of the damage. Pauper can't kill because of damage reduction. And the next turn, we're gonna see Ricochet protect his monkey, and it's going to AOE them, and that's gonna be the game. Absolutely insane mirror match here.
And this was all off the back of
Losing the flip and
Yeah.
Ricochet being down the monkey and still finding a way through it.
The
That's
second month.
absurd.
72 is not 73.
He swings with the monkey.
Oh, we're getting the monkey in there. We're going to the red zone.
Yeah. Oh my.
Now they found the line.
And now it's over. Now it's over. And Ricochet's going to take it. Wow,
Hey.
that was insane. I don't know how you top that game. That was such, like, wow. A little speechless with this one. I was so sure when Ricochet lost that the monkey in the beginning, it was just the beginning of the end, and I certainly wouldn't have taken all of these lines. I wouldn't have known to take all these lines. Like,
No, and now, I
Crazy.
mean, the monkey, sending the monkey in to attack to win that flip on that other thing was like absolutely the chance, I think, for either player to be able to like eke it out. And yeah, the freeze flipping was crazy. The freeze, the
oh, there is a
which character got
chance
right up
he
front
could
was crazy.
freeze. Now,
Oh, freeze the.
yeah, he could
Frozen
freeze. No, he could freeze their freezer, but then he could just do it next turn potentially. Still ended up being like rather close in the end there. Look how little health was left on Ricochet's side.
That's one more bleed tick, right, from Elise or whatever.
Yeah, really. Like, Jesus.
Okay,
That was
well,
intense.
so now we have Ricochet going up. So last set, they had lost that first mirror, and then both players reran the snake mirror in match 2, in which Ricochet made the mistake of accidentally using the wrong ability. So they're
Yeah.
kind of favored going into even game 2, despite it being a rerun of a lost game from last match. So,
And it's
things
going to
are
be a
looking-
mirror. It's going to be another mirror because we know that the Murlocs into Big Snake is not a good choice. So nobody's gonna, neither of them are gonna say, all right, I'll bring Murlocs to try and fake them out. Like, no, like if either of them bring Big Snake, and you can't afford to do that as Kapar, because then you're just out. You lose it, then you're just out.
Only one way to find out. Snake from Kapar.
Yep, Snake from Ricochet, as expected.
Goatee. So now, what happens in this match when both players Jade Flame Buffet on turn 2? And what happens to the snakes? We also saw Kapar's Cho monkeys get completely out of hand. Obviously, that was after the disaster with the snakes, so it's hard to tell if that will also be replicated, but those guys went the distance.
Oh, all right. That one's making an interesting point here. If Ricochet brought Murlocs, he would have an easy win next game with Snake against Murlocs.
I did not think about that. If you just take the guaranteed L and then you take the guaranteed
That
win, that would have been
that would have been a
play.
5-head strat.
He's gonna earn it the hard way, apparently.
Yep, in the mirror.
That is something to think about. That Ricochet might have maybe.
It's definitely riskier
I
going
missed
this
out on.
line. Yeah, for sure. That's a good observation.
Job's done.
I mean, that's also off of the testing suppositions that apparently Murlocs just can't beat Big Snake. Is that true? We don't know. But they obviously know a lot more than we do, and they are running the mirrors back to back to back. But a cute little showcase as well of their testing.
Yeah. No, it's been quite some game here.
And when will one player deviate from their flowcharts?
Yeah, that's
In
what
this
we're
match.
waiting to see,
Yeah.
right? Like, we know Ricochet probably learned from last time. Like, all right, I made a little mistake with the taunt, so I'm not going to do that again. Yeah, apparently Kapar told Wizard Beast that Snake murders the Murlocs, so they probably both know. So from that perspective, yeah, it probably would have been right. But I don't think Ricochet was thinking about that as much. I probably would have missed it too, honestly.
And that's one of those things that absolutely they kind of like try to teach you to like that's not the type of cheese you need to be like wasting your brain space on necessarily of like, oh, let me just take the guaranteed loss and then I'll win. Like that's
It's also
often left field.
like a new format, right? Like, we haven't played a lot of events with this format, so I think that's something that can be learned from doing something like this.
Oh, definitely. Oh, our first
All right,
first
first
mathematical deviation.
casualty.
So we've got exactly the same on both sides,
A
except
little
Kapar
different. So,
has less health on his show. So that's not good for Kapar.
yeah, you gotta admit, it's not that big of a deal, but I mean, you're definitely not happy about it.
That's just like wasted. What did you need both attacks? Was that just doing the math wrong potentially?
I so I think they swung where did the
And Snake, I think, into the Anaconda
oh
from Cape.
okay.
That's why you have the 30 plus ish health or whatever left on Ricochet's Cho.
Yeah, so it seemed unnecessary. It seemed like a waste of damage, right? Like you'd rather get that damage into their Cho or their Yulon.
Yeah, and both Brucons.
I love the fact that the snakes never go after each other. I just think that's so funny. I mean, it makes sense, but it's just so funny to me. You're not like you never take the risk of just like. I wonder if you ever get ahead enough with your other minions if you just trade snakes.
Oh, I mean, honestly, I'm surprised that they aren't looking for more lines of like boop your snake down by like 10 and then kill it with my snake, untap heal my snake with the 1 speed Jade Flame. Like those type, like you only need the health differential to be off by like 2. Oh, like this. This might be it actually.
We'll see.
So will Ricochet's snake go into the snake?
It would be really heads up, actually. Although it won't die, but it'll maim it enough to where it won't get a kill. And we see, all right, so we see different targets here. This is the real divergence.
So Yulon taken down. And Brucon.
I like Ricochet's targeting here a bit better. I think it's better to take down the Yulon than it is the Brucon, because now Ricochet's can keep scaling up. Kapar doesn't really have a great way to deal with it, and Ricochet's snake is just going to keep getting bigger. The Cho is still pretty out of range. Yulon can also now taunt too to block the snake, and Yulon is big enough to actually survive a hit off of the big snake.
Yeah. No. Wow. Yeah.
Oh, and you can Bran make the is this only target Mercenaries? His third ability? Because imagine if you make the snake attack twice and you're healing it. Destroy 20 health to an ally. It's not Mercs only, so you could attack with snake, Bran to heal the snake, and smack into something, and that would just like end it, right? Like unless it hits the summons. But you can aim one of those. It's just random on the other. So I think that's kind of the line I like. Like you taunt up with the Yulon to protect your stuff. You swing with your snake into one of their mercenaries, probably Cho, and then you use Bran's 8 to make the snake swing again. And you're healing it, so it's going to be even bigger. So if you nail their snake just dies.
But you almost probably don't want it to hit the snake so that you
it's
don't.
It's unlikely to hit the snake though, right? It'd be a 1 in 4.
The fact that there are 2 monkeys there to like be not a great hit for the double snake, is that like dissuading the line potentially?
I still think it's worth it. But it looks like he's not going for it. It looks like he is going for the taunt, but he's not going for the double up on the snake. He's just going for the crit, and I don't really.
Kapar,
I guess the crit can make sense depending on where these monkeys are going. Kind of missed that. If they're going into the Cho, the crit makes sense, I think. But it depends on how the flips go on 5. There are a million 5s right now. And did Kapar go for the double snake?
No, Kapar went for double chain lightning.
Oh, wow. And he got it off because he won the flip versus the snake.
But it didn't kill the Bran.
Okay.
Okay, indeed. What? So
I don't know how to evaluate this board state. Pulse. I mean, one is a bigger snake than the other, but like
and the
they're
second
both
like
gonna
a
kill
40
each
health
other's
difference on one of
Sinestra,
the-
right? Like they both go for the Sinestra.
Probably.
Neither of them have a way of protecting the Sinestra. The only difference is now, now Ricochet can say, "All right, it's time for me to double snake." Like you have to double snake now. I think there's no
Will they ever
question.
live? Can you keep your Bran alive?
Oh, that's a fair point. No, you can't. So I guess you
Like
have
one
to
of
go
the
for the
monkeys will kill
crit
it.
then, because yeah, the monkeys will kill it otherwise.
Yeah, I think double chain lightning was definitely inferior for sure because all it did was like spread this like random little like tickle damage
I think they were
across
both supposed to
people.
double up on the
Double
snake.
snake.
Um,
That's unironically one of the hardest parts about testing for mercenaries is testing the late game
yeah,
because there's so many things that you practice before then that it wastes so much or not waste but like it
it
uses
takes so much time. Yeah,
that you actually just can't test your late game board states
yeah.
and
You,
it's
you
like
can't test
weird
every line. Yeah,
which is cool in that way it like forever buffs both practice but also nerfs it to the point where like it will never be perfect.
yeah. No, it's very interesting. You gotta kill Sinestra, right? Yeah, you're killing the Sinestra 100% of the time.
Brand down. Brand does get to tank a whole second shot because of this. Sinestra does whatever. Oh, the good
There's
56
Sinestra
crit.
swings. And
They
that.
finally they trade the snake. There we go.
Wow.
Okay.
And wait. Is there potential for a tie here? Do they have enough with the damage reduction versus Sinestra?
Now your monkeys are just way too big, I think. The fact that you're up a monkey.
Yeah, no, the monkeys have too much health. The monkeys have too much health. I think Kapar snagged this one.
That was partially because did Kapar win the snake attack flip because he killed the snake with his bigger one? I think. I don't think.
I think he
Ricochet's
did win the snake attack flip.
Yeah, no, it did. That's massive. Okay.
Wow, yeah.
Back and forth, back and
So
forth.
it's looking like we're going to a game 3.
Yep. For the Murloc smang down.
Another
once
mirror,
again.
yeah.
But they had weird openers in the there were differentiated openers in the Murloc mirror. And so I wonder if because Ricochet kind of got bodied, it seemed, by having the
Yeah,
priority
there's
gun.
no shot he opens the same way again. I think he's gonna open the same way Kapar opened. Boom. All right. Well, there we go. The big snake from Kapar takes down Ricochets, and we're
Six
going to our
games.
final
Said-
game.
And we didn't do all this testing to not milk our camera time.
Yeah, they're getting the most of it.
Staying out there. All right.
Yeah, that's absolutely wild. Like that's crazy. And this shows even more. Like it would have been great. And maybe they didn't realize they could double snake. Or because like Mike points out, like we thought you could protect the monkey with Cornelius, but you can't because it's a mercenary. But Bran is ally, not mercenary, so you could proc it on a summon. So that's like just one of those things that maybe your brain just doesn't recognize that because you're used to thinking of the old way. And like, think how often do you use the Bran skill 3?
I was gonna say, yeah.
Like,
And
it's not
especially
often.
Like when do you get to Bran being alive? Your snake is alive, and you're not just like
Yeah.
running away with it.
Yeah, it would have been big, and neither of them saw it. Like, neither of them ended up going for that line when it would have been good for both of them.
And they are ready. They said enough of the lines.
Yep.
We're sliding right in.
We're
Kapar.
the fishy
same
finisher.
Will Ricochet go for the double green start or no?
I don't think so. He hasn't slammed him yet, but I think you gotta go full mirror.
Here? Okay. I mean, you could backtrack and say like, well, if they just didn't Murloc College me like a fast nature spell on that turn, then maybe my line would have worked, right? Maybe you play the odds and say like, nope, I'm okay with trying to tackle the Morgul. But the problem is even against the double green opener, Kapar's Morgul survived for what seemed like a long time, like longer than it needed to against something that was trying to target kill the Morgul. And even if you do target kill it and they just bust out the Murky Red again, yeah, that doesn't feel great and just gives you more opportunities to high roll the Divine Shields later. So, but can you go into another full mirror? Like, can you go into a full like RNG mirror?
I think that well, Ricochet says yes. Ricochet says
Alright.
yes. That's what we're gonna do.
They said I limit tested last match. Enough of that.
I say, good day.
All right, only a skin difference.
Yep. I'm a little biased towards the Sir Finley and Mr.
Sir
Maxwell, the horse there. Though the wave riding it
Surfing,
fits.
he's surfing.
Yeah. Look
So
at that.
good.
And it matches the colors of the other ones.
does.
This is the real analysis, you
I
know.
think so. Though I think Murkai might have had a more watery skin. Though there's a
Yeah.
bubble.
Yeah, you got the
So-
bubble and there's a little tiny fin in there. He's just chilling. All right, so locked in. They're just kind of waiting on the Murgle, where they're gonna send Murgle, and it's interesting because like there's an argument to not going for the crit with Murgle because I mean it's effectively the same as not doing a crit to anyone else because of the healing, or like
Yeah, the healing reduction
close
is
to the
so
same. It's
bizarre.
not exactly the same, but it's close. Yeah, he just changed it up last minute. He changed it from Finley to Murkai.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, no crit. I like it.
Oh, okay.
They're both. I honestly don't think I expected them to double target like this.
They both did the exact same play, but now this is where this gets interesting. Now there's a chance, especially depending on what that Murlocology rolls. If one of them can kill the opposing Murkai while the other keeps it alive, this gets really bad for the player whose Murkai dies. I'm not sure if it's possible. It's going to depend, I think, on the rolls of.
You can roll the 12 like the Morgul
Yeah.
laser, right?
Job's done.
But you imagine they're both going to protect with. They're both going to use Finley to protect.
Right.
And Ricochet isn't using the. He's going for the protect, so I'm guessing he didn't get a. He didn't get a good roll.
Yeah, I think Kapar is also not Murloc-ologying.
Now, is he attacking or is he summoning a Murloc with Murkai?
Good question. Murkai is attacking.
Ooh, so that's interesting. So Ricochet is actually going for the Murloc summon at 4 speed here.
I think I like making a Murloc here. I don't know how
I
much
think
I like.
I do too.
What are you attacking? Unless you try to go and attack the.
Attacking
They're all
will get Ricochet's down, but then Ricochet can kind of just revenge kill it pretty easily. So it's not that big of a deal.
Okay, divine shield, pop the shield.
Oh wait,
Oh, but we got the life.
okay. Well, now this is an easy cookie snipe.
Yeah, slightly different, but yeah, the cookie can slide in. There's no speed ups yet from the. No divine shield,
The
murky.
cookie looks pretty good into this, right? Like he can get like a bleed going, heal up your Murlocs potentially.
The issue is basically if you can trade the cookie for the Murkai, but then it lets Kapar bring in Bane or Murky and then strand you on a cookie that you don't really care about.
I think Cookie does all right though, because you can kind of pressure down their Finley. And Finley's pretty scary to leave alone, even with Murkai gone.
You can wipe the heal so well with Morgul's healing.
Yeah.
Even just the bleed tick alone would crit or would deal. Oh no, it doesn't.
Doesn't crit anymore, yeah.
I was
He's
gonna say
going
that
for
one,
the cookie.
you just throw it off right away with the Morgul. But then yeah, that like you literally have so many healing effects on Morgul alone whenever they take damage that'll just wipe the bleed. They do
Yeah,
go for
it's dangerous because if they send in like Bane here and then they get like a little bit of heal power, they can just outscale. I think like Bane Murgle can be disgusting if you get a little bit of heal power. Between Bane healing every other turn and then getting his big AoE down, and Murgle giving your Murlocs health and having more buffed up healing, and he has the passive healing. It might be pretty hard to overcome.
No, it's definitely a whole big.
Oh, we're gonna see a fishy barrage.
I was just looking at K-Pars and I was like, wait, Fishy Barrage looks kind of nice, like in the next maybe 1 or 2 turns. But the fact that Ricochet actually has the 4th Murloc that will live, and K-Par is really expecting to go down to 3, I think makes K-Par like a little bit sad. But I like the angle from Ricochet, especially with the lower health.
Yeah,
Finley
I like it. I like it a lot.
Tonight. Oh, Divine Shield of Random.
Oh, and he gets the Divine Shield on Finley too. Oh, wow.
Or Fishy Barraging there? Oh, it's random?
It's random, yeah.
Yikes, that ability sucks. Okay.
Oh, it was pretty good there because now he can. Now he can cookie snipe the Finley.
No, but then it goes to like 3 after the.
Oh, you're right. You're right. You're right. It doesn't get a kill. Jeez. Although if you get a cookie snipe on the Finley Discover, you can then snipe into snipe.
True.
Wow, yeah, the Murloc Mirror is crazy.
I think so. This is what I was talking about. Where like K-Par now, in theory, that trade might have been okay for you because you strand your opponent on like support, and Finley.
Yeah.
But K-Par is now going to lose their own Finley as well. But like, I think I like the idea of being able to start.
Ooh, so that Bane Totem is actually kind of a liability.
Yeah.
Like that's a free snipe, and that's 60 HP across all your characters. That's a ton. And these are all Murlocs, so your damage really, like anytime that big 32 attack is swinging, it's losing some damage. It's and when their Finley is gone, they don't really have a great way to scale up. They have a way to scale up healing, but they don't have a way to scale up damage.
True.
So that being said, if it goes to fatigue, maybe, but if Ricochet has the higher damage when they enter fatigue, it's going to be just better for him, right? You'd imagine.
Yeah, no, I think K-Par did not realize the cookie snipe. Like, in that sense, the cookie, like, pre-moved for the Bane. Because you put them on, they're not going to bring in Cookie. They have to decide between Murky and Bane. And then the Cookie actually blocks the Bane because of that guarding totem. I didn't even notice the totem from now.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Totem ends up being, like, normally it's good, but against Cookie, it really can be a liability.
Brutal, and they slurp it right up. They get the good chain heal.
They do, so as long as K-Par still has Finley, they're still very in this game.
Yeah.
That's a pretty brutal hit, but at least the minion's gone. And again, look at all this healing.
Mm-hmm.
But look how much bigger Ricochet's Finley is.
Yeah. I love a Murloc miss, or the...
Oh, Fishy Barrage again!
Fishy Barrage was crazy here.
Oh, it's nuts. Imagine Finley gets one too. Double Fishy Barrage.
Can you steal any Murloc ability?
Oh yeah. It's any launch, any of the the currently available Murlocs, I believe is how it works. I don't think he can take his own. I think it's just any other Murloc.
Okay. No, I mean the Fishy Barrage goes so hard here against double reds, where even the variance gets kind of outdone by the fact that you just are favored 2-1.
And even if you're missing on it, like you're not dealing 20 with it, so Murgle isn't healing off of it.
Yeah, and the crits that hit Bane won't heal because he's not a Murloc.
Yep.
And even if you hit for 24, so they're actually hitting for 4.
Oh no, he's doubting. He's like he thinks he needs to heal the Finley. Nah, Fishy Barrage, always Fishy Barrage. Put your faith in the fish. I don't think this is terrible either. Maybe he's gonna save it for next turn. I think he's just valuing his Finley more. which isn't necessarily incorrect. Like, I do think Finley is how this game is won. Oh, and their Finley lives on 1.
Yeah, powerful.
The Bane, but the Bane doesn't get the kill because of the heal.
Oh no!
Oh man, I think
And
that
yeah.
was the crucial turn, and I think Ricochet actually might have just made the right play there by doing the heal, because I don't think otherwise his small Murloc would have survived. Then he would have been locked out of using a bunch of his skills from the Bane death blow. Like, that potentially changed a lot.
And Shane, I mean, it was definitely good to be able to just, like, again, keep tunneling. And I mean, there's certainly an argument to just being like, if I just keep my health total high, I can't lose, right? And just if I just keep spamming heal, I'm in such a favored position that you can just run it out. Especially you just have 3-4 Murlocs. Like, all your Murloc synergies are crazy. Kapar is stuck on 2 Murlocs.
Finley's
They're never
nuts
really
too,
gonna get out.
because if Finley ever attacks, he gets the Divine Shield, because he has more minions. It's really crazy how this the summon off of the Murkai versus Kapar's attack on the Murkai completely changed where this game ended up going.
Yep.
And we got to be creeping towards fatigue, right?
It's close. And there's still 2 Murlocs, like, still
And
2.
this is just the easiest cookie snipe of his life, and it'll still get there through it'll still get there through the heal, and then that's more health, and then I'm not sure how Kapar can come back.
Divine Shield stats.
And there's the fishy barrage. Blast, blast,
get him.
blast.
Oh,
Insult to injury. Oh man.
I knew it was targeted.
Oh jeez, and the 61 113 Finley, and there's just, I don't see an out for Kapar here. What an incredible game though, and a ridiculous series. Like, these games have been nuts.
Yeah, this series was the most back and forth. And
Some of the
back and
coolest
forth.
mirrors I've ever seen in Mercenaries. And it didn't feel like it was really the flips that were deciding these most of the time. There was a lot of it was the decisions. Like, it was really the decisions.
Which is how it should be. And maybe there's some weird world where the design of more of the recent mercs are actually being able to kind of slide us away from the RNG mattering. But
yeah, typically less mirrors, makes it less likely for the flips, right? But even in all these mirrors, sure, in some games there were important flips, but I don't think the flips were the most important factor in the majority of these games, which is great, because it feels a lot better that you're rewarded for your decision making rather than just like winning the flip.
oh yeah, I mean, there's no way that you could go back and look at. Honestly, I think really, I mean, maybe like one set that we played a little bit earlier, where like the RNG determined more than a line. Like, there was always a line that one player took, both players took multiple times, that was completely game altering.
Yeah.
So it feels good to not have the kind of the doubters alive with the RNG like that. But yeah, 5-2.
Yeah, and that's
so-
going to be game, and Ricochet is going to become our Pauper 3 champion. Well played by both players. I mean, absolutely crazy games. Like, wow. and those were really just some of the most insane mirrors I've ever seen. Like, and I mean, they both put up a really great fight. You both played that great. Yeah, like those are crazy games, and I think I'm sure you guys will have a lot of fun going back and seeing the commentary, because we were talking about some of the lines. It was really the Murlocs versus Murlocs in the final. I mean, what a better way to end it, right? Like, with some Murloc on Murloc action. Just absolutely crazy. Yeah, the Bane swapping ended up, the big thing where things started to fall apart was the fact that the totem was that free cookie snipe, and then it just started to spiral out of control from there. Whereas it looked like he had a snipe on the Finley without it, but because of the healing, he wouldn't have had it. So it probably needed to be one of the other swap-ins instead of Bane. No, he didn't have a free snipe because he would take the 20 and then he would heal. back up to like 5 or something.
That Morgul passive was probably the most impactful passive of the entire tournament, I would say.
Yeah, yeah. No, both of you guys played really, really well, and I think you're both gonna enjoy watching back. No, oh no, I didn't mean that one. The snipe when you brought out Bane. He was at, what was he at? He was at like 15. So if he got sniped, he would have gone down to -5 and back to 3. Yeah, that was the turn. There were some very and also one line. I don't know if you guys ever tested this in practice, but with the snake comps, neither of you went for the attack with the snake and then brand the snake to heal it and make it attack again. The monkey mirror was crazy. That monkey mirror was absolutely nuts. The second one, I mean, the first one was too, but the second one was like, it was really, really crazy games. And also another thing that would have been smart from Ricochet's side is, because of the format, if Murlocs are unfavored into the snake, he could have just burned his Murlocs into Kapar's snake, and then for game 3, since he was already ahead 1, he would have had a favored matchup. Yeah, there definitely is risk to the double snake, like it, but I was just wondering if it ever came up in the testing or not, because like Cornelius, you're like, oh, you can protect the monkey with Cornelius, but you can't because it's mercenary, whereas Bran is ally. It's like those little things can be tricky. But yeah, big congrats to Ricochet. Nice job, Kapar, on climbing back through the losers bracket and putting up a real fight and getting the bracket reset. They were just great games. Like that was, I think that was the best event we've had yet. Like it was really good. It was, I wouldn't change a thing about it. Yeah, the Murlocs were awesome. The Murlocs were, yeah, so Master Puppet's the one who originally came up with the Murloc build. And it's such a sick build. And it works on ladder too. Like it's worth trying out.
That's the most, like, I mean, you can try taking any of these decks, I feel like, onto ladder and just like take them for a spin. But that Murloc deck seems like it has the most equity in a real like random field where you actually have like an aggressive line, and the Divine Shields and the Murlocology, I mean, you always have a chance.
Yeah, no, and it was really cool just seeing like, especially in the mirrors where one player would take a certain line and like the lines would be the same, they would be the same, and then it was finally time to like make a different decision and how that would like cascade and affect the game and whatnot. But yeah, really appreciate everyone coming out and watching the event, and of course everyone for playing in the event. We can't do these type of things without players. So obviously it's great. This was just a really fun thing to do, to kind of give us something fun to play or to watch while we're kind of waiting for the new mercs that should be hopefully coming very, very soon. I mean, we're halfway through September, and we've been saying for quite a while now, late September, early October, it's probably when they're coming, and I think it is very likely. And of course, big thanks to Mullahu for casting with me. It's always a pleasure getting some casting in. It's so much fun to see like this kind of Mercs gameplay, and we're kind of like learning this as we go because we didn't test this format. Like I think that's kind of the fun of casting something like this, is like learning on the fly, like these different matchups and how these Mercs that you normally don't see play in ladder or don't see play on these type of comps end up working and whatnot. So really, really fun. If anyone missed any of the event and you want to catch it, or if you played in the event and you want to see some of the games and whatnot, there will be an edited down version of this going up on YouTube in about like a week or so, probably next weekend, maybe next Saturday, Friday if we're lucky, Sunday if we're not. Depends how long it takes to edit, because we have 6.5 hours of footage here. But usually that cuts it down like in half usually. So you can check that out there. Oh, we got to think about the doubling snake attack. You can't target where the second one goes. Yeah, so that was a risk, right? We did talk about that a bit, where you can't target the second snake attack, so it could go somewhere where you don't want it, right? Like it could go into a monkey or it could go into the other snake. But it was neat to see neither player went for that line there. But really, really good games. Appreciate everyone for coming out. Appreciate the subs, all that good stuff. We're gonna find someone to raid really quick. See who's online. And I'm going to take a nap or just go to sleep because I am exhausted. I woke up like 20 minutes before we started this event. So this has been my whole day, but I wouldn't have it any other way. It's been a great time. And I can't wait for the next one. And if you like these type of Mercs tournaments, remember, be sure to follow here, follow over on YouTube, follow the podcast, all that good stuff. Let's see. So no podcast this week because obviously podcasts would normally come out today. We were busy with this. Next episode, we will be talking about the event as well as some other things. The release date for the next episode might be a little bit different than normal, but you'll get some updates on that later on in the week, probably once got a few of those things figured out. But it will be coming soon, and it's going to be a very special one. So definitely stay tuned for that. We'll find someone to raid here. Any last thoughts, Mulhu, before we go?
No, I mean, thanks for all the competitors. This is a blast. Again, I agree. This is probably the best tournament so far. Thanks to you as well for all the setup, and the looks look great. I know, like Grumpy was saying before, the scene transitions and everything was awesome. The tournament went pretty smoothly. Thanks for, I mean, like I said, we only need 8 players and we made a complete banger out of this. So just shout outs to Mercenaries. Hopefully Blizzard will again to kind of see what we can do with this mode. And thanks to everybody, and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.